Commander. Edson Luiz Vieira Neto. English. English. 1, 2, 3. We now inform all present that this symposium is being shown live in our YouTube channel with simultaneous translation to English. Link and other information can be found in the DECEA webpage. Now for our national anthem, we invite all present to
para cantar o hino nacional brasileiro, letra de Joaquim Osório Duque Estrada e música de Francisco Manuel da Silva.
Brasil. Essa é a nossa força.
We now invite all present to take their seats. In 2019, Curitiba, Paraná, held the first SIRESANT as an initiative of DECEA, the aeronautical culture for the unmanned aircraft. In the 12 years that followed, due to the pandemic of COVID-19, the event took place virtually through the internet. In 2022, the regional symposium on unmanned aircraft is now back live, bringing DCA closer to industry, research institutions, society and government institutions in search of the efficient and safe use of the airspace with drones. The Airspace Control Department and the 3rd Integrated Center of Air Defense and Air Traffic Control are honored with the presence of all of you. The launching of the official SIRESANT 2022 video. The release. Every year, the unmanned aircraft vehicles moves over $25 billion throughout the world, an important industry that is growing exponentially and generating new business opportunities. From science fiction became reality. Drones have been offering new reaches, new resources and solutions for the different sectors of society: infrastructure, production, agriculture, logistics, entertainment, environment, safety, mining, amongst others. The production gains of unmanned aircraft is also consolidated with innovative softwares, technology devices, high data processing levels, and specialized technical maintenance, greater investments, greater training, and of course, more job opportunities, employment opportunities. In Brazil, it's not different. In the past 4 years, the number of requests for drone flights in the country has grown around 1,300%, reaching 243,000 requests in 2021, compared to 90,000 requests in 2017. Almost 100,000 drones registered in the country. Being aware of this evolution, the Airspace Control Department, DCA, the agency responsible for the regulation and authorization of drones access to the airspace in Brazil, has worked towards the improvement of the management and monitoring of unmanned aircraft flights in our country. For this, the organization has regularly promoted events towards the spreading and the sharing of information, norms, instructions, solutions, and best practices for the activities, together with the other regulating agencies, government organizations, service providers, and overall users. The regional symposiums on unmanned aircraft systems, SIRESANT, since 2019 has followed and promoted the growth of this sector. This year, SIRESANT arrived in Recife in its 4th edition. Another promotion of DCA, now with the support of the 3rd Integrated Center of Air Defense and Air Traffic Control, CINDACTA 3, with a specialized program with presentations and spaces for debates. The legal framework ways operation in Brazil, enforcement, research and development, best practices, and advanced air mobility will have six different topics, and bring together all active segments: industry, academia, regulators, instructors, and operators. Be part of live or through the internet. You can watch the forums, the debates, and you send in your questions. Welcome to SIRESANT 2022. Welcoming words from the sub-department operations DCA head, from the head of the Super Operations Department.
Bom dia a todos.
Well,
Inicialmente, eu
welcome,
gostaria de agradecer
everyone.
a presença do comandante, do segundo comandante
I'd like to
regional,
thank
Brigadeiro Campos, agradecer a
the
presença
presence
do
of the
comandante,
commander,
agradecer também a organização do comandante lá do CINDACTA 3 e toda a sua equipe, e agradecer a presença de todos. É extremamente importante que todos estejam aqui exatamente para participar desse evento. A gente está na quarta edição.
the fourth edition. The first was SIRESANT, the second took place in Curitiba, the third in CINDACTA 1, and now the fourth has been held here. The idea is also to be a moving event in the region so as to increase the possibility of the different audiences from those cities and to be more efficient regionally, to have a greater interaction. For me, it's a great satisfaction for a reason that the first was held in 2019, a year before the pandemic started. And we had certain fears that due to the pandemic, the SIRESANT would not continue to occur, so it would lose some of its momentum and ended up being forgotten. But this didn't happen. The opposite happened. We see that the resilience of the symposium is gaining more and more momentum.
Essa força, ela é exatamente pela demanda, pela necessidade. Então, lá atrás, quando foi criado em 2019, já havia essa necessidade, e essa questão dos drones, né, das aeronaves não tripuladas, ela está cada vez mais tendo necessidade dessa interação dos reguladores com os usuários, com a indústria, com as empresas. Então, por conta dessa necessidade, o SIRESANT continuou, e, se Deus quiser, ano que vem, vai ser lá em Manaus, no CINDACTA 4, e a gente está cada vez ganhando mais força. Então, em nome do diretor-geral do Departamento de Controle do Espaço Aéreo, o Tenente Brigadeiro Fiorentini, eu gostaria de dar as boas-vindas a todos. A gente implementa, né, a gente empenha um esforço muito grande para a gente prestar um serviço cada vez melhor. A gente participa de fóruns no exterior para a gente procurar, né, estar cada vez mais atualizado em relação ao que acontece no mundo, em relação às normas do controle do espaço aéreo. O Brasil tem uma característica bastante peculiar em relação ao controle de tráfego aéreo e a regulação das aeronaves. Então, a gente tem uma divisão entre ANAC e DECEA, que a ANAC faz essa regulação de pilotos e de aeronaves,
and we do more of this matter of airspace control. So we have to work together. And this symposium is one more, another tool for us to be able to work closer, have closer links, and to see the need of the users, understand what's happening. And many times we participate, like I said, in international panels, international trade shows, but sometimes our user here has something peculiar, has a specific need that we may not see. So now we are always available, but this forum here, this is the right time for us to bring this out, for us to discuss this, for us to understand, and for us to understand and provide better and better services. Drones, like all of you here know, more and more we are able to identify, understand, visualize a use, end use for the use of drones. It's growing, it's rapidly growing, like you have all seen in the video. We have around 100,000 aircraft registered in the ANAC site, and also many others that are not registered. I have one who's not registered, but I haven't used it yet. So I imagine that many others, thousands of aircraft are not registered yet. So we have to foster this, we have to encourage this, we have to increase the number of drones that are registered, but it's rapidly growing anyway. And we have to provide, we have to meet. We cannot be a barrier. The industry wants to grow, the users want to use it, and for many different activities, even iFood, the delivery. In UTM, we recently launched operational concept for the UTM BR. We're signaling towards the world for Brazil and for the entire world how we are working, what's our idea. It's very much based on what we saw in Europe, in in the U.S., and it's a very important step for the industry to see what we're thinking of. In this 1.5 days that we're going to have here, we had to decrease them, but this is 1.5 days. Many presentations, many interesting presentations are going to be presented here, debates, panels. I'm sure that everyone who's here, and also those of you at home watching through the internet, will have the opportunity to learn and to interact with the right people. Many times the symposiums are important for us to know who are the right people, who deals with what, for us to have a straight link, a straight bridge, and to be able to present demands and have answers to our needs. So we're going to talk about BVLO's norms, like we said, the administrative issues, and in these times try to understand, to learn, absorb this knowledge, and also expose the needs. So this way, I welcome all of you on behalf of Brigadier Fiorentini. I wish you all a great event, that you all take advantage of this, of each moment of this symposium, for us to be able to provide better and better services, understanding better what the needs are, but also understanding our limitations. And one of the limitations that we have that sometimes has to do with the desire for the user is the operational safety issue. This is a pillar that it's a top priority in our DECEA concerning this issue. Sometimes the ICAO and other regulators, they try to hold back a little bit, so it's more or less, it's not like a struggle, but it's a force field on one side trying to expedite, speed up, and others, on our side, we hold back a little bit, but the idea is always to do it the fastest way possible, but without ever giving up operational security. Something else that everyone should be used to by now, all the users should be used to now, is concerning our requesting for airspace access. Last year, when I opened virtually, unfortunately, but we were releasing the beta version of the SARSA. This is in June. We made available the system to be used operationally. The SARPAS, it's a tool. It's a very powerful tool. We eventually, in a contact that we have with outside Brazil and a trade show that we go, we're always looking for what's new, what's happening in a country, in other countries. We go to the companies want to sell. They have this objective. So when we are close to a company, we see a folder, or a salesperson comes to us and starts to talk about many functions. It's interesting when we go to the stand and we start to see that information, that product that company is selling. It's what we do with our SARPAS RG. So we are updated in terms of this issue of access software to the user. Not that we can't improve, we always have this objective and this availability, but we are very updated in terms of what's happening in the world. So once again, welcome all, thank you for being here, and I wish you all a great event for all.
O SIRESANT tem uma programação de 2 dias, com apresentações e debates que objetivam impulsionar o mercado de aeronaves não tripuladas e o uso seguro e eficiente destes aparelhos no espaço aéreo brasileiro. Fórum Arcabouço Regulatório. Nesse primeiro fórum, iremos discutir as regras de circulação e aplicação de drones no Brasil, além de conhecer as perspectivas das agências reguladoras para o setor. Convidamos os palestrantes a tomarem seus lugares à medida que forem apresentados.
as they are being
Capitão
introduced.
CTA R1
Captain
Sérgio
CTR
Rodrigues Vieira,
R1 Sérgio
chefe da
Rodrigues
seção
Vieira,
de normas do
head
sistema de
of
aeronaves não
rules
tripuladas
of
do
unmanned
Departamento de Controle do
aircraft
Espaço
from the
Aéreo.
Air Control
Pedro
Space
Henrique
Department.
Leite
Pedro Henrique
Paludo,
Pedro
gerente
Paludo,
técnico de
technical
programa de
manager
certificação
of
da Agência
certification
Nacional de
from the
Aviação
National
Civil.
Agency of Civil Aviation,
Wellen
and
Lisoski Duarte
Wellen
Colato,
Lisoski Duarte
chefe da
Colato,
Divisão de Aviação
head of
Agrícola do Ministério da
agricultural
Agricultura,
aviation from the
Pecuária e
Ministry of
Abastecimento.
Agriculture,
Será
Livestock
moderador
and
neste
Supply.
fórum Tenente
The
Coronel
moderator
Aviador
will be
Andrei Oliveira da
Lieutenant
Silva
Colonel
Santos,
André
chefe
Silva
da
Santos,
seção de
head of
planejamento de
planning
sistemas de aeronaves não tripuladas do
unmanned
Departamento de
aircraft
Controle do
from the
Espaço Aéreo.
Air Control Department.
Perguntas e comentários poderão
Questions
ser
and
dirigidos
comments
aos
can
palestrantes
be
durante todo o
sent
simpósio
to
por
the
meio da
speakers
plataforma
through the
slido.com. As perguntas mais
slido.com.
votadas
The
serão
most voted
apresentadas aos
questions will be
palestrantes no
presented to
momento
the
do
speakers
debate,
during
ao
the
fim das
debates at the end
apresentações.
of their presentations.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning. We are going to start the legal framework. I want to invite Sérgio Vieira, Captain Sérgio Vieira from the Airspace Control.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning.
Gostaria de dar bom dia ao pessoal
Good morning to those present here and also those watching online.
também.
Also, I'd like to greet the other participants from the Legal Framework Forum, ANACA, ANAC and MAPA, and the Minister of the Defense. I am Sergio. I'm the captain of rules of unmanned aerial vehicles from DECEA. I'll be speaking. Let me just get quiet here. So I'll be speaking about UAS DECEA rules in order to know the process, the update process, and I'll be following this little overview. I'll be speaking about the historical context, the relationships internally and externally, some about the challenges we have regarding the rules and the challenges established by the working group that works on the current update. And finally, I will show you the status of the update process that is going on. Well, initially, historically, DECEA edited the first legislation. It was a circular AN 29 in 2009, especially regarding federal policing Foz do Iguaçu. Next, the circular was edited and it got the N21 in 2015 when OICA published an online DECEA had their Air Force Circular Instruction 140. 2 years later, ANAC regulated ECHO and Force, so we edited the 140 and we complemented with another circular of information N17 and 23 and N24 for recreational operations, civil defense, federal revenue office, and ICA was edited again in 2020. It's a very live legislation. So, and MCA 56.1 was edited for emergency operations, and they all became MCA 562, 3, and 4, and now we are updating. In 2023, we'll have another edition of the 140 and transform the 4 manuals into 1 manual. Speaking about the external context, the DECEA interacts with external agencies And in the rules, it could not be different. So we have to understand and meet the requirements of the users following OICI rules and impacted by ANAC rules and Anatel, the telecommunications agents broadly, and more specifically in air surveys with the Minister of the Defense and also in air agricultural operations along with MAPA, the Minister of Agriculture. Internally, we work very closely to the planning session with their projects, telling them where we want to get and how we're going to get there. And these processes are followed by the coordination control session, retrofitting the process and generating impact for the rules session. We also have analysts from regional agencies. They analyze flight requests. Present at CINDACTA 1, responsible for the mid part of the country. CINDACTA 2, that gets the southern part of the country. It's based in Curitiba. 3, in the city of Recife, they're responsible for Northeast and North. CINDACTA 4, and headquarters in Manaus, and we have Rio, São Paulo, with CRCS Southeast and headquarters in São Paulo, and CGNA, the Management Center for Air Navigation, with SARPAS for registering aircrafts and users. Besides, we have a judgment board that follows all administrative process regarding irregularities with drones. All these agencies subordinated to DECEA and internal sessions. They appoint members that are part of a working group activated by the Department of Operations of DECEA, and they build a partial minute for public consultation so that all users can be part of the process. Moving on to the challenges now. We have a growth, an exponential growth in demand in many areas, either for military operations with the armed forces, ICA 140, the standard operations, surrounding structures, also air survey, area survey, and also, I can say in standard operations, we have many activities like agribusiness, real estate, geoprocessing, delivery, and all this demand. We have to have a rule that is flexible enough to meet the requirements of all the demands. And we understand that what allows being more flexible comes with qualification, and DECEA develops events like this and others. We also have oversight, and that's a problem when compared to manned aircraft, is because we have a specific sites for landing and takeoff, and the agencies can work there directly. So the session of coordinated control is coming closer to public security, trying to improve this oversight in a way that it's educational. And academia, industry, also focusing R&D of equipment, and we understand that's how we establish UTM, Airspace, and the regular BVLOS and simultaneous operations, and we believe it will bring, it will scale up the system, not giving up security and safety, because our job at DECEA is to ensure safety access to the airspace. Not always we can write what we want, because DECEA does not let go of safety. The team challenge, the working group challenges with SDOP, they established just some challenges. One is to simplify the rules. ICA 140, we are, for the next one, we are taking away some rules and contents that belong to other agencies, and due to paternalism, we end up repeating. We are also compiling the manuals 56, 1, 3, and 4 in one single manual called Special Air Operations that will be simplified for users. As for 562, we are finishing rural-urban concept, define simpler rules, separating conditioned airspace and outside of conditioned airspace operations. SARPAS, Coordination and Control, developed some tutorials that allowed us to take part of the guidelines to registry aircrafts and pilots. As for adjustments, we see the need to adjust some concepts. One of them are forbidden zones, but actually they were restricted zones under some conditions. And so with the new legislation, we have the restricted zones for flighting. As for the principle of shadow, is being replaced around structures. The principle of shadow is a well-known concept in airdromes for fixed obstacles, and it ended up causing some misleading interpretation in terms of its use. So instead we are using around structures that is in accordance with 119. As for procedures, we have safety areas, but we did not give competence in request to create restricted zones. So we established the person in charge of the area can request it, and once they request it, this flight will only be authorized when requested by the person in charge, or automatically if that's the case. As for the coordination term, today we have an agreement term, and it caused some discomfort, especially for airdrome operators, because they think that the consent term is a consent for flighting. So we understand it's not a definite solution, but with this coordination term, it was going to work. In TADEC SARPAS, we are establishing an operational condition within the Air Navigation Management Center, where we'll have all the notices are closest to the airdromes and certain conditions for CGMA, and they will start this coordination process in cases of loss and necessity to aiming to optimize operations and the demand that was previously shown. The planning session conduct a study looking for information at ICA using procedures of arrival and departure of manned aircrafts, and we did ZAD and surrounding air ZAD, ZAD. We are reducing angulation, so the size of it. We're establishing steps of 100, 200, 300, 400 feet. And so in that sense, an aircraft at 100 feet, it is only automatically analyzed at 5 kilometers at a ZAD. With that will be 3,560 meters. We understand it's still far, and we can reduce that more, but we need qualification and all those previous issues. So deadline's 12 days for analysis. We are working to reduce that to 1/3, 12 days. I know it's not enough for all activities, but that's what we can do. Atypical operations have been created. Some flights don't meet the rules, do not fit the rules, like drum race, multi-drone. So now we have the possibility of having this kind of atypical for 12-day analysis and bringing together, annexing all the documents in it, and aircrafts up to 250 grams. We have some conditions on distances and heights exempting information at StarPass, but following the rules in force. And speaking about the current status, the DECEA received all the demands. The working group with members from all those internal sectors produced a partial minute. It was brought to public consultation. We are ending the analysis of all suggestions, criticisms, and proposals received. Next week, the final minutes will be ready, and then it will depend only the IT to adjust the system to the changes and then establish the date of publication, and the date is going to get in force, we believe, the first quarter of 2023. As a live legislation, when we publish and gets into force, a new cycle starts, and you can be part of this process actively by sending suggestions, criticisms, and proposals to SICDECEA at ajudadecea.mil.br, selecting systems for unmanned aircraft. So once you do that, the CCO refers it to the rules team, and I assure you, you all get a feedback from the DECEA regarding your proposals. So I briefly showed you in 15 minutes, speaking about the context and internal, external challenges, the challenges we have, and what was established by the working group, and also showing you the status, the current status. And I'm sure that now you know the update process for the rules. Here are our contact information. I want to ratify that by making a suggestion, a criticism, a proposal, use the customer service of the sale, because it can be traced and you get your feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, that was my presentation. During the debate, I can answer some questions about it. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Sérgio.
Thank you, Sérgio.
Convido agora o
And
senhor
now I invite Pedro Henrique Bludo from the Civil Aviation National Agency
realizar sua apresentação.
for his presentation. Anaki.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Primeiramente, gostaria de
First of
agradecer
all, I'd like to thank DECEA for the invitation, for the organization, congratulate for this important event for integration between the regulators, the industry, and operators. A very important moment for us to discuss the unmanned aircraft rules. And also, I greet the colleagues here in this forum, the speakers. At times, I will have to turn to present some points for you, but the idea for us to talk about the regulation framework of the agency, like was listed here, this area of regulations is split in two sectors. We have other regulations also, but ANACI is responsible for regulation of aircraft operations, airports, and also outside is airspace control and accident investigations. It's outside our purveyor. Talking about drones, reclamations, authorizations, and certificates. We have, in 2017, we issued the Brazilian regulations for civil aviation special 95, known as HIBACI Special 94. The premises for the issuing of this regulation is focusing on drones to make feasible operations as long as the safety towards persons are preserved, minimize the administrative burden, and to allow the evolution of the sector as it develops. That's why it's a special regulation. Special regulation in our agency is a regulation which is not definitive. It was released as a way of establishing the way of operations, since if you don't have the rules, it generates insecurity for the operators. So we have, it's an initial rule. With time, may be necessary for some adjustments, some evolutions. That's why it's a special character of this regulation. So we issued this in 2017, and since then we've had an evolution, and there's new premises for the future that we're going to list here to show what's being done in terms of future for this regulation. Here we go.
Essa imagem
This image tries to show the principle of regulations within the agency. Basically, what we have, the greater the risk exposure, the greater the graduation and the demand of the regulations. It's a basic premise. So for a transportation aircraft, more people being transported, commercial ends, people are hyper-sufficient in terms of determining what the risk of going into an aircraft, what's the risk of the operation. So the more regulations, the more the person can evaluate their own risk, and the activity that it's being submitted to, the regulation is less. So it's a basic premise of regulation for establishing regulations within the agency. So we evaluate risk towards safety and symmetry of information. That's just the issue of the person be able to evaluate the risk in that activity that he or she is being involved in. So this is a summary of what we have for HIBAC 94, HIBAC that deals about drones. To talk about them, we have to categorize the drones that we have in these regulations. We have basically 3 classes and also the air models class. I'm going to class 1, those aircrafts, the bigger aircrafts, over 150 kilograms, so more energy, more greater regulation. Class 2, above 25 kilograms, up to 150 kilograms. Class 3, up to 25 kilograms, and air models, that the aircrafts for recreation. What do we have for demands for each one of these classes in terms of registry of the aircrafts, class 1 and class 2, and aircraft class 2 belows? We demand the registry for the Brazilian Aeronautical Registry. It's a formal process to be able to have the formal registry of the aircraft. Belows and air models, class 3 just have to register in CINDACTA. We have a new CINDACTA in place since May. So it's already working with some improvements already taking place. In terms of projects for this aircraft, we have authorization approval for class 1 and class 2, and also for class 3 when the operations is below or over 400 feet for the model without any kind of authorization. For the age operation, except all of them have except medical certificate is a requirement for class 1 and 2. So qualifications and licenses class 1 and class 2 also, and for class 3 just for operations over 400 feet, class 3 air models. There's a restriction, and the restriction to operate, it's away from third parties not aware of the operation, of the risk that the operation can bring about. This is what we have today. We've already had some evolutions. This is one evolution approved in June of this year, an amendment to HIBAC 94, bringing for class 2 and for class 3 belows no longer the need of a registry, so simplify the process. Just a register in CINDACTA is enough to operate this class 1 and class 2 aircraft. Here, concerning the operation itself, once again, preservation of safety of third parties. We have some limitations for operations. Horizontal distance of non-agreement third parties of 30 meters. Once again, is what we have today. There's exceptions for these cases. What are these cases? When the weight is less than 250 grams, there's a barrier, physical mechanical barrier, enough to protect us who are not involved. I don't know if you've seen those drones from delivery drones where you have this fenced area to protect the access to the aircraft, so the distance doesn't have to be met. And also we have operations by the public forces, by oversight, monitoring. We understand that the public interest is greater for having the operation closer to people, so the risk is less in terms of the public interest for this operation. The overall scenario, like we said, 2017, we released the first HIBAC 94, and from then on, much has evolved. Today, we have in CINDACTA, for you have to have an idea, over 100,000 aircraft are registered. Of these, over almost half of them, 50 of them for commercial use. And also, we have over 150 that are registered for advanced operations, understood to be the BVLOS operations. We talked about the kinds of needs for approval projects for this aircraft. Each one of these classes has some demands in terms of certificate or flight approval, what we call certificates for airworthiness. For class 3, there is no need for airworthiness need, just a CISANT registry. For class 2 aircraft, for those who have project authorization, there's a need for a special airworthiness certificate. In the case of a class 1 aircraft, which was above 150 kilograms, undergoes a regular process for certification of type, and after this, it receives this airworthiness certificate. And also, we have the certificate, the CAB, which is the experimental flight certificate authorization, which is a certificate used for the development phase of the aircraft, testing, and that it meets the requirements and needs backup and other objectives concerning to the development of the aircraft. Here, there's the flow chart for you to be aware during this evaluation of the weight of the aircraft, what class it belongs to see in terms of the project, the CISANT registry is enough, or if it's necessary to have the project authorization or for the process of a type certification. But the green is the simplest one. The authorization of project is the yellow one, is an intermediate process, is a mid process, and also the type certification, which is the most extensive verification for RPA drone. Talking specifically about the project authorizations, what you understand, there's a great interest by the industry. We have here the project requirements for these aircraft that are foreseen in the REBAC 94. These three that are listed here, 405 overall rules.
Drones, do they fit this ordinance or not? It's a field, the use of pollen, but it's not the focus of our rule. But we got to input application drones like seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides. I also would like to highlight here the use of biological inputs. Brazil has also increased a lot the registry of biological products that by the current legislation are considered pesticides, even though their toxic potential is much lower, but they are very positive. They are welcome for sustainable agriculture. So we are developing the industry for that. There will be an increase in this area and have a diversity of drones for the use of biological inputs. That's an example in the middle of one of these drones. We have for sugarcane very strongly in São Paulo State. The use of Vespinha to control Tamarixia, a series of products that are coming, and they are completely innovative. Speaking specifically about Ordinance 298 from 2021, this was added in September, got into force in November, so it's kind of 1 year of this rule. It took over 3 years. 3 years is a lot of time, but for us as regulators, it's not so much. When we started getting demands from the sector regarding operations in the field, what to do, how the Minister of Agriculture should behave, IN2 wasn't applicable to this drone, so we had to work on this rule. 3 years, we got a lot of contributions from the public consultation. I think it was a very interesting work, and we are aware that because of the fast progress of this technology, we'll have to review this rule. This rule is applicable to all classes of drones. We don't have class 1, 2, and 3 are operating in Brazil, but it applies to all classes. And not the scope, but it's not the focus of the rule. We are not speaking about something for imaging drones. We are not speaking of drones only for demonstrations in fairs and research. That's not our focus. And not even for universities or schools that work basically in research and study. We are not going to work the rule here. You can have access to it online, but very briefly, it's made up of 6 chapters and 1 annex. Chapter 1 brings preliminary dispositions. There are the concepts for a good understanding of it. Chapter 2 is the registry of drones and educational entities, the register of drones and the Ministry of Agriculture with an automatic granting you. So go into the system, you bring the documents, and the registry is issued. Very simple. And educational entities that provide courses for that, for the use. Chapter 3 is important for those working with drones in the field. They have to be aware that it's the operational safety and data recording. Chapter 4 is the project of the course. So what are the requirements for remote air agriculture? 5 brings the obligations of operations and entities. 6 final disposition. Next one is the minimum curriculum for the course. So all drone operators must have a registry, either individuals or legal entities, service providers, farmers, whoever or whatever company has a drone, they have to have a registry, and also educational entities as well. There are some pre-requirements here. One is that it has to be certified by ANAC, and I know a lot of these operators haven't been certified by ANAC, so many of them cannot register in the ministry because of that, because they don't have a register of their aircraft with ANAC. Out of the course, the car course that is for the use of drones, the course must be a long distance or remotely, and you have to follow a minimum curriculum. Operational safety. We have the sensitive zones from waters, from people, 20 meters. However, case by case, depending on the product being used, this distance can be above 20 meters due to safety issues. Operators working with drones, they have to register or to record some information that must be traceable, and monthly they have to send a sum up of their use at CPA Agro. That is the registry system. Regarding the individual farmers, it's individualized. They don't need a technical responsible product. Imagine you buy a drone to use in their area and you have to have a professional there. No, you don't need to. If it's pesticide, of course, you have to have the prescription, and it can be a shared drone. Each operator with one drone, each one is responsible for their application, and they share the same aircraft in their own area or in the leased area. Basically, you have to have the record at CPAGRO, you have to follow the rules from the ordinance and other rules, you have to follow up the monthly activities in the system, and keep the data traceable and auditable, and also use pesticides allowed for aerial application. Now my time is up. That's the image for you to see about the application techniques we have nowadays. In the back, the tractor or planes. Today we understand the drones complement the planes, and maybe in the future we will replace the personal use, minimizing the risks on the applicator. So we have to encourage that to happen. The drones can be used in different places, in specific crops, in highly added value, in risky areas where airplanes don't go. The drones can go. And what is coming, I don't know. That's up to you to think. That's an image of a swarm of drones. It's coming, I think. And we have challenges along with other entities, regulation of operators, is the oversight, where to find these people, is the sensitization of these people, and the relationship with other technologies available. I want to thank this website of the Ministry of Agriculture. If you put in Google Agriculture Aviation Mapa, you'll find our website. And here are my contact information. I'm available for the debate. Thank you all.
Muito obrigado, Capitão Sérgio.
Thank you, Captain Sergio, Pedro. Great presentations, great.
Realizaremos agora um intervalo de 20
We now,
minutos. Na volta,
20-minute
faremos
break.
o debate sobre as apresentações que
When
acabamos de
we
assistir.
come back, we'll have a
Acessem
debate.
slido.com
When we just
e preparem
watch,
suas perguntas, ou votem
your
nas perguntas
questions
que
can be
considerarem
asked,
mais
online.
interessantes. Daremos início
This
ao
time,
debate do Fórum
we'll start
Arcabouço
with the
Regulatório.
debate of the regulatory
Apresentaremos aos
framework.
palestrantes as perguntas mais votadas.
We'll present to the speakers
Bom dia a
the
todos.
most common questions.
Entre as
Good
perguntas que
morning,
recebemos por
everyone.
meio da
Amongst the
plataforma
questions that
cido.com,
we receive,
selecionamos algumas perguntas
we
aqui para
chose
você agora
a
direcionar
few
para os nossos
questions
palestrantes.
for our
Eu começaria
speakers.
pelo
I would start
Pedro Paludo, da ANAC.
Pedro Paludo
Pedro,
from ANAC.
para a
Pedro,
homologação de uma aeronave
to
para o voo
approve
BV2,
an
temos uma
aircraft for
série de
the
exigências.
BVLO's
Como
flight, we have a
relatório de
number of
análise de
demands,
segurança
like the
aérea.
safety
Porém,
analysis
os
report.
modelos disponíveis são
However,
oriundos da aviação tripulada.
the available models
A
come
previsão
from
de
the
adaptação
manned
dessas normas para o contexto de UAS
flights. Can you adapt these norms for the
Com relação
unmanned
a esse tipo de
aircraft?
avaliação,
Concerning this type of
hoje
evaluation,
nós temos
today
melhor
what we have
estabelecido,
that's
né, e
been
colocado
best
são naquelas
established
instruções
are in
suplementares.
those supplementary
Então, por hora,
instructions.
são
So
instruções suplementares
for the time being, it's 94001 and 94002. There you're going to find some kind of guidance. And also, today we don't have a forecast, a prediction. If there's any doubts concerning the manufacturer or some operational aspects that you want to know about, you can present. There's interesting that there's initial proposal. We can use this as a benchmark from manned aircraft, and we can do the necessary adaptations for unmanned aircraft, and we can build something on top of that. But today specifically, the guidance we have are those that are listed in the two that I mentioned in my presentation. Thank you, Pedro.
A segunda pergunta eu
Second
direcionaria
question,
pro Capitão Sérgio do
Captain Sergio from the
Como são
DCA.
coordenados e
How
integrados
do you
diversos
coordinate and
órgãos
integrate the
para produzir
different
e
government
manter
agencies
as
to produce and maintain
que
the norms
regulam a
that
produção,
regulate the
certificação
production,
e a
certification,
operação de drones?
and operation of drones?
A gente vem se aproximando das
We
agências, a
are
gente entende
working
que
closely
essa,
with the agencies. We
relação
know
pode
that
ser
this
melhorada.
relationship can be
Mas um
improved,
exemplo
but
disso,
an
a
example of
gente já
this is
avançou
we've
no
already
recebimento
moved
da
forward
ANAC,
in receiving
que
the
facilitou
ANAC,
bastante,
from the information from ANAC that made it easier for the registering the SARPA system. We have been talking to the Ministry of Defense to do something similar with the aerial surveys, Captain Benavides from the planning section is in close contact to ANAC. We had the possibility to hold meetings whenever deemed necessary, but it's understanding that in fact we need to improve upon this so that we have a more consistent norms that meets the needs of all agencies and especially the users.
Como moderador,
As a moderator,
pode ter o microfone aqui.
I hold the microphone and I can ask questions I want. I have a question
Requer a resposta
that
da
requires ANAC to answer and the Ministry of Agriculture to answer the flexibilization of the use
classe 2
of Class 2 UAs in the agribusiness. Agribusiness is very important for the Brazilian economy. This
informação que possa ser ignorada.
this is nothing new. No one can ignore this information.
Como a Wellen bem disse aqui,
Like Wellen mentioned here, there's
uma predisposição
a
do governo
predisposition by the Brazilian government to increase the use of technologies on the field,
que já acontece em larga
which already happens in a large scale for some time now by the large producers, but Brazilian agriculture is not just made up of large producers.
Eu sei
And I know that the Ministry of Agriculture wishes for this technology, not just UAs, but also other technologies, reach the small and mid-sized producers that are also very important
para o agronegócio
for the Brazilian agribusiness. So I'd like for you to please share the answers and clarify some of the initiatives for us to flexibilize the use of Class 2 in the agribusiness. I want to talk first because the difficult part I leave for my colleague. In fact, is like it's been said here, we encourage the use of technology, and for these drones to become feasible economically wise, they have to be productive, they have to be efficient. and its use. And we see that there's a trend for greater weight drones with a greater tank capacity. They be more productive, they be better for this kind of use. So yes, if there's a trend to amplify the size of these drones for they to become attractive and feasible for agriculture. So for us, it'll be very important, very much welcome when these Class 2 drones have flexibilization in terms of certification. So this universe of operators that already have these equipment, they can in fact become legal, because today they're practically hidden. And when we see the situation of non-compliance, we have to act as a regulating agencies in terms of monitoring. We cannot just look the other way. But this is our hope, that more and more robust drones can come into the market.
Essa é uma pergunta realmente
This is
muito pertinente.
a very
A gente
important
sabe
question.
que o Brasil
We know
aí,
that
ele
Brazil
celeiro de produção agrícola.
is
Sabe que o país
grain
é
basket.
desenvolvido, a gente consegue
It's a very developed country in terms of agriculture because we use technology in our technology, and drones came into play with an important share in this contribution. We already have some companies, some manufacturers that have already authorization, project authorizations in this sense, and like I said in my presentation, we are aware of this. We already did this consultation in 2019, 2020 concerning which direction should we go to with the right back 94. One of them was to do the adjustments concerning the operational environment and to promote some flexibility concerning the project certification demands or type certifications or project authorizations in terms of this aircraft. So this has already been identified and we're working on this. Given the uniqueness, the importance for the agro livestock market drones, we decided to have a spin-off of this project. So we have resolutions to bring about more flexibility for aircrafts that are going to operate in the agricultural market within the Class 2 in the VLO's flight. This has already been done by our agency. We've already had this public hearings through the evaluations of the technical department of agencies, and now they're to be approved by the board. We have great expectations concerning this. During our coffee break, the question that people were asking me was this one: when is the rule going to be released? We can't say exactly when it's going to be made available. It's being evaluated by our directors, although there's already a proposal there. The directors, they receive the process from the technical department. Depending on what's seen in this process, it can refer to the deliberations by the board. Is there what the norms are approved? But depending, it can raise some issues or raise some improvements for more flexibility, and this is what we're doing now. So I know there's these expectations, but for now, the directors, the board, they are evaluating what's being proposed to eventually add some improvements and some more flexibility concerning what has been proposed at the beginning, initially. So this is where we're at today. Unfortunately, I'm not able to say when it's going to happen, but where they have this idea that something could come out, but this shouldn't take too long. I expect this, people are expecting for this to happen still this year. We have a meeting next week, but I can't really say exactly if it's going to happen, if it's going to be approved or not. But what we can say is it shouldn't take too long, and we're always trying to improve and on the sector development, looking at this new operational environment, taking into account agriculture as a development factor for our country. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you. Captain Sergio, we have a question concerning the DECEA norms. By the ICA 40, the Class 2 RPA's flights requests are always submitted to analysis. There's plans to automated approval of Class 2 drones for agricultural spraying.
Então, essa
So,
questão, ela meio que
This kind of complements the previous question. We have some drafts of a solution
para que esse
for these class 2 flights in agriculture, in agribusiness,
analisado
be analyzed automatically.
como esse rascunho está com base
This draft is based on information that we have from ANAC.
contudo, como
However, like Paloto mentioned, we don't know yet
nesta próxima
if it's going to be part of this next meeting and what's going to come out of it. But we understand the importance of the agribusiness
uma
and
vez avançando e autorizando
moving forward and authorize
a flexibilização
this flexibilization of class 2 in agriculture by ANAC being authorized. We can also going to try to identify a solution for these flights
sejam
to be
autorizados possivelmente
authorized, perhaps, possibly in an automated manner, preserving the safety, which is our priority.
Wellen, a gente tem aqui uma
Well,
pergunta
we
que
have a
veio
question from
de dos nossos, uma das pessoas que está assistindo de casa.
from someone who's watching at
Existe
home.
alguma
If
exigência
there's a kind of demands, any
formação
demands
na área de agronomia
of education in agronomy or others for drone pilots to operate in an unmanned agricultural flight? This is a good question. For manned flights, the pilots have to have a differential. They have to have an agricultural education training, but doesn't have to be an agronomist. And these manned operations are followed by field technicians that work with agriculture. But in drones, we brought something different. The pilot, which is the person who's going to handle the joystick, the equipment itself, is not demanded this specific training or education. This is ANAC. ANAC is going to decide this for this pilot to be able to. But there's the person of the remote agro applier. Can be a pilot or can be someone who's following the operation. Has to be a professional older than 18 who has a specific course, which is the remote aero-agricultural application, but doesn't have to have a college degree or a technical degree in agriculture. It's one of the ways we found for this norm to also help and allow the small farmer at home in property wants to use a drone, has someone there who's going to follow, that's going to understand the operational risk concerning to sensitive areas or going adrift, but not necessarily a higher education degree professional. So additional cost. So for drones, no, there's no need of this technical training or technical education.
Uma próxima pergunta aqui direcionada.
Next question for Anaki. Pedro,
uma das pessoas da nossa plateia
someone
gostaria de
in
saber
our audience would like to know
se existe algum
if
estudo da
there's
ANAC
some study by
que
Anaki
permita ou que
that
faça
allows
ampliação da
for
possibilidade de transporte de baterias mais potentes,
the more
aquelas que
powerful
são
batteries
utilizadas, por exemplo,
than
em
those
drones
that are used in
de classe 2,
class 2 drones,
são bem frequentes na
very
aviação
frequently
agrícola,
in agricultural
por meio
aviation
aéreo no nosso país,
through
porque
aerial
as normas hoje,
modes, because
elas
today's norms
limitam
and country
a capacidade
limits
das baterias que
the
embarcam
batteries
em aeronaves de
capacities
carreira.
that are shipped in the normal aircraft.
Essa aqui é uma
This is-
regulação, né, não
This is a
propriamente
regulation
relacionada a drones.
not
né,
related
está
to
falando aí do
drones. We're talking
transporte
about
de
the
baterias,
transportation of batteries,
é uma regra
which
relacionada
is
ao
a
transporte de artigos
rule
perigosos.
related
Relacionado ao
to
transporte
the
de artigos
banning
perigosos,
of
existe uma
dangerous
outra
items.
regulação,
There's
né,
a
da
different
própria agência
regulations
também,
from
que é
our
o
agency,
RBAC
which is
175,
HBAC
e ele adota
175
por
and
referência
adopts as a reference
o
the
DOC 9284
DOC
da ICAO.
9284 from
É um
ICAO.
documento
It's a
associado ao
document
anexo
associated
18,
to Annex
que trata
18
justamente do
that
transporte
deals
de
with
artigos perigosos,
transportations of
pelo
dangerous
modal
items
aéreo.
through air
Então,
travel,
essa
air mode.
norma, né, da
This
ICAO,
norm
ela
from
traz
ICAO
quais são as limitações
states
em
what are the
termos de
limitations in
quantidade,
terms
qual
of
tipo
quantity,
de produto
what kind of
de artigo perigoso pode ser
what kind of
transportado, não pode ser
dangerous
transportado
item
pelo
can or
modal
cannot be
aéreo, dadas as
transported
peculiaridades de
through
cada produto e
air
a
transportation
perigosidade
due
que
to
ele
the
pode apresentar.
conditions
Então,
and situation
esse é um assunto
of
tratado
each product. So
por essa
this is
documentação
dealt
da ICAO,
by
e a
with
gente
this
segue
ICAO
integralmente
documentation procedures, and we follow this, we fully follow this. In this situation, we'll have to do a study of what's foreseen for this kind of transportation. Usually, the transportation focuses on large volumes, batches of batteries, so there's a greater demand. For a smaller quantity, perhaps there's some flexibility. There's the possibility of limited quantities of dangerous items. Perhaps there can be some flexibility, but we have to do a specific analysis of this document, and if necessary for some kind of exception or adjustments, we can talk with the operational areas that deals with matter. There's an email which is artigo.perigoso@anac.br.
Bom, e dado o nosso tempo,
Given our time,
tem aqui uma
considering the
última
time,
pergunta.
I have one last
Um
question.
assunto até, você sabe, eu gosto bastante.
It's something I like
É
a
em
lot.
relação à
Is
proteção de sítios aeroportuários contra
protection of
drones
aerial portuary
A
sites
pergunta é
against
se existe alguma norma regulatória
illegal drones. Is there some kind of regulatory norms to block the access in this airport sites, avoiding an illegal act against the aviation? We don't have a regulatory norm for this today
subdepartamento de
in
operações,
the operations
mas o
sub-department, but the
seção de
DECEA,
planejamento,
the
vem
planning
trabalhando,
sector has been
com
working
diversas empresas
with
que
different
vêm
companies
nos
that
demonstrando
have been showing
alguns equipamentos
some
com o intuito
equipment
de bloquear
with the objective
esses
of
drones.
blocking these
A
drones.
gente ainda não
We have been able yet to find
uma empresa
a
que
company
atenda,
that meets
essa questão de forma
this, that can work with this
DECEA
issue
gostaria.
in a way that we would like
A gente
for it
entende que é
to.
importante
We understand that it's important,
e com
and
relação a normas
in
do,
terms of
relacionadas a isso,
norms
a gente
related to
dentro da
this,
140,
within
a gente
this
tem, a
say
proteção
40,
do aeródromo.
we have
Mas
the protection
no
of the
caso
air
de
drone,
uma
but in case of
irregularidade,
something
ela
irregular,
não está garantida.
it's not
A
guaranteed.
gente incluiu nesse
We
sentido,
included
dentro da
in this sense
140,
in the
considerando
40
assim alinhado com a
aligned
DECEA,
with
sendo ato
being
de interferência ilícita.
an
caso
illegal interference
a
act.
aeronave ela
If
cometa uma
aircraft
irregularidade que
commits
coloque em
an
risco
irregularity
a
that
aviação
places in risk
civil.
civil
Então, é isso que a
aviation.
gente
So
tem, eu não
that's what
sei
we have.
se eu respondi
I don't know if I
a
answered.
dúvida adequadamente, se era esse o sentido.
Eu pedi
If I answered
licença
properly,
de
I would
tentar colaborar
try
com
to
essa
collaborate
resposta,
with this
né? Você
answer.
com relação à norma, e
You
sim,
answer
a
in
DECA
terms of the norm.
ela estabelece
ICA
limite para a
140
operação
establishes
de
the
aeronaves não
limits
tripuladas
for the
de
UA's operations in the
Com
proximity
relação
of
à
airports.
tecnologia,
Concerning technology,
nós do subdepartamento de operações
from the
temos
operations sub-department,
estudo
we
bastante
have
avançado com relação
an
à
advanced study
aplicação
concerning the
de
use
tecnologias contra
of
drone
technologies against
para a
drones
proteção da
to
navegação aérea, para a
protect
proteção de aeroportos.
airports.
Seria basicamente destinado a proteger
It'll be
aeronaves na
used
fase
for
de pouso e
protecting
de decolagem.
aircraft during
No
landing
entanto,
and
embora essa
takeoff.
tecnologia
However,
já
it is a
exista no
technology,
mercado,
it's already out there in the
a tecnologia
market.
para detecção
The
e
technology
bloqueio de
for
drones.
detecting and
A
blocking drones,
detecção
the
é
detection
muito oportuna,
is very
muito
opportune,
bem-vinda,
is welcome,
possível fazer,
is possible
mas
to
o
do,
bloqueio
but
é
the
problema
blocking
porque
is a
ele
problem
causa uma
because
série de efeitos
it causes a
colaterais
number of
que
side
incidem
effects, collateral
também
effects that also
sobre as aeronaves
affect
colaborativas, tripuladas ou não.
the unmanned
Então,
or
ao
manned
tentar
aircraft.
bloquear
So
um drone,
in
nós
trying to block a
poderíamos
drone,
promover,
we could promote
situações de insegurança para a
situations
aviação
of
autorizada a operar
lack of safety for those aircrafts that are authorized to operate in that airport. So the study is moving forward in the sense of minimizing these collateral risks. There's advanced equipment in the market for detection and containing drones, and the CI we're working towards identifying solutions that can best adapt to our reality, because differently from many other agencies that want to contain drones in critical facilities, the objective is that no drone can come closer, no other aircraft can come close to those facilities. It's not the case of airports, because we want aircraft close to airports. We want the undesired, non-collaborative or illegal aircraft don't approximate, don't come closer to airports, placing putting
queria
aviation under risk.
agradecer
In this way,
pela
I'd like to thank all of you for being available, for the great presentations.
Colato, do
Wellington
MAPA,
Colato,
o
Mapa,
senhor Pedro Henrique Paludo,
Pedro
da
Henrique
ANAC,
Paludo, ANAC,
e do meu amigo Capitão
my
Sérgio,
friend
do
Captain
DECEA.
Sergio from the DECEA.
Nós encerramos aqui
We now
o debate sobre o
Close,
Fórum
finish up
Arcabouço
this debate
Regulatório
on the
e em
regulatory
seguida
framework,
teremos
and now
próximo
we'll have
evento.
the next forum.
Avisos. Informamos que as próximas
We'd like
apresentações
to
serão
inform you that
realizadas
the
em
next
idioma
presentations
estrangeiro.
will be
Serão
presented in
disponibilizadas
English.
fones de ouvido
So
para
there
tradução
are headsets
simultânea do lado de fora do
available
auditório.
outside of the
Retornaremos em 10
auditorium.
minutos.
We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Oi, 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 oi.
Fórum 1
Oi.
e Keynote.
TUT, auxiliar da seção de sistemas de aeronave não tripuladas do 3º Centro Integrado de Defesa Aérea e Controle de Tráfego Aéreo.
Bom dia a todos. Eu sou Lênica Morales Valenzuela, sou diretora de aviação global, de assuntos regulatórios de aviação global da Zipline. Antes de começar, eu queria agradecer aos organizadores e a todos que estão aqui na conferência hoje. Agradecemos a oportunidade de compartilhar nossa experiência no setor de drones com vocês hoje. Hoje eu vou falar com vocês sobre alguns minutos sobre a experiência da Zipline, né? Além da linha de visada visual ou as operações BVLOS. Vocês podem ser novos para alguns dos termos técnicos ou com drones que nós vamos usar. Esse BVLOS, além da linha de visada visual, é o termo técnico sobre como nós podemos levar os nossos drones mais longe com segurança a partir do ponto de partida. É um conceito-chave de escalonamento para o futuro de entregas com drones e a última milha. Antes de eu me aprofundar nas nossas operações com a história da Zipline, com BVLOS, eu quero introduzir para vocês a BVLine. Eu espero que o vídeo funcione. Só uma pequena dificuldade técnica. Vamos ver se eles conseguem carregar o vídeo.
A lot of people look at what
O áudio funcionou. Vamos ver se o vídeo vai entrar.
Zipline does and assume it's total science fiction and it's a decade away. But the reality is actually it's ready today. There's an opportunity to build a totally radically new kind of logistics system for the planet. We wanted to build the first logistics system that would serve all people equally. The idea is simple, the technology required to do it is complicated.
What Zipline's experience has taught us is that the technology is ready, right? We're able to serve people today with the technologies of today.
If we want to make instant delivery scale for every person on Earth, we need to be doing that using small electric vehicles that can be operated autonomously and that are 10 times as fast as traditional logistics.
The drone is certainly the most visible part of what we do, but there's a whole set of technologies we developed that really enable us to do what we do. This ranges from software we built.
Tem mais um pouquinho. Se vocês estiverem interessados em ver o restante do vídeo, é só entrar na Zipline e vocês vão ter mais informações sobre a nossa operação. Tem no YouTube, tem um vídeo gratuito que vocês podem ver, chamado The Closest Thing to Teleportation, mais próximo do teletransporte. Está disponível para vocês. Conforme mencionei no vídeo, né, um dos objetivos é construir um sistema de entrega autônomo para servir todas as pessoas igual. Então, para isso, construímos um sistema de entrega autônoma com uma empresa de drones logísticos, e nós temos mais de 450 mil entregas logísticas, com uma média de 1.000 entregas por dia no mundo inteiro. Já voamos 52 milhões de quilômetros. Já servimos mais de 3.000 instalações de saúde, cobrindo 40 milhões de pessoas com os nossos serviços. O que significa que hoje 40 milhões de pessoas já se beneficiaram da tecnologia de drones e com a nossa tecnologia de drone no seu país ou no seu estado. Para conceitualizar esse nível de alcance global, nós temos a matemática, tá? Então, alguém em algum lugar no mundo recebe uma entrega da zipline a cada 2 minutos. Isso significa que nós voamos a circunferência da Terra a cada 12 horas, ou seja, 2 vezes por dia, nós voamos a circunferência do mundo. Naturalmente, a próxima pergunta, né, que me fazem das equipes regulatórias é como é que vocês conseguem esse tamanho de escala? Olha, em parte é com os nossos parceiros para criar uma distância, né, uma logística aérea nacional de escala. Nós somos a empresa que opera em lugares na África ou para resolver problemas muito específicos, mas há muito mais coisas envolvidas. Nos países em que operamos, na África, como em Ruanda, como em Gana, eles trabalham com a zipline para construir um sistema logístico que já existe, para construir um sistema logístico que vai além do que os Estados Unidos e a Europa já têm, com a infraestrutura, com as operações de BVLOS como chave para essa logística nesse tamanho de escala. E o que nossa equipe faz? Quando trabalhamos com os reguladores, temos que ver as suposições que fazem a BVLOS desafiadoras para esses reguladores. Por exemplo, as certificações de aeronaves que têm a ver com as operações, né, e aprovações e certificados, tem que haver um piloto passageiro na aeronave. Mas o que acontece quando nós temos um sistema, um veículo não tripulado nas regras do ar, no anexo 2, né, nós temos que, o piloto tem que identificar e evitar outras aeronaves. Então, que tecnologia podemos criar para isso? E a tomada de decisão é quem está em comando da aeronave. O que acontece com uma aeronave autônoma que voa sozinha, que se torna seu próprio piloto, e outras suposições, né, da aviação tradicional, por exemplo, como piloto a bordo, né, da aeronave, e operar a aeronave, e o quanto que um controlador não tem um papel, né, de verificação de segurança e procedimentos. Então, como é que podemos criar um nível parecido ou até maior de segurança para operações que acontecem a partir do solo? Para tratar dessas preocupações, a Zipline juntou diversos sistemas, ferramentas, tecnologias que são chave para o nosso sucesso como operadores. Desde um sistema de UTM proprietário, nós temos Airspace, sistemas de redundância nas nossas aeronaves, características de segurança de classe mundial e
Now, all of this is made possible thanks to our aircraft. Let me see if we can do that. Which is called the ZIP. Now, the ZIP is a proprietary, autonomous, fixed-wing drone that is custom designed to safely carry and deliver packages. This is a drone that has completed over 450,000 deliveries of over 4 million products. Now, a little insight into the operations and how this works. Each zip is dispatched from the Zipline Distribution Center. An example here at the bottom. that has both a fulfillment warehouse, where customers' orders are processed, and a drone port, where orders are sent out using our drones. A bit of information of our drones. From the distribution center, our ZIP is able to have a service radius or range of 160 kilometers to 200 kilometers. So that's 80 to 100 kilometers there and back from the distribution center. Next, its payload. It's able to carry between 1.75 kilograms to 3 kilograms. Now, I know that may not seem like a lot, doesn't necessarily seem heavy, but when it came during to the pandemic, that was the equivalent of approximately 500 Pfizer vaccines and 300 AstraZeneca vaccines. So there's actually quite a bit of volume that can be carried in a drone like this. And additionally, the drone does not weigh more than 25 kilograms. Typically, we fly at or below 400 feet AGL. Now, this has not to do with the capacity of the drone, but more with the regulations that are typically in place globally. And away from restricted and densely populated areas. We do hundreds of deliveries per day per hub along pre-programmed routes. So to give you a bit of concept of how many deliveries, it's approximately 300 deliveries a day that are done from one distribution center with these types of drones. It's reliable in hurricane force winds, heavy rain, extreme temperature. In the way of a lot of aviation that's happening right now as well, it's zero emissions transportation and powered by renewable energy, right? So the energy to transport goods from point A to point B, even 100 kilometers out from a distribution center, is significantly reduced given this drone technology. It is equipped with automated detect and avoid capabilities using ADS-B-in. And it's also best-in-class safety standards rooted in design, protocols, and flight experience. No. So once a ZIP is launched from a distribution center, the ZIP flies a de-risked, pre-programmed, beyond visual line of sight flight route to a customer delivery site. Now, we design our routes to maximize safety and minimize both air and ground risk while taking into account airspace keepouts, air traffic data, population density, weather and meteorological conditions, and other factors as well. So we also continually update these routes based on new ground obstacles that may pop up, such as cell phone towers. Now, in Zipline's entire operating history, we have never collided with any aircraft or damaged people or property on the ground. And in essence, our autonomous technology works because we partner with regulators to create a system that is tailored and very well defined within the country's airspace. So what you're seeing right here is a visual example of how Zipline plans safe and efficient routes, taking into account terrain, weather, and our performance envelope for our aircraft, enabling us to operate in mountainous and high elevation areas. So you can see in this example, in this model, it looks for some of the most efficient routes to get from, imagining the distribution centers in this direction, from point A to point B for delivery. So instead of going over, we plan routes to go through and plan for these efficiencies. And while the ZIP flies to its delivery site, it's always visible to the ANSP or the CAA and other airspace stakeholders on our UTM, so which provides real-time status and telemetry of each ZIP in the air. So whenever regulators need to close off portions of the airspace or they need to input a temporary flight restriction, the ZIPs will respect that from our UTM system. So just a quick walkthrough of our UTM here. As you can see here on this is an example of the UTM in Kenya. On the left-hand side, we've created a system where you could do a TFR, or a temporary flight restriction. It's closed off just for that country, and here you can even potentially draw restrictions and put in timing for temporary flight restrictions. So whether it's a restriction that lasts maybe a couple hours or a restriction that lasts a couple days, that's something that can be inputted into our UTM system. Now, thanks to these many controls and mitigations we've put in place to bring long-range drone delivery to our customers in the most remote corners of the world, Zipline has been able to set a pace on BVLOS by showing it can be done safely, efficiently, and at scale. A few facts about our BVLOS operations. So we fly BVLOS in 6 countries with more in progress. We're doing approximately somewhere between 900 to 1,100 BVLOS flights per day at some point globally. And that's more than any other drone delivery company. Again, CAAs and ANSPs can track zip status and location via the Zipline UTM. We have redundant operating and safety systems, multiple fail-safes and backups. And we have over 6 years of operating experience with no damage to people or property. And more news and more developments for BVLOS expansion to come. So one question that I get also as part of the regulatory team is, what can regulators do to incorporate BVLOS into, or BVLOS operations into their regulatory framework? So one of the keys to approving a BVLOS operation is evaluating the risk of the operation based on the performance of the technology, the people, and procedures involved. Regardless of the risk assessment methodology used, regulators should work to understand the operation's real hazards and the proven controls and mitigations the operator has put in place to ensure safety. As the old saying goes, trust but verify. Sorry, I don't know how to say that in Portuguese. And additionally, a follow-up question is, that I normally get is, what can Zipline do? So Zipline has a long-standing history of helping regulators develop rules for BVLOS operations. For example, we participate in the FAA's BVLOS Aviation Rulemaking Committee and have provided input on many other foreign governments' BVLOS regulatory development. We always welcome the opportunity to help inform countries' UAS rulemaking, especially as countries look to form enduring, performance-based UAS regulations that will remain valid even as the drone industry continues to evolve at such a rapid pace. Now, for those interested in learning more about Zipline and the drone industry, I've included a few resources for your consideration. Just a few things that are out there, easy to Google, easy to search as well. And thank you so much, everyone, for your kind attention. I'm very happy to answer any questions right now. Thank you so much. Muito obrigada.
Bom dia a todos. Agora, dando continuidade às nossas perguntas para a Lênica. So, first of all, I would like to thank you, Lênica, for taking your time to answer some questions for us and sharing your knowledge. Okay? So, so for the first questions that I have is, does Zipline have any intentions of starting their operations in Brazil?
That's a great question. When will Zipline come to Brazil? You know, personally, I hope very soon. But it's all about finding the right partners for market entry. Of course, you know, meeting a lot of members of the authority today, meeting a lot of members of air traffic controllers here in Brazil. You know, there's a lot of confidence in the organization and the ability to do these types of operations within Brazil. That being said, if anyone knows of anyone interested of bringing these types of drone operations to Brazil, we'd be more than happy to start these conversations. I know my colleague later today Lucas, who has a conversation on autonomy, is also a lot more focused on LATAM. So we're happy to have any conversation or any meeting regarding entry into Brazil.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so a question for you. Could you explain a little bit about the interaction with ANSP in Uganda and Rwanda?
Yes, definitely. So, you know, when Zipline started our operations in about approximately 2016, we started our operations in Rwanda, and the benefit of starting in a country of like Rwanda, and especially with a country that was so eager to bring drone operations into its country, is that there was a lot of collaboration, and there continues to be a lot of collaboration starting from day one. And so this is something that is true for the authority, RCAA, and this is something that's also true for their ANSP. And so an example that I can give, and let me refer back to the presentation. I'm a visual learner, and I'm sure a few of you are as well. Perfect. Oh, perfect. Now, how this has helped us in the interaction with the ANSP is, you know, some of our tools, particularly our UTM, has come out of the need of these type of operations. And what I mean by that is when we started bringing the scale to countries like Rwanda, and we're talking about very high numbers of volume, such as like 300 deliveries a day, there is a recognition that there were needed to be created new tools to sort of have that oversight over the airspace. And so what ended up happening with RCAA is that we created a system, a starting UTM with them. And from the days in 2016 until now, the system, the UTM that you see today, was not the system that started in 2016. And so that constant collaboration, that constant working, that constant understanding of what do your air traffic controllers need, right? How do we reduce the risk, or how do we reduce the burden on your air traffic controllers, right? What features on this type of software are most useful to them? And how can we make sure that their time is spent on manned aviation, right? And so as we scaled in these countries, that type of collaboration was pivotal, and then is continued to inform our decision making, and has continued to inform our software development and tool development for the countries that we enter in, and as we grow in those countries as well.
Okay, so we actually have a question about the UTM system that you're talking about. Right. And the question is basically, who is responsible for operating the system, and how is this UTM system interacting with the ATM system? So it's basically two questions, really.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, you know, UTM, I would say it's a hot topic.
É hot topic, né? Como é que nós fazemos essa supervisão, essa fiscalização? Muitos países e muitas empresas também fazem isso, é descobrir qual é a melhor solução para isso. Eu gosto de pensar globalmente e agir localmente. E mesmo aqui no Brasil, né? Por exemplo, o espaço aéreo de São Paulo é completamente diferente do que o espaço aéreo, por exemplo, no Rio, versus o espaço aéreo no Rio Grande do Sul. Então, nós temos contextos completamente diferentes. E o que fazemos quando colocamos um sistema de gestão de tráfego não tripulado? Ele se complementa com os NSPs, com as autoridades. E o que nós fazemos, tipicamente, quando a Zipline entra no mercado, como vocês já viram o tipo de escala e o tipo de operações que nós temos, normalmente é o primeiro no país a trazer esse tanto de volume para o espaço aéreo.
To make sure that the authority has basically the oversight they need to feel comfortable with Zipline's operations and to de-risk it as well. Now, when we provide that to the authority and to the ANSP, Zipline typically is responsible for, you know, creating the credentials, making sure things are up to date on the maps, providing the hardware if necessary. And one thing that I also didn't have here on the presentation is at Zipline, we believe in redundancies. So while the UTM is, an example of our UTM is there, Something that we also provide to the ANSP, the air traffic controllers for the areas that we're operating in, is a direct phone line to our controllers who are doing operation. So, you know, technology isn't 100%, and I'm sure everyone here in this room and people who've worked with any piece of technology knows that not everything is 100%. And so we created redundancies not just in our drone technology, but also in our systems and processes. So we provide the UTM system, we provide a dedicated phone line to reach Zipline directly. If necessary, we also provide Wi-Fi for the system as well, if that's something that's lacking. And so we take the responsibility of making sure that that is introduced. And then at the same time, what we do is we don't believe in just introducing the system and then walking away. We like to have constant interaction with ANSPs, and so typically we'll set meetings with ANSP leadership or those who are actually using the system to garner that feedback, to understand, hey, what's working and what isn't working.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's a market that's always evolving, it's always being updated, so there is a constant need for you to go back and update the system, update the rules, the regulations that are being put in order, I guess, really, right?
Exactly. And just to think about it now, I mean, even here in Recife, the airspace that existed, let's say, in the year 2000, it's completely different than the airspace that's here in 2022, right? Time changes, ground obstacles change, cell phone towers come up, electricities come up and down, power lines come up and down. And so being attuned and in step with the authority with those types of evolutions is really helpful to make sure that we keep that perspective local to what's actually happening.
Okay. I mean, right now, Zipline is in charge of all the operations that you're basically managing. One of the questions is, what is done to avoid problems with security or inappropriate usage? So, for example, transporting drugs or bombs. I mean, like, this is a question more for the future, really.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm sorry, is it possible to get the presentation back up? I think I pressed the wrong button.
Okay.
And so the question had to do more with safety and security?
Yeah, so transporting illegal items, really.
Yeah, you know, and that's a great question. And the reason I wanted to go back to this slide here is related to security. Now, we get the security question a lot, and I want to start by saying, you know, Zipline operates in parts of the world where our impact is high, where a lot of our operations are likely very much needed. And sometimes this is in places where it's not necessarily the safest part of town, or something, another way to say it. And so what we've done is we've created security systems within our distribution center. Let me see if I can point to one. Within our distribution center, so there's actual security at the physical site. Typically, that looks like physical security, ID checks, a number of other security measures in place. Obviously, can't tell you what all of them are, but what that means is robust securing and monitoring of what goes in and out of our distribution centers. At the same time, we also are aware, we hire locally. And so a big point of pride for Zipline is when we enter into a new market or a new country, we know that there's talent in those countries, and we know that Zipline can create lots of opportunities. And so in Rwanda, the operations and flight operations and leadership is Rwandan. In Ghana, is the operations and the leadership is Ghanaian. And so that is true for every country that we enter in, that we look for local talent and we look for local leadership. So part of the process as well is background checks. And then the zip itself, I know it's not necessarily in these slides. I think it was mentioned a little bit earlier in the video that we showed, but the zip itself, the way that it operates, it's launched, or it goes out for flight on a launcher system. So it's almost like when you see the video, it almost looks like a catapult. It's catapulted out. And then when it's recovered, it's in a capture line recovery system, very similar to like what the Navy uses. There's like a very small hook at the end of the zip the tail end here, there you go. So when it's time to recover the system, it basically just, the tail hooks on a line for the capture recovery system. It's incredibly precise and really cool to see, so I hope everyone here gets a chance to see it one day. But what that means is that it's really almost impossible, but incredibly difficult for anyone who is not aware for the system, but also who doesn't have all that ground equipment in place to really operate it. So let's say if for some reason, some way or somehow someone were able to get their hands on a zipline system, they wouldn't be able to fly it anywhere. And there's a number of more security features in there, but I'm happy to have a more thorough and detailed, not so public discussion about it.
No, well, thank you for that anyway. Okay, so due to time, this is probably going to be the last question.
No problem.
Basically, what are the maneuver capabilities considered for the zipline DAA system?
What are the
maneuver capabilities?
Maneuvering capabilities. Oh, that's a great question. So, and it's great that I'm on this slide already as well. So as of right now, I'm hoping I'm pointing at the right line there. So zipline zips are equipped with automated detect and avoid capability via ADS-B-in. So what that means is our drones have an ADS-B-in receiver within the drones, and when it signals or reads the signal for ADS-B out, and it's within a certain parameters, what the drone does is automated detect and avoid procedures. And the reason I don't want to go into too much detail about this is because my colleague Lucas is going into automation and DAA a little bit later today, so I don't want to steal his thunder. But that is to say, so, you know, DAA, we've developed a system now. We also have another system called Acoustic DAA that has actually won an award very recently. It's been named the 2022 most impactful or most innovative prize, something to that effect. And basically what that does is there are small in a very general sense, I hope our engineers aren't going to be too mad about how I'm going to explain this generally, but in a very general sense, it essentially has the wings of the zip. So if I can, on the wings here, you would have a few microphones poking out of the wings. And what that does is when you hear, when the zip or the acoustic DAA system hears the sound of the propellers of whether it be general aviation, like a Cessna, or let's say the sound of a helicopter, it knows from the sounds and knows from the data that it's been captured before that that's the sound for that type of aircraft. So after a certain point, it does DAA maneuvers. And of course, like most tech companies, you never settle with one iteration, so there's always more on the way. But yeah, that's a little bit on our DAA, and again, my colleague Lucas is going to be on stage later today to probably give you a lot more visuals, give you a lot more information on that DAA capability, but just wanted to give you a brief overview right now.
Okay, Lenica, on behalf of the Brazilian Air Force, we'd like to thank you for your time and for sharing your knowledge with us, and we hope to keep in touch with you, okay?
Muito obrigada. Thank you so much.
Dando continuidade ao nosso simpósio regional sobre sistemas de aeronaves não tripuladas, temos a honra de receber o Sr. Mark Wenenberg, oficial técnico da Seção de Sistemas de Aeronaves Remotamente Pilotadas, da Organização da Aviação Civil Internacional, e como moderador o Major CTA Jorge Alexandre de Almeida Regis, chefe da Subdivisão de Tráfego Aéreo do 2º Centro Integrado de Defesa Aérea e Controle de Tráfego Aéreo, para a palestra SUAS AG.
Technical Officer in the ICAO RPAS Secretariat, and the Secretary of the ICAO UAS Advisory Group, or the UAS AG. I would like to thank you for inviting me to speak at this year's symposium and share what we're doing on the ICAO front with regards to UAS. Today I'll be covering the work of ICAO in the area of UAS and UTM, specifically some of the efforts of the UAS Advisory Group. As it shows there, I'll show some of the background, where the group came from. Then I'll get into some of the framework itself and provide a summary of what's currently published. Look at edition 4, which will be published here any day now. Quick overview of Drone Enable 2022, which we recently completed in Montreal. Talk about our webinar series, our advanced air mobility activities, and some other UAS-related efforts that are ongoing at ICAO. So as a bit of background, the 39th, the 40th, and the 41st Assembly of ICAO, the high-level conference on COVID-19, and the most recent Air Navigation Conference have either requested or reinforced that ICAO develop a global baseline of provisions and guidance materials for the effective harmonization of regulations on UAS, specifically those UAS that remain outside of the international IFR framework currently being addressed by the RPAS panel at ICAO. These requests were based on 3 factors: the need to maintain safety for conventional aircraft, the desire for harmonization of domestic UAS regulations so that the regulations in one country are similar to the regulations in another, and the need for some assurance from the leading global aviation standards making body that the best option for UAS operations were being considered and recommended so as to enable, again, greater harmonization. The intent of the USAG is really to be an innovative way of producing UAS and UTM related material in a timely yet relevant manner. The main aim of the UTM framework is to provide a framework and core capabilities of a typical UTM system. The USAG wanted to ensure that we stayed away from the edge use cases, those rare use cases, and focus more on the likely applications of UTM. It's important to note that this is a high-level document and does not get into the deep technical details. And it's also important to note that it doesn't provide technical solutions. It's not here to say how to build a UTM system, but rather what needs to be considered when a state or an organization is going to develop or deploy UTM. The main objectives of the UTM framework include fostering, again, a common framework so that operators can go to various states and countries and operate under a very similar rule set and service provisions. Harmonization of the core principles, obviously maintain safety as the number one, while also minimizing disruptions to the existing conventional aviation system. A big intent of it was to support the technological developments in UTM and UAS. So we've made sure as we've drafted the document that we're not putting anything in that will block innovation. Obviously provide safety-focused recommendations for the development and deployment of UTM. It does address some of the security and environmental aspects. And the intent is also to enable stakeholders to grow safely and effectively. So to date, 3 editions of the UTM framework have been published, with, as I mentioned, the 4th one coming out by the end of this year. The framework itself consists of a main body, and then with that are appendices. And as we look on the screen, you'll see the topics of the various appendices as we've continued to grow that document. So edition 1 addressed things such as registration, identification and tracking, communication system, geofence-like systems, and some of the potential architectures for UTM system. Edition 2 really focused on the barriers or the boundaries, including the information exchange between ATM and UTM for those operations that might need to transition between those 2 services. Then edition 3 started getting into a little more detail with regards to some risk assessments and contingency procedures. This is of the UTM system as opposed to the UAS. Talked about some service provision structures, and got into some of the separation and deconfliction in UTM. So edition 4 of the framework was based on the results of last year's Drone Enable 2021. You can see the 3 problem statements which we focused on. So that was performance requirements of the aircraft in a UTM environment. Some of the system certification requirements for UTM. Those in the room that are ATC background know the strict certification requirements of ATM systems. This started looking at the certification for the UTM systems. As well as we had discussions with regards to UTM services in supporting airdrome environments and activities. Not necessarily from an airspace perspective, more from a operations around airdromes perspective. In addition to developing the new appendices for the 2021 RFI topics, as we just discussed, we also conducted a complete review of the main body itself for the document, as well as the previous appendices we saw on the last slide, to ensure that they remained relevant and up to date. As again, this is the 4th edition, we wanted to make sure the information in the first 3 was still current. As I mentioned, edition 4 is undergoing a final round of editing within ICAO, and we hope to have it published before the end of the year. But as a sneak peek, what were some of the conclusions or the outcomes of last year's Drone Enable and what we will see in edition 4 of the UTM framework? From the performance requirements aspects, UA performance requirements in UTM systems must support target levels of safety for the UAS operation in that environment. These are a variety of the outcomes that came out of the discussions. The current lack of standards for the performance requirements hinders the establishment of precise performance requirements needed in that environment. So we need to start working on the standards so that we can figure out what's applicable for that environment. The regulatory framework for UAS operations in the UTM environment is still evolving, challenging again the development of those standards we talked about before. Some standards addressing performance have been developed by some of the standard making organizations, but there are still more that need to be developed. And these additional standards are necessary to support safe operations within that UTM environment, for an example, such as a common altitude reference system and how we're going to address detect and avoid. With regards to the performance or the problem statement of the certification requirements, some of the key issues addressed were considerations for the type of certification and by whom, certification elements, security, availability, latencies, etc. certification strategy. For example, would remote ID, DAA, weather services be considered critical services and require certification? So it addresses how critical services might be looked at from a certification standpoint as opposed to less critical services. Looked at safety management approaches. Should we use traditional SMS or more of an in-time system-wide safety assurance model, which replaces, let's say, the more time-consuming manual steps of SMS with automated functions meant to monitor systems, assess issues, and mitigate risks. And then the final part of the certification, of course, is the issue of oversight. The entity responsible for oversight may vary or evolve based on several factors, such as how many service providers are involved, the resources of the CAA, or the criticality of the services being provided. As I mentioned, the third problem statement was the UTM in an airdrome environment or in activities. On a global scale, there's a clear interest in deployment of UAS operations at and in the vicinity of airdromes. Stakeholders may use them to bring efficiencies, reduce workload, reduce emissions, and improve safety and economic value of their operations. UTM has shown its potential in supporting UAS operations at airdromes and assisting UTM or ATM stakeholders in their roles. So that may continue in the future as these systems develop. The key aim of UTM services in airdrome would be to improve the situational awareness and safety levels, as well as some of the other benefits I mentioned earlier. But defining the interfaces, the operational processes and procedures, and developing a structured trust framework amongst all the users will be required to accelerate the deployments and limit any conflict or safety issues. And finally, increasing the amount of automation through data integration, both within a UTM system and between UTM and ATM, will be a critical issue to ensure smooth deployment and provide a safe operating environment for all aircraft types. So the key tool that we use to gather the information for the UTM framework are our drone-enabled symposia. Each year after the previous symposia, we release a request for information, or an RFI, in order to solicit inputs from industry, from academia, from states, to address key problem statements, such as the ones we heard about in the past few slides. The submissions to this RFI are then reviewed by the USAG, and those that best address the problem statements in the RFI are invited to present at Drone Enable. An example, so this year, Drone Enable, as I mentioned, 2022 was held in Montreal from 14 to 16 November. And if you're interested, recordings will be available on ICAO TV shortly. We looked at two problem statements in this round. As UTM systems are becoming more mature, we thought it was appropriate to start collecting lessons learned and best practices for the various deployments and developments around the world. We also started getting a little deeper into the system data requirements and some digitization discussions on the systems. For this RFI, we had 33 submissions provided, and we selected 16 of those. And as I mentioned, those 16 were invited to present. And that was one part of the three-day symposia, but we also addressed various other topics such as environmental issues, cross-border facilitation, things like that. Another way for ICAO to gather current, timely, and relevant information on the industry activities is by organizing and holding webinars. As a lead up to Drone Enabled 2022, these webinars addressed various topics relating to RPAS, remotely piloted aircraft systems, UAS, and UTM, including some of the things you see on the screen: automation, again, one on aerodrome activities, operational safety analysis, e-conspicuity, separation provision, etc. Again, here's the list of the ones that were held, and these are also available currently on ICAO TV, should you be interested in any of these topics specifically. So in addition to the UTM work that's being addressed by the USAG, the advisory group was also this year tasked with developing a white paper on advanced air mobility. So this white paper really identified a need for a regulatory framework to support global harmonization for the introduction of AAM. Many think AAM is simply a state or a domestic activity, which in some cases it largely will be, but it will also be an international activity, both from an operations perspective, i.e. crossing borders from one state to another, but also from the OEM's perspective, that they'll be wanting to operate in several different states, and the operators, and it's very difficult, as we see with the current UAS environment, for those operators to operate when there's different rule sets in different states. The white paper did emphasize that AAM is an ecosystem. AAM is not an aircraft. It's like saying aviation is an aircraft. AAM is everything. The communications, the infrastructure, the vertiports, the aircraft, etc., the licensing. The white paper also addressed the current state of AAM, looks at some of the issues, gaps, and challenges with implementing advanced air mobility today, and what work needs to be completed. It provides some recommendations on a way forward for ICAO, and will be used now to inform future ICAO AAM efforts and activities. So I thought I'd also cover a little bit of work that's been done in addition to the USAG. And some of this work includes that ICAO has developed some additional guidance material. This includes the development of the UAS, or the ICAO UAS model regulations, which states or regions that have not yet developed their own UAS regulations can adopt or adapt to meet their own regulatory needs. To cover some of those which are on the slide, we have the open category. Right? Those are the low risk, and that's covered by Part 101 of the model regulations. We have a set of guidance material in Part 102 for the specific category, and the certified category is that work being done by the current ICAO RPAS panel in amending the ICAO annexes to the Chicago Convention. There's also guidance material on approved aviation organizations. So should a state wish to delegate responsibilities, let's say perhaps licensing and training, Part 149 gives some guidance material on how to effectively do that. In support of the documents above, we've also created some advisory circulars, which highlight some of the means of compliance, etc. To align, Advisory Circular 101-1 lines up, as you would expect, with Part 101, 102-1 to Part 102, plus we created an advisory circular on the carriage of dangerous goods within UAS, and that's 102-37. In addition, we've produced some guidance on humanitarian aid, And these are really focused on those operations where time is of the essence. For instance, an operator, can't wait 30 days or 60 days for an approval because the nature of the humanitarian disaster or the emergency relief requires immediate action. So this is guidance material for humanitarian operations conducted by UAS and can address either ongoing or emergency response approvals. It emphasizes safety risk assessment, includes sample forms for the applicant and the CAA to allow for expedited approvals, provides some considerations again for the carriage of dangerous goods, because in these type environments, things like medicine and medical samples are often an issue to be carried, and also supports our other counterparts in the UN system as well as various non-governmental organizations and aid organizations. So should you wish to access any of the symposium material, the webinars that I mentioned earlier, or any of the material that I talked about during the presentation, those are all available publicly on our ICAO Unmanned Aviation platform or portal. Specific links are on the slide as shown there. And with that, this concludes my presentations, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mark Vonneberg, for your time. Do you hear me?
Obrigado. Você me escuta?
Mark, do you hear me?
Você me escuta, Mark?
Marky, do you hear me?
And I see you on the stage, George, but so far I can't hear anything that's being said from the podium. So. Yeah, we'll wait to see if they hook the technology up.
Vamos aguardar ver se resolvem aí essa tecnologia.
Okay, it looks like they're going to send the questions over the WhatsApp, which is fine. I could do that.
How? Do you hear me now, Mark Vonneberg? Nope.
Okay, so I see your question. The additions of the UTM framework have been an important guide for states to implement based on local specifications. The UTM system in Brazil, it was not different. The first operational conception, published in October, was based on the 3 versions already made to date, ratifying. Okay, main objectives, which is harmonization, fundamental principles on UTM. In this regard, the ICAO strategy to encourage the use of the UTM framework as a basis for UTM implementation in states. Yes, that's the main aim of the framework. It's not a regulatory document. It's guidance material, with the intent of that guidance material for various states to to utilize it to implement a similar and harmonized UTM capabilities, so that an operator from state A can turn around and operate in state B using a similar set of services under a similar certification structure to provide that proof and comfort that the operation is going to be done safely to both the operator as well as to the regulator providing the oversight of those operations.
Do you hear me now, Mark Vonenberg? Não tem jeito, cara. Deixa que eu mando essa daqui.
Okay, so that's an interesting question. In my opinion, who should be responsible for managing those operations? That's a good question, and it depends on what the operations are. If we're talking about services being provided, to an extent that depends on the criticality of the service. If it's a safety critical service, then that's something that likely needs supervision or oversight by the state. But if they're less safety critical services, then there may be other ways of providing that oversight. But states may also choose to have an authorized aviation organization, as sort of talked about in the slides, as conducting the oversight. Now, with regards to managing who's actually, let's say, providing the services, that's really going to depend on the state and their structure. It could either be the air traffic service provider, which some countries are doing. As an example, here in Canada, NAV Canada is the provider of UTM services, or in some countries, they're allowing service providers to provide the entire system with the air navigation service provider or the regulator providing oversight. So the model really depends on the country and how they're structured.
Okay, instilling this
Okay, so let's see.
How to establish the requirements of
How to establish the requirements of a UTM system so that it interacts in a UTM environment in a safe way, without, however, creating a barrier for the sector development. Again, excellent question. We addressed some of that in addition to where we talked about the ATM and UTM boundaries. But I think one thing that became very clear during Drone Enable 2022, held a couple of weeks ago, was the issue of digitization. And the fact that if UTM and ATM are going to cooperate together, then digitization is going to be a huge issue, or a facilitator to enable that activity. The days of the air traffic control officer having to get on the phone or on the radio with a UTM service provider to start exchanging data, that's just not going to allow for effective and scalable UTM type activities. So I think one of the key things for creating this and making sure there's no barriers is that digital transformation or transferring of data.
Excellent. As you told, the digitalization of information is going to be the main issue on that regard. So, in this sense, how to ensure... Ok, mas eu vou fazer a pergunta aqui, depois eu mando para ele, para que os senhores tenham noção do que está acontecendo. Obrigado. So, in fact, reliable to the point at which a decision is made by the system. Is there any initiative on the part of the ICAO regarding a trust framework process, Mr. Mark Vonenberg?
Okay, so how to ensure that the information process is in fact reliable to the point at which a decision is made by the system? Is there initiative on the part of ICAO regarding a trust framework process? Yeah, so that's again a key issue, especially as the criticality of the service increases. The more critical the service, the more trustworthy it needs to be. And again, that depends on if it's being provided by a, let's call it a known trusted entity, or perhaps a service provider. So ICAO is working on a trust framework, not only for UAS and UTM, but also for regular aviation. So hope that answered the question. Thank you for inviting me. I understand our time is out. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Hopefully next year, when we hold Drone Enable 2023 in Brazil, I'll actually get to meet many of you in person and have these discussions face to face. So thank you again for having me. I enjoyed being here.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. And sorry about that, but we have some trouble with technology solution here. Sorry about that, and thank you.
Faremos agora um intervalo para o almoço. Às 13h30, retomaremos com o Fórum Operações UAS no Brasil. Obrigado. Boa tarde. Convidamos todos os presentes a tomar seus assentos. Fórum Operações UAS no Brasil. No segundo fórum, iremos debater o momento atual das operações de aeronaves não tripuladas no Brasil.
Of operations of
Identificar os desafios
unmanned
e as
aerial vehicles in Brazil,
oportunidades do
identify
setor.
challenges and
Convidamos os
opportunities in the
palestrantes
sector.
a
So I'd like
tomarem
to
seus
invite
lugares à
the
medida que
speakers
forem
to take their
apresentados.
seats as they are
Segundo
presented.
Sargento BCT
Second
Francine
Sergeant Francine
Aldini
Aldini
Polito
Polito
de
de
Souza, auxiliar da
Souza,
Seção de Sistemas de Aeronaves Não
D
Tripuladas,
of
do terceiro Centro Integrado de Defesa Aérea
AV from the Integrated
Center.
Center of Air Traffic Control, First Lieutenant Sandro Evandro Batista, head of the intelligence sector of the Air Group of the Military Police of the state of Bahia, Major Avenal David Inácio Cosel de Oliveira Jr., head of the coordination room for military operations from the Air Base of Santa Maria, Décio Gomes Pada Jr., certification manager from Maxbots.
E como moderador,
And as moderator, First Lieutenant CTA Fábio Augusto Lima Renault, head of unmanned aerial vehicles from the Regional Center for Air Traffic Control of the Southeast Space. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to be here with you. Let's start the second forum on operations for unmanned aerial vehicles in Brazil. So for the first lecture, I'd like to invite Second Sergeant Aldini to start his presentation. Good afternoon. I'm asking your permission to start. I am Sergeant Aldini. I am an analyst of 7 system from CINDACTA 3 region. So I run the analysis from Espírito Santo to Maranhão, me and other 2 colleagues, Sergeant Rodrigo and Matute. And I'll show you our reality, what we see on a daily basis, and even to facilitate our contact and the opportunities we have to personify our analysts, because people normally end up saying, "No, but SUBS did not authorize me," so here we are, the system. First, let me play a video to show the importance of having an analyst running these analyses for drone flights near airports and helipoints. So it's hard to understand the dangers, the risks that an unmanned aircraft brings to this is a BBC video for raising awareness to pilots and so on. Mayday, mayday, emergência. Mayday. So as you can see, we never think that a drone can cause this. So this might be a reality, and here we are to mitigate this risk and try to bring awareness. So whenever we run analysis, we bring an opinion to all operators, what is in non-compliance, what they have to be aware of. Also, publications of NOTAMs, everything to bring safety to everyone. So whenever people ask me, oh, but I don't need to ask, I say, well, imagine it's your family inside that plane taking off now, and there is someone flying a drone without an authorization there. Would you like that to happen to you, to your family? So, no, we have to be aware of that. Here I put our page. So when you request a flight for a UAV, so here it's one of our screens from the new SARPAS NG. We basically have there all the aircrafts involved, so I can check when you make a request what are the registered aircrafts at SIRESANT. Then I have the height. I can check if there is any obstacle at that height, or if it's near 5 and 9 kilometers of aerodromes in the ZAD. And also the remarks. I put you some examples of an operator explaining what was his operation, how he was going to fly, that he was aware of the surroundings, that was a helicopter point there. So it's important when you request to be aware that this field of observations, of remarks, is a place where you can tell us about your operations, what are the levels of situational awareness that the pilot has about the operation, and important information for this analysis. Also, I have this window that tells me the beginning and ending. So if I have the agreement term, so when's the period, the window of operations, and the justifications. Then I put this SEPAS is very interesting because this request was was a vertical of an airdrome, an air club in Bahia. So he annexed the agreement from the air club. And what is this agreement? This agreement term is basically a grant, an authorization for the airdrome or air club or Holly Point for your operation, that your operation is authorized, and that they are aware of your operation, that there are no flights during that period, and then he mentions all that here. And next, now I'm going to analyze. Okay, I saw the information, and now I want to see where this flight is taking place, what are the registered areas, zones for takeoff and landing. So this is my screen to analyze the process. So I see here that this is inside of a ZAD, that it's an approach and takeoff zone, and in the surroundings of an airdrome, 2 kilometers. And with this information, allows me to click of an indication of the airdrome, and I see, oh yes, web. So I see if it's a daily or night operation airdrome, and if it's closed. So no TANs from parachuting. So we know here, so we can give an opinion, a more correct opinion, and we also analyze all the operations. So like this, parachuting will be in the analysis, and all the NOTANs that are published, like dangerous areas or restricted airspaces, we can see here on this screen from SARPAS and G. And here is interesting to tell you about most of our not approved, our unfavorable opinions. The champion with 668 not approved, close to an airdrome without consent. And it happens. People ask, but they forget to get the authorization from the airdrome administrator or write a letter for operational agreement, because we need that to know emergency situations that may occur, if all risks were mitigated. So most of our non-approved opinions are closest to airdromes without consent. And the next one is the deadline. We have deadlines, and these deadlines are not by chance, because I have to publish my NOTAN. So you see the type of analysis we do to check one flight from one unmanned aircraft. And imagine that on a daily basis, we have 30, 40 requests a day. And when we get it on the weekend, it goes up to 60 requests a day. And for every analysis, we have to check all the details. Sometimes even small operation detail regarding a window of operation with an airdrome that is conflicted with a NOTAN. I have to see if the NOTAN is valid or not. So the deadlines are very important. We have 2 business days or 18 days in a row. So we need that to publish a NOTAN. This NOTAN must be in the network at least for a week, so all pilots of manned aircraft just know that there will be a drone flight there. So it's very important. Next are overdue documents, but now with the new SIRESANT, this won't be a problem. You don't have to run this analysis because it's synchronized with the NAC. So here's a summary of what I see on a daily basis regarding our unfavorable opinions, mostly regarding these consents. The consent terms from airdrome administrators or helicopter points. So many of them come without a signature. If it's not signed, it's not a valid document. And I don't even know if the operator did speak with the person or not. Next, the window of operation. Sometimes the consent has a window of operation, and at SARPAS we have a different window. Sometimes they're completely different. So how can I assure that during this window that was authorized in the consent term, there will be no flight scheduled? Because I would be basing myself from some. And next is the model and number from the correct SIRESANT of the aircraft. I understand your reality. Many drones unmanned aircraft is one replaced by the other. There was a need for maintenance. But it's important that the number of SIRESANT is correct, is compatible to what was requested. And the next indication of airdrome or helipoint. So oftentimes people sign, but they don't say what airdrome or what helipoint. They just sent the document signed, just like in the example I showed. We can be close to an airdrome or a heliport. So I don't know. I need to know which one he got the consent from. And now for aerial survey. Aerial survey are specific requests. They require specific authorizations, and they must be authorized and published in the official gazette, the Federal Official Gazette, by the Minister of the Defense. So many people think, oh, I'll have a flight and I will fly and take some pictures. So it's an air survey. They put, but they don't put the authorization that this company is authorized by the Minister of the Defense for aerial survey. This is our greatest unfavorable regarding air survey and also documents. Here for operational agreements with ATS. ATS is a control agency. They have a tower, a radio. So an ATS organ must have other types of agreements because they need to know if there will be an emergency, what's going to happen. So now unfavorable regarding documents for operational agreements or failure procedures. People don't write them. It's very important. I always give an example. I took off with my aircraft here, and we have a ZAD, and I'm going to cross the runway with this drone. What if the signal fails? Will there be a RTA, return to home, or fail? Or is it going to land? I need to have design and procedures for failure in my operational agreement with the ATS. Signatures, also very important. People forget signatures and they send sometimes minutes. Now the minutes to us are not valid because they're not signed. Windows of operation and also emergency situations with manned aircraft. So if I'm flying with an unmanned aircraft and there is a plane with a medical emergency and they need to land in Recife, what are we going to do? The tower will call me. Am I going to land my drone? So what is this procedure going to be like? That's why it's important to know, to always think about the emergency. Always think of the worst case scenario and how we can keep safety of these operations, because we are always thinking about safety. Here is an image just for you to know in terms of deadlines, 45 minutes to business day. So we have an idea of what this is here. And with that, I want to end my presentation. Thank you so much. And I hope to have shown you some of our reality of what one SAPS analyst will see in order to mitigate risks. Thank you.
First, congratulations, great presentation. Now, I invite for his presentation Lieutenant Evandro from the Military Police of the State of Bahia. He's going to talk about opportunities and challenges for the use of UAs by public security agencies. On behalf of the Colonel, I greet all of you, and also bring the greetings from the overall commander of Military Police of Bahia, and the commander of the Air Police of Bahia, Lieutenant Colonel Vonley. I'm Lieutenant Evandro, head of intelligence operations of the air department of our police in the state of Bahia. Oversight of the illegal use of unmanned. No, that's not my presentation. It's the wrong presentation. We have two presentations. This one belongs to the third forum. I think things are right now. Opportunities and challenges for the use of UAs in public security missions. This is our agenda for parts. As our starting point, we have a project that was presented in 2002 by Major Lindo Bastos. Some of you may know him, and Major Lázaro Monteiro. It was very initial project, 2012. This made the project unfeasible. It was a good project with all the surveys, but it was unfeasible for the military police in 2012 to move forward with this project. And the Colonel Lázaro today, with the commander said, it's good, but wait a little bit because now we can't do it. So this was the starting point. And we couldn't start the operations in 2012 with drones in our military police in Bahia due to some of the criteria that were not met at the time. 2015, we had a problem, huge risk. I was in an aircraft when we were following a popular and a drone flew by very close to us. I say that around 20 meters from us, very, very close, and scared us. We removed the aircraft from the sector, identified the pilot, but there's nothing to be done. There was no legislation. We didn't know how to use what's already there, so we couldn't do anything. From then on, this project was born. The project RPAS, ARPAS. And we started with the RPAS project, RPAS, and we found in this project, identified some opportunities. From this on, we start to analyze opportunities, especially in economic terms. This is data from a recent operation from last year that brings us a real ideal meaning of what it means to operate with manned aircraft and to operate with the unmanned aircraft. This operation lasted for about 10 days, and the cost, 3 days cost of just for fuel, 15,000 reais, over 15,000 reais. In the same 3 days, we operated with a 210 model, is a large aircraft, and the cost, fuel cost, was 3 reais 47 cents. So if you consider that in operation with this airplane, manned aircraft, we have not just fuel, we have personnel, maintenance, insurance. In these 3 days, this cost would be around 60,000 reais, $10,000, $11,000. UAs, it will not even reach 5,000 reais, $1,000. So this was the first opportunity we saw to implement in 2015 the program of RPAS, and we continue to evaluate the opportunities. In public security, we have many and varied risks, and the drone, allow me to call it a drone, the drone showed up as an opportunity. This is a video. I don't know if we're going to be able to play it. Let's see if I can play the video. Can you see, try to play the video? Very well, I will explain. some technical difficulties. All right. Down low, you can try to play the video. If not, no problem. This happened in a community where we had a serious problem with some of community leaders of evil in the community, and we weren't able. We knew who they were, we knew where they were, who they were, and we were not able to understand how they behaved because we had to stop them their presence in the regions. So with a drone, this became possible. We flew over, we identified them, we provoked them. Perhaps we won't have time, but speed up the video, please. No, we provoked them, and we saw their movements, where they run to or they used to run to when the police arrived in the community. This provided the ground operators the necessary useful information and the final information to solve this problem. From this image, from the studies we studied their escape route, we were able to neutralize the problem there. So this showed up as an innovation, as an opportunity, and it was a very positive thing. Also, with innovation for that operation, we brought together the operators in our auditorium. We took off with drones. We did live transmission. We showed the terrain. We showed the people. And from there, we were able to define routes, establishing for each police car to go in the community. This turned the process into a positive and valid one. We were able to solve a problem. This is another topic that led us to think about public security or public security intelligence with drones. Question of safety, the operator's safety. This is a video. Please see if you can play this video. This situation. Just click in the middle of the screen. This was an emblematic fact. 4 criminals against financial institutions that ran away from the police, and they went into this area. This is some bush area. This is just a bushy area. This is around midnight. They ran away. They went into the situation about 6 p.m. and the police stayed outside here because the criminals were armed and you couldn't see anything. They asked for the air support group. We took off a drone and were able to identify the 2 men who were running away here, and what's more important, we're able to guide. Speed up the video a little bit. The police in search of the criminals. From this image, they had the assurance to go into this bush area and to do their work. Speed up here, please. If not, let's move on. So it was a very positive result also. This happened last year. We had high bank robbery rates. And these 2 criminals were directly involved in these crimes. They reacted, and we were successful. Our challenge is to implement the program, the RPAS, RPAS. Legality, if 2012, there's no legislation. In 2016, there's already something there. It was right at the beginning, initial stages, and for us, it was something new, at least in terms of UA. So we went after the source. We had contacts with the Brazilian Air Force, and we went after information and knowledge that we needed to try to use UAs in our military police of the state of Bahia. We found some tips, the MCAs, ICAs, and the Anatel treat that we didn't have. We didn't have anything because we are now responsible for communication is done by the Public Security Secretariat. We learned a lot about communications and more directly with the SARPAS and DECEA. If we were going to operate with drones, not just oversight, not just monitoring, we needed internal regulations. If we want to operate with drones, if we want to for this to be part of our fleet, we have to be in agreement with the legislation, with the national legislations, and created some ordinances to regulate these activities. These ordinances are still in force. We've already updated one of them, and we're still letting the word out. Perhaps the main challenge at that time was this one, to identify the interested parties, the stakeholders, who flew drones in 2016, be it commercially, we didn't know. So we publicized this in the social networks on TV, and we brought together almost all the stakeholders in some meetings, some symposiums that we promoted to talk specifically about safety. The base was safety or security. We were concerned with the operational safety bias. And to train. If we're going to fly drones, we have to have trained people, because the ordinance determined that only those who are trained can fly drones. Through these agencies, we create corpus, the RPA's operators course, that tomorrow, it will close the 13th edition. Over 1,000 graduates, many of them from the city of Pernambuco here, and I don't remember the number, but we half of the vacancies are for the police force. So all the sub-regions of Bahia have operators, and in Bahia, no one flies if they don't have. If they did not take this course. We have been very careful. We have gone after information, and for the time being, everything is working out all right. Another main challenge was to verify, to check this during Carnival. Carnival, I don't know if you're not aware, in Bahia, it's a huge event, and as of 2018, we already had many aircraft flying during Carnival in the city of Salvador. And for us to guide, for us to inspect, oversight this work, but we were able, we didn't have any incidents. We had some minor problems, but this has worked 2018, 2019, 20. We also did this. We still had Carnival in 2020. Last year, no Carnival. And 2023, we'll do the same. Our view of the future is to amplify our operational system, and later on to capillarize. We have 7 commands in Bahia. The proposal is to regionalize the control of the police aircraft in each of our command centers, police command centers, and to unify it in the air group, the decision, but to divide the responsibility and the knowledge and the autonomy. This was my topic, and we are available for questions whenever possible. Thank you.
Congratulations, Evandro. Now we invite Major David from Santa Maria Air Base to speak about the opportunities and challenges of the Brazilian Air Force FAB with the use of UAs. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon. For those watching online, I'm pleased to be here. First of all, one of the mottos of the recognition mission I'm part of, recognize, to get to know and to understand why I started with this expression. I believe that in FAB, the Brazilian Air Force, everybody knows this type of aircraft. Maybe not all civilians know it, but it's an Embraer 145 or Echo 99 Guardian Squad, an icon of IVR or recognition in aviation today. What makes it different from an Embraer 145 normal to be an icon? Nothing beyond its sensors. So we can say that the sensors that are embarked are more valuable than the aircraft itself. And they say, wrongly in my opinion, that it's the most current and updated in IVR aviation in Brazilian Air Force. I disagree because in the 1st to the 12th aviation group, we have an aircraft that does everything that this one does, but unmanned. And where's the pilot? On the shelter, in a control station of up to 1,000 kilometers away from where the plane is flying. My goal here is that you get to know the main features of the RPA systems of Brazilian Air Force and the challenges we've had and still have in terms of having safe settlement in airspace under our optics. So what we have in terms of experience, what happened, we've been through, so we can teach those that are coming after us. Following my script to level on knowledge, I'll speak about the features of RPAs. For those that don't know, who start to know, a little bit on the applications we've had in public security. We have a lot of DLOs. We are always incorporated in these joint missions. I can't speak a lot about it because as an intelligence squad, we have to be very selective in terms of what we disclose, the challenges for our airspace, and the future perspectives. On the features of RPAs, as we know a little, we think that a remote pilot aircraft involves few people. But here I started by comparing. This is a 1MX from our squad, brother squad in Santa Maria. And for this kind of plane, to fly in is a pilot, mechanic to dispatch, and maybe sometimes another helper to help with the power source, or so normally 2 or 3 people. And for us to take off with our RPA, that's all we need. 8 or 9 people. So we cannot be misleading. The more advanced the system, more monitoring it needs. And we have to have more specialized people to do all the job. So initially, our mascot, RQ450, here you see a little bit of the advantages, especially the autonomy. We can fly it for up to 18 hours with an operational ceiling of 18,000 feet. Does it fly night and day? Yes. Operation is not SATCOM, only our loss. So the line of sight of the radio and up to 250 kilometers of reach. It's commanded from the GCS with the fiber optics to our GDT, that are our antenna that sends the commands to the aircraft. The central computer does all the processes and gives us the feedback. This is our more robust RQ900. You see at the front, you see there is a lump that is a 4-axis antenna, and you see the maximum weight 3 times the 450, so 1,180 kilograms, 30 hours of autonomy, and with a ceiling of 30,000 feet. Just like for 50 day and night operations, it has the SATCOM, okay, so you can get satellite signals, and line of sight up to 350 kilometers, or 450 and 900 to 300. As it flies higher, there are not many obstacles, so mathematically speaking, it's quite plausible. And here, it operates RLOS as SATCOM, the same type of command, but it goes to the satellite antenna that sends the command, and then the satellite retransmits to the airplane, and the other way around for feedback, so we have a situational awareness of what's going on. This is our GCS, we call it shelter. On the front, we have the consoles, on the back, all the essential devices, air conditioners, and other functions for it to fly with no problems. This is a close-up by doctrine, and copying the American doctrine. They are pioneers with that. To the left is the internal pilot, mandatorily an aviator, okay, in all kinds of aviation, patrol, recognition, war, so they take the course and enter our aviation. The 3 upper screen of the maps are the same, so we have backups, and the 2 lower are OPDSs, where we have the sensor images on the right. The special equipment operator, they operate only the sensor. COTAT. In the past was here in the middle. It's called the Tactical Coordinator. He used to do all the planning and directing of the mission. As we saw, due to many jobs it would take, and speaking too close to the internal pilot and the sensor operator, it affected flight safety, so we put them in a nearby shelter. So just when there is something guidance, we have a hotline and we get this information without the need to interrupt them all the time. This is our antenna for transmissions. So we have a band C backup, we have directional and omni, and secondary we have UHF, ultra high frequency, and that's Cisco for transmission of data, the dish that transmits data for our clients. The federal police, the military command of East, just like in GLO Southeast, South, and the decision-making organ, command, conquer, whatever agency. And our sensor, speaking about the D-compass, that's the one we use most for visualization, 450-900. It allows for the marking of interest points. So in the sensor, they have a laser pointer, and with a joint operation, we can see where we are pointing. So that facilitates a lot the location of targets for Black Hawk or A1, and have advanced air control operations. Day and night, we have CCD, we have a FLIR camera, white and black hot, depending on the images. So on the top, we can see the white hot, and white is what's hot, and then the black hot, that is the opposite, and on the right is the TV image, the CC. Some of the advantages that are quite important to us: autonomy, persistency, and real-time precision, accurate information. We work with the IRS and the federal police, so we can work directly with them that are on the field, and they can work immediately. multi-mission capacity, multi-sensor capacity. One same aircraft may have two sensors and work on two missions at the same time. The stealthiness, so project power without vulnerability, so the crew is always safe. Better adequation for dangerous mission and automatization, that we can change the crews so they can rest and do not affect the performance of the team. Disadvantages, as you see, there are progresses, jet aircraft, we still don't have them, they are still slow. They need a control site in segregated airspace, in operational band, very sensitive to meteorology. We have a powerful meteorology briefing so we can do the missions correctly, and we depend on the electromagnetic spectrum. For military applications, air targets, CLBI, IVR, search, and a discrete follow-up of illegal activities. For civil applications, what we do mostly is public security. This is for 50 being towed. You cannot do a remote taxi like the 900. This is our RQ900. It's quite robust, as it does not have brakes. So for dispatch, you have to hold it, and stopping cable like those aircraft ships with the hook. In public security applications, I put you a video so you can see one of the missions of 2017, the border with Paraguay. Use of SAR in surveillance missions. Ocean operation on the border of Brazil and Paraguay. Information from the client. The video is accelerated so we don't waste much time on it. The intelligence people from the Brazilian Army gave us the coordinates, and we saw that the many trucks that they were counterfeiting cigarettes. So for 45 days, we were checking this behavior to validate it. They were smuggling cigarettes, actually. From there, the sensor operator can clip the CCD for better visualization, and the client also asks to change. The EB1, they said that this car was identified as one of the heads of the trafficking. So we followed him from the site in Paraguay until Mundo Novo City here in Brazil. You see 10,000 feet of height. And what is the scheme? We talk real time with the IRS, the federal police, and they work as a routine operation, and they are able to seize whatever they need. Why do we do that? Because it won't denounce our operation, so we stay there for 3 months more, and this was a routine to us. In terms of challenges for the airspace, what have we listed as the main topics? Well, we started in 2011, so it's an 11-year squad, the newest squad at FAB, with the fostering and industrial coordination. And we had some special flight permissions, and we still noted that the company, the Elbit system, the Israeli company, they only go to the desert, and they put a restriction that we couldn't have flights in areas of a populational density, but we had to run new calculations, and we do navigation based on risk. conditionings. We have many, like takeoff and landing at the same time where it took off, or we have our own site. The segregated airspace is quite difficult because we have to run a previous study before any flight and do operational deals that it takes time, spends energy and planning for everyone from CINDACTA, the squad, and all stakeholders. The main fact in the operational deal is the lack of link. So we lost contact with the aircraft in an operational agreement. We know what route to follow, the flight level, everything is going to do until it gets to the site of takeoff so we can reacquire it. So the needed time for their traffic control to take everybody away, it's all in the letters of operational deals. These are our segregated areas. You always keep 5 miles to go from one BC to one BD. You have to activate and deactivate each cell. So imagine doing that in the entire Rio de Janeiro, just like it was in the Olympic Games, quite complex. And just to give you an idea, now it's SATCOM operation with the 900 taking off from Brasilia. We have all this radius. We can take off from Brasilia, navigate 500 miles, spend 10 hours in the extreme points of the circumference and return safely. So if it's closer, we can even stay for longer. As for future perspectives, I said DECEA 553. Even though the world authorities in aviation try to regulate airspace, the premises of operations of VAs must be as safe as the operations of manned aircrafts. So out of the statistics, we have over 5,000 hours of flight maintenance, similar to civil aircrafts. They are formed by the School of Specialists and no serious problems. So we fly CNS. And for 2023, we'll have 2 more aircrafts RQ900 for satellite flights. 450 will be deactivated in the first semester. And the center decided to know, or to recognize, to get to know. And now you know the RPAs of the Brazilian Air Force and the power have to recognize when you speak about this matter. So I'm available to you. Here are my contact information. See you soon. Thank you.
Congratulations for your presentation. Now from ExmoBot, talking about opportunities and challenges for the UA markets. Very well. Good afternoon, everybody. For us as an industry, it's great to be here to discuss such important topics with such important names in this incipient market that has been growing exponentially every year. My name is DECEA. I work as a product certification manager for ExmoBot. We are headquarters in San Carlos, so we are the largest manufacturing drones companies in Latin America and the 8th at global level for civilian drones. So our presentation goes along the lines of tell you a little bit about the industrial point of view concerning the operation of drones in Brazil, the industry's point of view, how we have worked with regulating agencies for new products development, and how we contributed for a sustainable and safe market with through time. So here, basically, a bit of my background. This is not so important. I'm into my 7th years working directly with certifications of aeronautical products. The program of this presentation, basically to tell you a little bit about company ExMobile. It's the background that we have, the milestones that we have for products development, our market perspective concerning opportunities and challenges. Talk a little bit about XUTM. UTM is a hot topic by itself, and many discussions that we see for the UTMs and how we can contribute at the national level to implement our BRUTM. So we are headquarters in São Carlos. We have over 200 employees, over 60 engineers, and we work in many different segments, agro, security, defense, logistics markets, and also air traffic management. Here are our main products. Aerator 5B, 5C drone for mapping missions was the first project to be authorized by ANAC. SHARD is also already been authorized by ANAC for BLVOs for 30 kilometers more. This 500 is most recent approval in the company. The first with the VTOL system authorized by ANAC for a 60 kilometers range. This product has a dual version, can be used for mapping, vigilance, frontier monitoring. The FW-150 is a class 2 drones up to 150 kilograms. That's going to be delivered now. 3 units will be delivered to the Brazilian Army for frontier vigilance and monitoring. Tractor is our spraying version, and XCTM is one of the products that we work, one of the developments that we have in partnership and development with partnership with a number of ITA academic institution, and also this kind of triple helix, academia, industry, and the regulated agencies working together for the development that we consider to be relevant to the market. So a bit of the milestones that we have. Our history with ANAC, DECEA starts in 2013. The first CAV obtained by the model at the time. Here we have been working together, walking together. The evolution of Rebecca in 2017, 2018, we had the Aerator approved as the first project created in 2018. The pilot training school were able to, in 2021, the approval of the SHARP with a range of up to 30 kilometers in BV loss, and also the new project 500C, as I've already mentioned to you, is the first BV loss with a 60 kilometer range. Here we have an idea of the size, the capacity that this equipment can carry, and how they can be used by the marketplace in many different ways. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this later on. So here, these are very recent. This happened last week, the ceremony. This is the newest project in the company that has been authorized by ANAC. Is a vertical takeoff electrical propulsion with an 4 hours autonomy and 60 kilometers BV loss range. So it has a wide range of uses. It was a challenge for us as a certifier of products that we worked with system safety analysis to include the different flight phase and analyze cases of failure. So we consider this approval to be very relevant. So talking about the market for RPAs, we take events like this one as very important for the market awareness. So it's one of the important aspects for this kind of debate. Many people still see drones. They believe that a small portion of those who are here, because you live with this environment, many people see drones as a leisure activity for events without any kind of responsibility for its operation. But we see more and more that the reality is no longer this one. We see drones with large reaches, equipped with different kinds of sensors for different tasks in the different branches of our economy. So here, a bit of our products down here was a mission that we had with the 500 as a technical demonstration, together with the Internal Revenue Service. This drone was able to detect contraband load through tracking and contraband cargo, and we intercepted this cargo on the ground. It's a drone that was part of this mission as a demonstration. We also have some other uses that are very important and peculiar in terms of detection and recognition of indigenous isolated communities at demand, that we have of reconnaissance of indigenous isolated communities. We have this kind of demand to identify perhaps an indigenous community that's not been recognized by FUNAI, for example, and you have the drone as an opportunity to come closer and in fact to get to identify this kind of community that up to then may have been unknown. These are some examples of uses that we have. Here's 150 in a civilian use. It's being certified within same-day delivery concept. It has a bit larger cargo capacity, but it can also be used in the transportation of vaccines and medications. We have some experiences in terms of demonstrations. So for us to understand this equipment today, what these equipment today are able to do, that's very different from some people still think about concerning just leisure, taking photographs, filming. There's many different uses that are much deeper than these ones. Here, a bit of numbers. They're out of date, some of these numbers. Some of other speakers have already mentioned this. We've already had over 300 requests for the use of airspace through SARPAS, over 100,000 registries in 2022. We know that the number is much greater than this one. Many people still don't know the rules, don't know the regulations, but I think we're here in events like this one exactly to talk a little bit about this and to make the operators, the end operators, the end users of these solutions, make them aware of the solutions. So we see in the market huge growth for professional use, huge growth of the capacities of the equipment that are being approved, and the trend is to increase in terms of complexity and the operational envelope to allow for many different services, monitoring of frontiers, inspection of power lines, and so forth. So as an industry, we want to work together like we already do with the authorities and with the regulating agencies for us to have a safe and sustainable growth. And I think like events like this one are useful for us to have less episodes like this one. As an industry, we have this tendency to always consider the authorities as barriers, but in the RPA's market development, we see the opposite. We count upon the collaboration of ANAC, DECEA, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Defense, for us not to have episodes like this one. We see that operations have been growing exponentially. The capacity of the equipment have increased, and we have to be in favor for the awareness to increase in the same proportion. So as an industry, we consider this to be a very important role to expose this, and this goes through the knowledge of the regulations for the assimilation of the aeronautical culture that comes from the manned aviations. They don't see in the drone market it's a simulation of this culture, so we see as very relevant for this to be publicized. So airworthiness, you have a product operator within the operational concept for which it was authorized, and we're going to talk in the other forum about the training of the operators and capacity for systemic or not vigilance of these operations. So what we see as challenges, and we have worked in terms of this. I listed 2 points. There's others that I could list, but that we live with. For example, urban areas operations. We talk about criteria. and to reaching a safety level, of a proper safety level for this kind of operation. It's vital to unblock a number of services like mapping in urban areas, delivery in urban areas, and so forth. So ExMobiles, as a company, we have worked, and in 2021 we had a very emblematic case where, as of an operational risk analysis, we're using the specific tool, we're able, as an experimental way, to start testing in urban areas with one of our equipment, of course, with due safety analysis, with communication system backup, and other items. But this kind of situation is already a reality, non-commercial, but it's a reality in Brazil. So we think that the BV loss operations is still far away. It's not. We think that urban area operations is far away. No, it's not. But as an industry, we have worked on top of this, and we have contributed as far as we can with authorities for us to be able to have this kind of operations coming to the market. It's interesting, like in authorities like FAA have done some tests concerning the impact of these drones on people, using cadavers as tests, using the crash criteria of the automobile industries to determine what is the acceptable kinetic energy for a collision. As an industry, we're very tuned in terms of this. And to talk a little bit about the UTMs and how, as an industry, we hope to contribute towards this. From the development of an interface with the user in a simulated environment, we hope to provide different services from the phase development of scenarios. One of the main challenges we have today is for us to wait 18 days for a BV loss approval. We hope that within a simulated environment, in a specific area for UTM tests, I'm going to show you, to start to validate tools and services offered for each one of the different scenarios, and to start to state automatic BV loss authorizations, prioritizing the airspace volume. So all this may be made possible through development of the UTM and other interfaces that the industry wants to or may want to develop. So here is what we imagine for the development of the Brazilian UTM, to have an integrated airspace in a cooperative environment, to be able to offer different kinds of services to the operator, like register, tracking, identification, prioritizing volumes and others. The idea for this step-by-step approach is going to be made more clear in the video. For each level and scenario, you have a range of services that are offered. You're going to start approval, BV loss operations automatically, then you're going to approve to an operation within approximation zone, and then you go for an urban scenario, and thus the system in a test environment, in a development environment, outside the real life of SARPAS, NG, and everything else, that we're able to develop this, counting upon the support of academia, ITA, DECEA, to deal with cybersecurity, data treatment, among other things that are important for the development of the system. So here we see an overview of the phone change interface with the user in the extra chamber, seeing the restriction zones, the no-fly zones or restriction zones, airports. Here, some of the issues that the tool offers and it is going to offer in the future for the levels of services according to the scenarios that we're going to test. The registry, intersection of volumes, and here in the registry we see the RPA registration, but also the operator registration, the manned aircraft that's going to be integrated to the system for us to be able to visualize this kind of operation, and vice versa. Here, the intersection of volumes, an example of the system denying when you already have authorized volume for that operation at that time. And Here, the concept of operations, how we imagine, how we intend to test this within the SPR 497, which is destined for UTM tests. You're operating your equipment, you simulate prioritization of volume situation, and as operator, you receive a message that you must be ending that operation for a rescue mission or anything else like this, firefighting. All these tools we intend to test in simulated environments for it to be implemented in the future in the development of our BR-UTM. Here's the tracking and separation. You are able to visualize aircrafts operating close to your equipment. We consider this one of the services, basic services for the development of the system. And now, this is the SPR 497 together with SEP and ITA and the other industries to provide within this SPR all the tests that I mentioned here. You're going to request an automatic BV loss authorizations, joint operations with unmanned aircraft close to São Carlos. We have the Air Force Academy. They collaborate with us in terms of operations, so it's going to be one of the players in this test. In the SPR 497. So the idea here is for this to be a simulated environment for a test of the BR-UTM. There's a short video to give you an overview of this. Video has no sound apparently.
Is no longer something from the future. It's a reality. The technology of drones is no longer something from the
Oh no.
It's a reality. Drones are used for agriculture, inspection, surveillance, and entertainment purposes, bringing more practicity, high-quality results, and lower costs in the operations. Today, there are over 46,000 unmanned aircraft flying in the Brazilian skies, and we'd like to see this number grow. However, without complete control over these drone operations, and with no integration with the manned aircraft, chances of accidents are very high, harming people and damaging equipment, as well as public and private properties. In order to reduce risks, increase the practicity in the air traffic control, and to assure better and easier access in the registration of unmanned aircraft operations, XMobots, the #1 drone company in Latin America and 15th in the world, developed XUTM, a UAS traffic management service that counts on SARPA's new generation, DECEA, as its development and operations database. XUTM brings Phase 0, 1, and 2 services, authorizing BVLOS flights automatically. The services offered are ATM integration, restriction, register service, planning and authorization, and tracking and separation. Aviation authorities, private companies, and pilots and operators will find in XUTM a practical and easy way to register, monitor, and control aircraft and the air traffic. The future lies in the free access and in the broad mobility of everyone. And XUTM is here to assure safety and all necessary conditions, turning this future into a reality. XUTM, XMobot system, setting Brazil up into the future.
Bom, sorry for the technical problem. I think it's a promotional video, of course, but some of the numbers are not up to date. But to understand a bit of the main objective or development of this XUTM on where we want to arrive in the development of the BRUTM, contributing to the industry as much as we can for validation of the tests and new development, so that we're able to have a greater range of services and are able to do more complex operations in a safe way with our equipment. I thank you for listening to me, and I am here for clarifying the doubts during the debate. Thank you, everyone.
I'm just going to ask you to set the timer so we can have the debate. First of all, I want to thank the 4 speakers here for their wonderful presentations. It's always important to see the operations of the others to understand that what we all have difficulties with. And for those who saw the system from the beginning, we had to send an official notice that would take even months. And now with the SARPs, we in 45 minutes can have an authorization for flight. And in the future, it will be even BVLOS automatically. So it's important to see operations. Aldine didn't mention operations, but see access to airspace, how to analyze the flight, and so on. It's very important for us. It was a great learning for us here and for those watching at home. Aldine, ladies first. My question is it possible to annex a document that is missing during the manual analysis, like a consent term, even within the 18 days before the event, and then comes? If so, how many days before the event is it allowed? Meaning that I made my solicitation, my request, and I forgot a document during 18 days. So can I add another document and have my flight authorized? Let me start with depends. It depends. It all depends on the type of operation. If the consent term is the only one that proves that this is authorized around an airdrome, so I cannot start a NOTAM process, a NOTAM emission, if this operation does not have the authorization from the airdrome. So we had a full analysis, but there are cases where there are changes in aircraft, as there are at SIRESANT, so the operator can send us an email. I showed you my email at the end of the presentation, and in the end of, like I say, 40, we have our functional email. So if you need any changes in the document, yes, you can send us. And there are cases of multi-drones. Sometimes the ANAC authorization gets like 1 day before, 2 days before the operation. So the operation is not feasible anymore if we wait for this document. So there are cases where, yes, we start publishing the Note 10 and we are in standby for the ANAC authorization. But if the only thing pending is the only document that can prove that there is an agreement, I cannot wait. Yeah, you did well. And Aldini, one important thing, and now, yeah, we are at home here, is the issue that UA flights are by accommodation because they don't meet the same requirements of manned aircrafts. So if we need information, we cannot have the mitigations, and we cannot approve. Sometimes people say, oh, why so many documents? Well, because we need to have a description of everything that will be done to ensure the safety of operations. Congratulations, Aldini. Second question is for all of you, but I'll let Evandro answer first, and maybe the others can, you may feel comfortable, you can complement the answer. Is it possible to have simultaneous operations of UAs and also manned aircraft in the case of large events, like in the case of the police? Because a lot of people think that drones came to replace, but it's another vector. So what is your perspective regarding this aspect? So unmanned and manned aircraft, is there a possibility of coordination? Yes, we have been doing so. The basic problem for this kind of operation is communication, how the manned aircrafts are ours. So we have solved the communication problem very easily with cell phones or radio. And when we have many operators in the area, we ourselves do the link. I go to the other operators, I talk to them, I explain the risks to them, I tell them about the presence of the aircrafts, so I have an easier contact with the tower. So I get the information and I pass them on. We did that in the last, or before the elections, the last elections, with many drones and aircrafts flying closer to the heading. So I had contact with the tower would inform of the approach. I would talk to the people. We had a ceiling well below and pushing away. So it was possible and it was easy to work, especially due to communications. Did I answer? Major Davi? So in our case, in the December 1st, we have been training that a lot. So we do the basic stuff, there's advanced air control for hitting a target with A1, MX, we are in position, and we vector for the aircraft to hit the missile at the intended site. And as for the other exercises we run involving the whole family, Tapiotinia, and we fly in the package with over 30 aircrafts and one mission commander. So we have a situational awareness, We do a coordinated briefing before, and we haven't had any problems so far. Well, next mobiles, we have two distinct cases in São Carlos. We have lived together with the Air Force Academy, and we have an excellent coordination. We work at activated NOTAM. We are always in constant coordination with the Air Force Academy, so it makes our operations feasible. And we have agricultural operations that oftentimes are published. We have SAPA's request, but the profile of operator, they don't answer to the phone. They won't check the NOTAM. The risk to our operations, differently from what we think, is not living with manned aircraft and so on, but the agricultural profile of operators that find it more difficult to hear communications. It's really a challenge to us. Sometimes we are well coordinated with the Air Force Academy, but we have a NOTAM invaded by an operator. So it's important that this kind of operator is integrated to the system, that they visualize and that they can be visualized as well. Aldine, you would like to answer that? No? Yeah, just complementing what I said before. Not only our RPA and the other manned aircrafts, but we have one pilot in the shelter to run two aircrafts at the same time, two RPAs at the same time. So we also have this capacity in the package with other manned aircrafts. I just wanted to add that. Aldine, what is your perspective for the analysis when you have this kind of event? Well, I always analyze if it's a controlled aerodrome, so like here in Recife, the main aerodrome. So there's no way to authorize a simultaneous operation here. So it's always in contact with the coordination is key. So always coordinating, like I'll start taxi with an aircraft. So the tower coordinated the beginning of the taxi, passengers have embarked. It's all well controlled so that the operator, the drone operator, can land or push away the aircraft or seek obstacles where they can stay away near the airdrome. And then we take off this aircraft with people, and then the drone return to the operation. But as we see more regarding ICA 140, the space is segregated. We cannot operate simultaneously, just like the case of the others, because they have specific operations for public security and so on. I brought an outlook in operations away from ATA. We have operated within ATMA, but very close to the airdrome, the airport, actually. And the contact followed these coordinates. So we would take off with the authorization from the tower, would land it according to the tower. It was always a coordinated operation. So there has always been a sharing of space, but coordinated, never together. Maybe that will respond. Is it possible? Yes, as long as it's coordinated, but not simultaneously, okay? Maybe that's specifically the question, okay? Thank you. And that's why it's important, like the case of operational agreements, the meetings, so we can approach all points, because there are operations throughout Brazil with aircrafts with and without people, manned and unmanned, that the public and the airport doesn't feel the changes, the delays. There is nothing. It's a fine tune all the time. Speaking and this coordination is very important. That's why operational agreements have all items. That's why they're important for the analysts to be aware of what's going on with the operations. Depending on the type of operation, if a multi-drone operation, we get in contact with the tower, we have the number of the pilot of the drone and say, look, there will be an operation, give us the briefing so that the ATCs can have the briefing, understanding about the conditions, what are the flights for the day. So this is also important to increase the situational awareness of everyone and keep safety. Perfect. There's a third question, but let me follow the order. Evandro, please. You mentioned in your presentation that the corpus, the course for RPA's operators, by nature, you need sometimes an operation where you have to do an operation very close to the aerodrome. So you mentioned since 2017, ICs 23, 24, MCA 56-4. So in that sense, in terms of preparation courses, what is the relevance of having operators that are duly trained to operate near the aerodromes in a way that would keep the safety of your operations and the other manned aircraft and not causing any problems to aerodromes? I'd say the importance is that they won't give up operating because they have previous knowledge, so they know operating near airports is a very fine-tuned process. So it must be treated differently. I don't get any complaints of any operators anywhere saying they cannot fly because the tower won't let them, the Air Force won't let them. So that's the importance, I believe. We never had any cases of non-viability, and we have operated within the airport of Salvador and in coordination with them. There was no difficulty. I needed time, of course. It's not something to solve overnight. We had meetings. We created the agreement, but when we flew very close to the airport at the final of the two runways. And that's the importance of the qualification is there. It's not to tell you they're not going to operate because somebody won't let them, because it's impossible, or no, there's no technology available. No, you have to know to operate well. Yeah, knowledge is very important. Major the V. My question is, recently Hermes 900 was certified for the Israeli authority, meaning that it can basically be treated as a manned aircraft in Israel. So my question is, what is the importance of the Brazilian Air Force gives to the level of certification, civilian certification of their RPAs? Well, the squad, I mean Air Force, right? We deal 450, we treat 450 and 900 as a manned aircraft. Everything I used to do in the older aircrafts that I did, Learjet and the Bandeirantes, I do the same. In 900 even more, because we have remote taxi, so we request since the beginning to take off and landing. It's all the same as a manned aircraft with operational agreements, and we start taxi, we do all procedures. That's why the Air Force determined that the pilot for 150 or 900 must be formed by the academy. They must know all rules of aerodynamics, of the Air Force, and other learnings, especially related to emergencies. So they have to have at least 800 hours of traditional aviation to pilot a drone there, an RPA, and there are a squad, and you have a long background, so if you have an emergency, it's not the case, but if you have, we are prepared, and the pilot must be calm enough to solve the problem the best possible way. Since you have a 3S on your side, that is an expert that never had contact with an air activity and is operating a sensor, so the Air Force gives a full qualification until 450 and 900 as manned aircrafts. As for the certification, I think we'll be waiting a little bit longer because of the high command that still don't see things that way. Perfect. Thank you. That's you. My question is, XUTM project, how can it identify other aircrafts? Two questions, actually. How do they identify other aircrafts? Is it possible to identify agriculture manned aircrafts? Well, two different answers. First, in the first stage, is at the initial stage of the project, we're speaking about strategic separation. We still don't have, because we need to, based on the performance of the registered equipment, to understand the level and the maneuvering capacity of that device and see the detect and avoid system, whatever. But it's forecast by future stages of the project in those levels and scenarios that I mentioned. Second question is it possible to identify agriculture manned aircrafts? That's the importance for the operators to be registered in the system. Because as we are working in more advanced scenarios with automatic approvals, without no 10 publications, this type of operations must be in the system so they can visualize the volume of airspace that is being used at that moment so they can request their flight in that area. If the kind of operator is not integrated into the system, they become invisible and vice versa for the other users of the platform. Thank you, Décio. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like once again to thank all of you for your excellent presentations. And this forum is adjourned. I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you. We now have a short break, 20-minute break. We'll be back with enforcement.
that can take photographs. Can it, doesn't it? I don't know. Depends on the sensors, like our major friend said. But it's going to depend on the sensors. I have drones that doesn't have a camera, so it doesn't take any photographs. So a drone is an aircraft that can take photographs or film. And we start from this concept of an aircraft. Among many different concepts, ANAC, DECEA, other agencies that also define another norms from other entities that are very well known amongst our public. The aircraft is any apparatus that can sustain in the atmosphere from air reactions that are not air reactions against their own surface. That is, in a very easy, very informal way, by itself, it has to do its own maneuvers, right? And here, this concept is going to guide the framing of aircrafts, be this aircraft manned or not, or unmanned. That's why we're going, as of now, always deal with drones as an aircraft. That's the way they should be treated. We don't need to little bit here about the areas where the drones are used, because we've already seen, we're going to see it tomorrow throughout the entire symposium. We know how they are used. And the uses, when they are regulars, they tend to grow on a continuous growth. And we brought this up here. Here we have a graph that deals with more or less of the advance of this registry, of this registrations, of this use, of the requests of this operation. This graph is not from today. It's a graph October to November, because I wanted to show the difference between the next to last to the last. So we cannot just consider growth like many graphs have shown. So here we have growth that is exponential, obvious, but this, you're going to see that other speakers are also going to talk about this today. We have over about 270,000 requests, flight requests. I think we will arrive at a level of 290, 300,000 flight requests this year. Eduardo, is this normal? Is this what's requested? Yes. And is this what we have to talk about always? No. It is also, but we're always so concerned what's irregular. The irregular sometimes doesn't show up to us unless in the media. Federal police arrests a man that uses a drone to overfly the airport, the International Brasilia Airport. Police goes there, federal police approaches us, that's the procedure. What does the citizen say? I was just flying over the runway. No. And the police person says, what? That's it? No, there's no way you can do it. He's going to know how to proceed, do the approach, the inspection, but is this it? Is this the only thing that happens? Police apprehends in Sapiani, arrests drones used for delivery of drugs in prisons, a sensitive area, restricted area, drone overflying. But don't we have this no-fly zones? So it's the irregular of the irregular. Is that it? It's a capital city and Rio Grande do Sul. I thought it only happened in isolated places. Is that it? Video supporters of a politician, of a candidate, say that the drones release feces and urines over people in an event. And when approached, what does the person say? No, it was poison. No, it's even worse. Now your case is even worse, your situation is even worse, because this was weird, but it's poison. Is that right? I'm going to harm physically and morally people. Police investigates suspicion of drug deliveries through drones after a video becomes viral in Rio de Janeiro. In the downtown or southern region of Rio de Janeiro, there's a video of a drone that takes to the penthouse of a person a delivery of an illegal drug. Airport of Congonhas is crowded after drone closes, shuts down airport for 2 hours. Can it be dangerous? What do I do to other aircraft? I call another entity and say to apply air traffic flow measure, because I have 20 aircraft that I don't know what to do with them because I have a drone flying over the airport. Drone invades the privacy of an actress, of a famous model, and captures an intimate moment. Gripe, images of a drone shown the new airplanes of the Brazilian Air Force in Santa Catarina. This is becoming strange. Woman is hit by a drone during show and needs to undergo procedures in the capital city. What we don't want is for this to happen with a dear one, with a son, a father, mother, or any citizens. We're also responsible for this safety. This victim here didn't lose her eyesight because she didn't sneeze suddenly, or she didn't turn her face 2 degrees to the right. That's why she's able to keep her eyesight. But this is not for the Air Force, for DECEA. Was a drone on the ground or airspace? Was it in confined space? I don't know. We need to know where this drone is. If it's in a confined space, if it's open, if it's flying over people. So we bring to the knowledge this legislation 7, known as the Brazilian Aeronautical Code. In the violation of the precepts of this code of complementary legislation, the Air Force authorities can take the following measures: fines, suspensions, revocations, detention or apprehension, certificates, licenses, authorizations, included the holding of the aircraft. But this can DECEA be every place? There's no way. We are big, but Brazil is very big. We need to cooperate. We need to join efforts, and more than that, we need to educate, bring awareness and act. Article 290, the Air Force Authority may require the assistance from the police force. I may go to the public security agents and ask them for help. I have someone there who's flying over people less than 30 meters height. Can you help me? 30 meters distance, can you approach them? Because for that person to operate that equipment as well as driving a car, he or she needs the license, needs the proper documents. The decree from 40, which is our penal code, says for Article 129, to offend the body integrity of the health of other persons. It seems to throw some feces or urines over some people. Article 132, to expose the life or health of others in imminent or direct danger. A drone flying over people. Am I doing this? Article 261, to put in danger a vessel or aircraft, to impede or make difficult air, fluvial, or maritime navigation. A drone on the runways of Congonhas can stop or make difficult the airworthiness. Yes, totally. Air navigation. Do I need a specific legislation that says to pilot a drone over airdrops, not using drones on the beaches, to decrease the incidence of drones over public parks? What I need is to approach, monitor, and frame the Brazilian legal order, the undue use of a UA. Article 186 of the Civil Code, illegal damage, to which action or omission violates the rights or cause damages to others. Exclusively immoral, it's an illegal act, even if exclusively in a moral kind. A drone films, photographs, flies over people. Can I frame this? Can I fit this? I'm able to. There's some sentences already at the state and federal levels that already fit this irregular use of the drone through these legal devices, legal norms. Article 144 of the Federal Constitution deals with a very important topic that's called public security. And this topic, this device, brings public security as a duty of the state, responsibility and right of everyone for the prevention of public order. Are we talking about airspaces now? Are you talking about public order? No, because it's outside my scope. A drone over a park above a son of ours, is it harming the safety of airspace because it's flying? And when it falls, isn't it harming the public order? So, as of now, we have to see that these topics have to come together through an interagency action or task. Article 144 we have as a public security entity, the federal police, the highway police, the federal railroad police, civil, military police, firefighters, and also the prison police, prison guards. So what this have to do with the tribunal, the board, as an organ of the executive branch, we may execute act. Yes, that's our responsibility. But can we judge? Can we legislate? Yeah, or else we wouldn't have an disciplinary administrative process. We wouldn't have investigations. We wouldn't have norms, legislation, laws, and so forth. Operational conceptions. We wouldn't do any of this. So, through the Ministry of Defense, the Air Force Command, that has DECEA as a central agency, brings an innovation. Around 10 years ago, that our brother Jefferson is going to talk about the Air Force Tribunal Board. It's an organization subordinated to the DECEA that brings the following in its first Article 1 of this ordinance that to investigate and apply penalties and providences listed in the Brazilian Code and in the complementary legislation. What does this mean? If you go against the Air Force Code or the complementary legislations that are parallel to the code, this could be a matter of investigation and applying of sanctions. Now, we understood everything. Just call the board? No, it's not the way it is. This has to get there. And how does this get to this tribunal, this board? Through what we call in law the authorship and materiality. For the authorship and materiality to arrive at the board, we need of two instruments. The records, the communication records of the infraction or the form of preliminary actions. And who brings this to us? The regional agency of DECEA, which in that case is very exposed, is CINDACTA 3. How does CINDACTA 3 or other agencies, regional agencies, are going to receive this? Through WhatsApp? No. Through a complaint or a registry of this DO or TCO? No. Let's think together. How do I do this? Through a filing a complaint or this term of occurrence? Through my public security agencies. So it's not an order by DECEA, it's a request by DECEA that we're able to take all these norms and do these cooperations to bringing all these frameworks of actions undergoing through public security, going to the regional agencies, arriving to DECEA, and going to the tribunal, the board, to applying the sanctions. I am a citizen. I have nothing to do with this. My thing is to look and accuse or complain. We have an instrument for you too that's called SACI, the customer services. Today, if we have 10, there's many. Sergeant Daniel Alonso is here in the audience with you and works every day with our other members, Sergeant Andresa Ribeiro, and our team receives this services, customer service, 780 per month. Last year, 7,898 SACs that DECEA answered to. All were answered. And if we're not able to have the answer, send them again, because our commitment to society is important. And today we're able to answer all these SACs that arrived here. What do I mean by this? For us to finish, the complaint can be done through the services.decea. This arrives here, we send it to the board. That is, the process starts with us, and then it goes to them. And if the process starts with the public security agencies, it goes to the public security, goes to the regional agency, and then it gets to us for us to send it to the board, to the tribunal, for us to finish up. And civil and penal, this has to do with other authorities. What we're saying here is the administrative sanctions, so cooperation, education, and awareness, joint efforts, oversight, like the presentation title says, should be interagency task. All right. Thank you very much. And now, next speaker.
I'd like to invite from the Ministry of Police of Bahia about the surveillance of the illegal use of drones. So I need no further introductions. I'll be speaking about enforcement. So how we have collaborated with the Air Force and with the control agencies on the irregular use of UAs and how we do the oversight. Oversight is a duty of all. Anyone can do it. And we, as the organs of public security, we must intervene with whoever is committing a crime, a misdemeanor, an administrative infraction. And that's how we collaborate with you. And to speak about it, we need bases, we need grounds. And differently from the general population that can do whatever that is not in the law, we can only do what is in the law. So even though the public security, we are public security, we can only do what is in the law. And to work with this kind of surveillance of oversight, we need to know the laws, the rules. The first, above all, the federal constitution that delegates our powers, our duties, the criminal code, not in this order, but the criminal code is a federal law from the criminal standpoint. That's the principles subject of public security. The Brazilian code of the Air Force regarding drones and flights of UAs, and also the misdemeanor law. Not everything is a crime, but for everything there is a legal provision. No one is free, even though you don't know and you cannot not know the law, but you are not free for being framed in any of these legislations. That's these are our grounds. That's what we based our work on. And that's where we get our inspiration to work. From a more specific, a more closed standpoint, the guidelines from the control department brings our grounds, our legal basis to work. ANAC, the National Civil Aviation Agency, we learned that it's not used not only in having knowledge about the Air Force, we needed to know the other agencies, what were their determinations, like ANAC, and here specifically about the RBC 94, and especially the limitations imposed that we got, that we learned, to continue having enforcement, having surveillance, and doing our share and collaborating with the topic. Recent restriction, the control, a greater control of those using the aircrafts done by ANAC, and we feed from these grounds to do our jobs. This is another example. The certificate, we did not know of the certificate, and this also guided the way we founded our project. We did not know it, we learned about it, and we started requesting it, and now two standpoints require it to us, to ourselves, an internal oversight, because the military police of Bahia operates UAs, and with that came also a greater obligation to do surveillance, to oversee other organs, or people. And if we don't know of the rule or the requirements, we'll fall into that cycle. So if they ask you who is in charge or who am I going to send this to, so you wanted to find out, to understand, and to get to know the rules and legislation and documents. And we started knowing also the agencies. I said before, I and all of us did not have any contact with Anatel, the telecommunications agency. We were not taking care of communications, and now it's also in our mission to get to know, and not just a little, we have to know a lot about Anatel. So the documents, everything is safe in order to do oversight, what we require for ourselves and for those flying UAs. So the aircraft document, the risk analysis, the operational risk analysis, the flight request. And here I just want to say a few things. We speak about the formal amount of requests, and in terms of public security, we have been shortly ago flying without this mandatory item because we didn't know. And this is the importance of CORPAS. Through CORPAS, we had all our clients learn about this requirement. It's not something we want. It's mandatory to have first request the authorization to fly and have it with you during your operation. We have been telling our public, also the community in general, and we have requested, we can require this in our specific case. Since 2016, we've been working and raising awareness. So that's enough time for everyone to know what is mandatory. Also, another thing as an insurance, when the aircraft that are not required to have an insurance, we insist on those that must have this requirement. That's a different document that we need to have in our program. How do we do this oversight? It's in more than one front, and the most important one the most labor-some, I would say, the parties we have there, the festivals, the carnival. We needed to establish a procedure for that. We called the teams, we got them together, we explained what to do, but in order this not to be something inconstant, we established standards for that. So we have standard operational procedures. This is the first one is about the surveillance, the oversight, all about behaviors from the person doing the oversight and what's required from those flying. They also speak about checking the source, again, enforcement. How does it get to us? Sometimes the tower, the Air Force, tells us there's somebody flying irregular near an airdrome or through complaints, and sometimes from visualization. And within the procedure, the identification of the person, there's a specific standard operational procedure, SOP, so we don't make abuses, so that we don't take the rights of people away after that. And if we see there are irregularities, then comes another knowledge. So who are we referring this author, this perpetrator to? We always recommend that the equipment are seized or at least restrained until the whole action goes over. This is an example of one case, one of the first cases when we started working. It was kind of a coincidence. We were starting working with drones, and this happened in prison. This is another case, an important case, that reinforces this partnership or this joint effort from public security forces and the Air Force. There was a report to the tower. The tower reported to the air group about a drone flying near, not very close, but at the final, away from the TMA, but the pilot was flying above 120, 400 feet, and the planes detected it, so the tower called us. The helicopter took off, checked, found the pilot. It was an entrepreneur, owner of one of these warehouses. He was taking images of themselves, and they did not have documents. It was all irregular. It was seized, and he's responding, and I still don't have the end of the story. This is another case. This is the fruit of knowledge. A student from Corpus intervened in one situation of a filmmaker, and with his knowledge and safely, he seized the device and presented to the police authority, and the police authority followed all the necessary steps. So this is our presentation. Thank you so much, and I'm available to you. Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Lieutenant Ferraz from the Air Force Trial Board to explain the administrative process, how this happens when the regional and DECEA sends the violation for the trial board. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Lieutenant Ferraz from the Trial Board of the Air Force. My role there, I'm a legal aid. I work in the first degree trial board. My role there is to try processes, administrative process involving air traffic infractions, violations. But today we're going to talk about these violations in the use of drones. My presentation is at the beginning tries to make aware the aeronautical community that once you violate air traffic, the operator or the owner of this aircraft, this UA, may undergo an administrative process through this military unit that's called the Air Force Trial Board. We're going to use this trial board because it's a unit. It's a new unit. It's a bit over 10 years that it's been around, so the Air Force community may not be really fully aware of this trial board. So it's important to bring up the Article 322 of the Brazilian Air Force Code. There's a legal condition to create this trial board. So you can see that this from 1986, but only 2010, through Decree 7245 from July 28, 2010, is that the trial board is included in the organizational structure of the Air Force Command. Jurisdiction. The trial board has jurisdiction throughout the national territory, including the airspace under the responsibility of Brazil, including international waters, through international agreements. Competence. It's already being explored this year by Lieutenant Eduardo. We ratified the trial board. It's to investigate and to judge administratively and to apply the penalties through infractions of air traffic. Of course, the board does not try just infractions. It also has airspace. Its responsibility is more than that. These are violations involving objects projected in airspace, of having the aerodrome protection zones, tariffs for aerial navigations. There's a number of violations that we try in the trial board. The headquarters, it's in the city of Rio de Janeiro, state of Rio de Janeiro. It acts in an autonomous, impartial, and subordinated administrative to the DECEA, the Department of Airspace Control. Here, it's our web page. In this communication channel, it's possible for the user. Here's for those who is undergoing an administrative process through a violation of air traffic in the use of drones. The objective of this platform, that here we have a field called Platform of Processual Communication. You can petition your defense, your appeal from any location, from any state in the country. You can do this electronically, something that was not possible until 2018. So until 2018, mandatorily, the offender would have to send its defense or appeal through the mail, or to go personally, or to hire a lawyer, to go personally to the headquarters of the trial board to protocol its defense or its appeal. So it's a very interesting advance in this sense. The offender. The trial board of the Air Force bases decisions involving these violations of air traffic concerning drones based on this ordinance from 2018. This is the norm that's valid for the board, the procedures, processes. We use this ordinance 258 to base our decisions upon in the specific case of drones. And this other one, the CASEN, ICA 112, that deals with the rules of the air rules. Here I ask a question for reflection. What is the role of the trial board in concerning irregular flights involving drones? Like I mentioned, the trial board plays a technical role of registering report and makes the owner of the aircraft and applies financial penalty, a fine that can vary from a legal entity to a physical, to a person. For a person, from 1,200 reais to 7,200, and a legal entity 2,400 to 4,400 reais, taking into account the circumstances that took place. Ladies and gentlemen, here I draw your attention that the trial board is not a fine applying machine. Its role is much more than that. The truth is the goal, the objective of the board is to re-educate the pilot, is to contribute for there's no more violations. That's the idea. And to contribute for the safety of the airspace through the use of fines. Here, in a very summarized way, are the phases of the stages of our administrative process. Like Lieutenant Eduardo mentioned, everything begins through the public security agencies, through the police report. It's forward to the regional agencies of DECEA. So the regional agencies will put together the documents. We call this investigations procedure. This arrives to the board. We register this infraction, this violation. We notify the offender for its defense in 30 days, and the trial board judges this process, applying a fine or file the process. Usually a fine may be applied. This decision is forwarded to the offender to appeal in 10 days or pay the fine. With a resource, with appeal, the appeal is judged by a second board. This other board has two possibilities. An appeal board has three. It can file the process. It can maintain the fine by the first board, or can forward the process to complement some information that may be important to further investigate the process concerning the air traffic. So if the fine is kept by the appeal board, the offender is once again notified of the decision. Now to pay the fine. If the fine is not paid, the trial board has the institutional role, mission of putting together these documentations, do the calculations, update the debit, and forward it to the PGFM, which is the General Prosecutor's Office of the Treasury, for them to be able to register this debt in the active debt of the union, of the country. Another question with another answer for reflection. What is the treatment that the trial board uses for the violations of air traffic that are published on social media? This is a common problem. It's not unusual for the drone operators, especially those who operated illegally. They're posting in their social networks photographs, videos, photographs of military areas, videos of military areas, videos of prisons, and so forth. But every complaint or accusations from social networks, Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube, as well as their police reports, they serve as a base. They serve as a base for registering the violations. Here, these people are self-accusing themselves. They're putting out proofs against themselves, and the trial board values these publications. We use these publications, these posts, the photographs, the images, to base our decisions and to apply the fines. Main legal consequences when you have violations with drones. The violator is going to go this administrative process, the fines. There's some situations where, depending on the severity of the behavior, not just administrative process, you and the fines, we also forward the process to the prosecutor's office, public prosecutors, to investigate some crimes or violations. If the fine is not paid, the process is set for to be registered as a active debt with the union, with the country. be it a person or a legal entity, it cannot take part in tenders or have any contracts with the public administration, CIMA, without some consequences concerning the administration environment. Lastly, I pointed out some violations that reoccur, violations that we try flew and took photographs of safety areas for the Air Force, safety areas without authorization, flights with UAs without authorizations of the correspondence is not registered at SARPAS, flew over a safety area without authorization of the company authority, flew without a registry, without certification with ANACA, without the registry of the pilot, without authorization. So without authorization, without licenses, and so forth and so on. So I now finish my presentation. Thank you. And now I'm here to clarify any doubts during the debates.
Now we start the debate. I have some questions from the audience. The first question goes to Lieutenant Eduardo Silva. What do the regulatory agencies and the DECEA are doing for the National Congress to have a national legislation on the use of RPAs? Can you repeat the question, please? The first part, when the guy is shaking and they has to repeat. Okay. What are the regulatory organs and ANAC and ANATEL and DECEA are doing for the National Congress to have a rule, national rule legislation for the use of RPAs? That's a very interesting question. And it brings a concern from the person asking about a law on RPAs. The first thing we have to say and bring to the audience is that even though we use here the name drone, we have an international legislation like DOC 119 from OACI, a differentiation between RPA and UA. UA is unmanned aircraft, and RPA is remotely piloted aircraft. And in a simple way, so you can understand in a very harmonious way, to consider an unmanned aircraft as a drone, as an RPA, this tool has to undergo certifications. Nonetheless, we have in this international legislation the difference in devices, RPAs and UAs, and even smalls and so on. We see today that there is a diversity of names, of acronyms, and I'll get to the question, okay? Like ARP, or remotely piloted aircraft, RPA, that is English for ARP, Portuguese, UAV, the English for vent, that's unmanned aircraft, or UA of unmanned aircraft, and SARP, that is a system for remotely piloted aircraft. And DECEA says that as this is a new topic, and as it needs to be proliferated, especially a set of best practices, we cannot say that one name is right or wrong. What we see is that in the international scenario, UA or UAS has a very strong weight, bringing it to the question. When you ask about RPAs, it caused me one question. If the person asking, if this participant who asked knows beforehand the difference between RPA and UA. This is very important. And when we speak about organizations, the regulatory organs, are they doing something with the National Congress to have a regulatory legislation for RPAs? If that's regarding UAs or even RPAs, we already have it. RBAC ECO 94 is about the civil use of remotely pilot aircraft, RPAs. ICA 148 is about aircraft airspace access for unnamed aircraft. But ANAC and SIO, they talk really well. And we deal with these two tools as drones, as unmanned aircrafts or remotely piloted aircrafts. We already have these legislations. We have an ANATEL ordinance, a MAPA ordinance, one from the Minister of the Defense, one ICTA 140, 4 manuals, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and RBAC plus IS, that supplemental instruction ECO 94003 Alpha from ANAC, and other rules that are coming. Maybe your question refers to a legislation about neutralizing or taking down. Our rule says neutralize. It does not say take down, knock down, break in half. No, we say neutralize. And with an anti-drone system, I can neutralize an irregular flight. And we have to understand there are proposals for the National Congress on the inclusion of paragraphs in CBA in the Article 15, Law 7585, Article 15. There is a bill of law in the Congress. It's open for rapporteur in 2019 about the inclusion of 2 paragraphs in Article 15. And these 2 paragraphs are about neutralization of drones flying over airports or heliports or air sites. We already have these legislations, but in terms of oversight, we don't have a legislation that such and such organs will approach, will oversee, will send it to the police station. We don't have that, but we have campaigns like the one you see here, all 3 entities working together, interagency, to solve the problems we have had. Thank you, Lieutenant Eduardo. Now, Lieutenant Mando, how do you approach when the military police gets a complaint about an irregular drone flight? Well, as I said, we have a SOP, Standard Operational Procedure. And in this SOP, in order to avoid the abuse, we have to make sure that that flight, that operation is regular and register with pictures and videos and witness before approaching the perpetrator, especially with witnesses from the people. If like that's a flight over people, call someone to be with, take pictures, videos if possible, check in the device, go to the pilot, check the device, ask him to land the aircraft, and then we check the legality or illegality of it. Thank you. I have another question. The police, I mean, we see a lack of information, right? With that, a lot of people don't report, don't ask for police support in this kinds of case. Does the police do an internal campaign for the operators to keep on following this doctrine? We do, especially during large events. We do social media, We have folders. We talk to the media, TV, the press. We disclose this kind of information and we say that people are well informed about it because we are normally called for these kinds of cases. And sometimes the air group was called as if we were the air authority. Look, there's a flight here, send the air group to seize. And sometimes they call us straight to the tower, or they call us, look, there is a guy flying here. Like there's a guy here flying with us, a plane very low. So people in general is well informed about it. Now, Lieutenant Ferraz, what are essential data to be effective in figuring out a complaint about a drone that is putting people at risk? Well, essential information, you mean materiality? Yeah, like any other air traffic infraction, drones are more sensitive, I would say, because with drones, we need to have a police report. We need pictures, videos. Things that don't happen in air traffic infractions and like in common infractions. The common aviation we normally use as materiality, the TGC, the transcript of oral communications, the radar image. For drones, we don't have that. So the police report, pictures and videos are key for us to have the materiality of the infraction and so that we are successful in applying the fines in this process. You mentioned in your presentation that social media, you can use social media as authorship and materiality. So you don't need a police report because the person won't be able to have a police report on the social media they saw, so you don't need it. But in cases where the police did the approach, then you need the police report to prove the authorship and materiality. Not necessarily any person, as Lieutenant Evandro said, any person, if they see there is a drone irregularly flying, they can take pictures and record that and go to the police and do a police report. It's valid, okay? Just like it's usual for the military police, if they see the case, they do a flagrant prison and they take to the civil police or even the federal police, depending on the location, and they do the police report. I just would like to compliment what you said regarding the case where you don't have a police report. Like when we learn from social media, it's like the picture of the drone or the flight of the drone over Tietê River, for instance, filming the heliports and so on. And this image, this video, this text is on the YouTube or Instagram. We get this and then we talk to the regional agency and they take a first analysis. Remember the two forms, the form, the preliminary analysis, and the communication of infraction. So the regional agency tries, but as Lieutenant Ferraz said, maybe there is no indication of authorship materiality, like a drone flying over a lot of people, but we don't know who that Instagram belongs to. We don't know when it was. It was 4 years ago, last week, and the regional agency tells us there is no indications for us to send it for judgment. So the process is ended there. So, Lieutenant Eduardo, when I speak about air traffic infractions, people were in doubt. If a drone flies without authorization, is it an air traffic infraction? Yes, it is. And Lieutenant Ferraz can speak better about this annex. There is an annex with the whole list of infractions that are possible to be applied by this tribunal, this board tribunal, and the Annex 2 of CBA. Annex 2 mentions CBA, but within the Ordinance 258/2018, institutes the board, the tribunal board for administrative sanctions. They bring in the end Annex 2, and in this Annex 2 there is a table with all the possible infractions and amounts people ask. But I'm going to pay 14,000 reais? Yes, it's there. And this table is linked to some CBA articles that mention about air rules. So as Ferraz mentioned, there are processes running there for non-request to fly. If you access the airspace unduly or without any authorization, it's an air traffic infraction. Yes. Also, SIRESANT is one of the methods to propagate OAS doctrine. Has DECEA been doing campaigns like that to help educate this knowledge? Lieutenant Evandro said in the beginning they didn't know about SARPAs and so on. So we see a need to have a better propagation of in terms of education of our systems and so on. Has DECEA doing something about it? Yes, it's a very important question, especially for those following us on YouTube. First of all, we have this doctrine. Proliferate our normatives, our events through social media, and that's what we have in a social technical community. We have to proliferate things, disclose things, profiles or channels like YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. YouTube, that's the channel you are watching now. Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. You can go there. The event is there. We also have SIRESANT, as Brigadier Miguel mentioned, in every regional organ, Curitiba, São Paulo, Brasília, Recife, probably the next one in Manaus, with an audience. But we also have other audiences from public security, pilots of drones, of associations, the academia, the industry, the public security. So DECEA has another program called Workshop UAS for Public Security Agencies, and it took place in 2 editions, one in Rio, another one in São Paulo. So we closed Rio, São Paulo. And now we want to take all this information that Lieutenant Evandro mentioned to public security organs and the air traffic controls, airs, DTCs that are fully involved with that. Another important event is Drone Enable, which is an international event. Now we have a SIRESANT, the OAS workshop, and Drone Enable, that to me are the 3 main events that we have to disclose the OAS doctrine in Brazil. Thank you so much for your presentations. So I now adjourn this session on enforcement of the illegal use of drones. Thank you.
Microfone aberto. Research and Development Forum. In this fourth forum, we will debate the initiatives that want to drive the operations of drones in the future. We now invite the speakers to come up to the stage as I introduce them. Christopher Schneider Cerqueira, professor from the Aeronautical Technological Institute. Lieutenant Colonel Aviero André Oliveira da Silva Santos, head of the UA Planning System of the Airspace Control Department. Captain Christian da Silveira Schmid, head of the Innovation Sections of the Institute for Airspace Control. Moderator of this forum, Major Jorge Alexandre de Almeida Seto, head of the Air Traffic Subdivision of the 2nd CINDACTA. Thank you for the introduction. I hope we don't have any technical problems. We're all live here anyway, so I'm very happy to see this forum because since 2019 we have been trying to close the gap between the regulatory agencies and academia, and this is the objective of this forum. I'd like to ask Professor Christian to start off this forum with his presentations and share some of his knowledge with us in a brilliant way. I need for you to start my presentation, please. Geraldo. No. Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christopher. I'm a professor at ITA. It's a great pleasure to be here sharing this presentation with you. The idea of this presentation is to bring a little bit of the prospects that ITA works with in terms of RPAs or UAs, a little bit on competitions that our students participate in, initiatives that may take place, and the multidisciplinarity of this topic. This topic is not only about for the Air Force, it's in terms of aeronautical engineering, but also social sciences, computer sciences, many other environments are important for you to study because this is a complex system by definition. We have a number of work fronts that could be used for this event. For example, so we will need to have many other representatives from society for us to be able to understand all the possible aspects of the system. So the idea is to put this into context of our activities in the ITA Space Center. Although it's a space center, we work with a number of other fronts. Talk a little bit about the SIMUA project. It's a project we have with the Swedish from the purchase of the Gripen fighting planes, and to finish up with the arena of demonstrations that we're developing at ITA that allows for the growth of the level of technological maturity of the projects in the RPAs. So, very well, what is the context? Starting with the context, I think I don't need to repeat this. We all know that it's been growing, the use of airspace, the requests, at least the legal requests for the use of airspace. We have growing indications that in the UTM region, we're going to have a large number of aircrafts. Can you imagine, just to provoke this, professors would like to provoke, and at the end, there's the test for you to answer, right? So can you imagine in the up to 400 feet, 35,000 aircraft flying? How can we deal with this? The answer is still unknown. We must evolve with technology, and that's why the role academia is to research. How are we able to control this? And perhaps, are we going to need to control? We don't have the answers yet, but we have to be compatible with the rules, the flight rules, at least in what it concerns safety, where safety is concerned. We have to continue to provide this functionality. For this, there's a study. This study is being done in partnership with the Swedish universities, the Swedish Air Force, air traffic controllers of the Swedish airspace, so a number of different fronts. So ITA is part of this, for example, in the development of technologies for drone swarms, both for protection as well as search and rescue. We're also conducting studies for the decrease of the cognitive load of pilots. Today, we have a pilot, Air Force, and a sensor pilot. Why not just one? So another study that we're doing. In the other end, we have search and rescue in oceans. Let's say someone is in a dangerous situation. Why not use a drone to do this search, this reconnaissance, as well as multi-sensors and arriving on the top, how to provide the safe integration of these aircrafts and to a worst scenario in a non-segregated airspaces. We talked a lot today about creating regions where we would like for another aircraft to come into, but let's worsen the situation a little bit. Let's try to not segregate anything, quote unquote, anyone requesting operations in that airspace could come in, can enter, and how to live with this. And we're going to make things even worse, but let's hold on to this information, non-segregation. In this way, we have a project with ITA as part of this, together with DECEA and SEA, at Exmo Bots and ETEC, to conduct the study of a safe integration, how to place a conceptual proposal, over 30,000 aircraft in an airspace, and see how we're able to provide safety characteristics. We're talking about 30,000 aircraft only in an airspace of a city with a huge population like São Paulo. Can you imagine the complexity of the system, which is not just, like I said, aeronautical engineering. There's a number of other focus that are important to be remembered. This way, what is our study proposal that's happening now at ITA? We have to maintain the safety of an aircraft. We have a number of possibilities here that we need to avoid. We have to avoid conflicts route, avoid critical climate conditions. We have to avoid ground operations. We have to avoid dangerous situations, birds and so forth, and terrains or buildings or constructions. And we must create a map of situational awareness with a set of sensors, not just one approach, but multiple approaches that allow for the equipment to make a decision of how to avoid some of these cases, understanding possibly sources of conflict, and to modifying its route, its path. I think I went to the end. One of the strategies that we are researching is how to embed all this technology and embed this in a situation. That's one of the most complex ones. There's no one helping us to deconflict. There's no strategical plot of deconflicting. There's no maintenance of the all clear. There's no one working us for us, approaching us with us, and it's up to the vehicle to do this separation. And this separation in a non-cooperative way. Cooperation is easy. Someone says, I'm coming in your direction. The most difficult scenario is this non-cooperation situation. And for this, we have to be able to detect these multiple aircraft, and that's the use of multiple sensors and avoid these collisions. This is the project, one of the projects that currently ITA is heading in this part. So we are foreseeing a set of actions. We have simulations. We have large proofs of concept. This is just illustrative image. Our aircraft is not this one. And the development of the use of some arenas, like one that's already been mentioned by Exmo Boats, and also developing an arena which is totally virtual. What is our objective with all of this? Our objective is to create an operational concept for the use of the non-segregated airspace, so that the aircrafts can live in this ecosystem, and a prototype of how the industry would do to be compatible with this operational concept. And following this path, we're able to have a system, and this system is compatible with the operational concept that is projected. So this is our objective. Talking a little bit about the demonstration arena, also in our lab, we're building this arena for the growing at the level of material technology readiness level of the projects. Recently, the Ministry of Science and Technology published an ordinance stating that this will be a scale of technological advance, that we are developing the environment where the projects can go from specific demonstrations with an architecture, conceptual architecture, proving the functioning of the architecture and placing it in a simulator where a number of scenarios can be simulated simultaneously. So this is another tool that's going to be available, and we're going to be able to operationalize for the next projects that are going to show up within this context. So to finish up, I hope that I have at least brought some points concerning what ITA has done within this context, to remind you that this project is a complex system that have many other different fronts, not just technological. People are involved in the systems, there are environments, there's a number of other points. It's a multidisciplinary system, and we have the objective of this work within this objective to assure the safe integration, that if this function is not well done, perhaps will not make feasible the non-segregated airspace, and the deliverable result is this operational concept, and that we have a prototype that shows the entries first. If you follow this way, this is possible, and we're able to meet this concept, operational concept. So I was able to stay within my time. Thank you.
Excellent presentation. Just to add some spicy to your presentation, not only 35,000 per hour, according to the Manifield University in a study from June 2020, it's expected 85,000 in the skies of Paris. So you need UTM and what Colonel Andre will speak to us about. Thank you, my dear friend, Major George, idealizer of SIRESANT that started in 2019, and our birthday boy of the day. A round of applause to him. 27 years old only today, right? I was born a little bit after I turned to 26 last year. So I'm Lieutenant Andre, head of the planning session for Unmanned Aircraft Systems and the planning of the section. It's a large name, but with a small collaboration to such a huge universe, such a new universe, and also newly idealized. And I say newly idealized because when I was challenged to work with unmanned aircraft at DECEA, I lived moments of my childhood where in the something decade I used to watch the Jetsons. Young people like me probably remember the Jetsons. Very young people won't know because they were watching Peppa. But the Jetsons were a family that lived in the future. This future time was 2000, the year 2000. They believed the future was the 2000s, and the family was living in a high technological moment where AI facilitated people's lives. Robots would replace humans in domestic housework, and they used to fly flying cars. Probably they knew what was going on in the future. Maybe they missed the deadline, the time, but this time is coming. The problem is that it took a little bit longer, so I'm sure we'll see these pictures, but I'll probably be hairless back then. And in my childhood, I thought that I would have my hair on in a flying car. I still didn't have time, but I'm going to fly a flying car, I'm sure of it. And I find myself as a stubborn pilot. I still fly. I insist on flying. Right, my friend? And we never give up. And I think maybe soon we won't be flying the airplanes we love so much, and we'll be flying different devices, but we'll keep on having this. So today we'll be talking about the BRTM. We'll be talking about BRETM, and my goal is that you get to know the sales plans to create a conception to manage the traffic of unmanned aircraft. So we'll be following this. We'll talk about the UAS universe in Brazil, speak very briefly what BRUTM is, and the sale projects for this to happen. And for that, it's important that we understand what truly are unmanned aircrafts. There are a set of aircrafts that we can consider unmanned aircrafts. Among those, balloons, model aircrafts that have their own rules, specific rules, remotely pilot aircrafts like Major Davi presented us. They don't have a pilot, but they have a large capacity to transport sensors that allow some sort of integration to the management systems we have today. The RPA, presented by Major Davi, that was we see in war movies. They have embarked transponders, ADS, voice communicators, so with some adaptations, they can be integrated to the airspace control. But to the right is our greatest challenges. There are the small drones, small UAs, or small UAS, but I'll call here drones to facilitate our conversation. Small drones. They have a large flexibility, a distinction of performance from piloted aircrafts. They can be used in a whole setting of applications, from recreational flights until more complex flights for inspection of infrastructure, critical inspections, interventions in disasters, emergency situations, and the sales challenge is to have these aircraft to be received by the air traffic control and to be applied in all possibilities in the 22 million square kilometers of the airspace of Brazil. Just so you know the size of the challenge, this is the growth curve of requests for unmanned aircraft in the system. It's about 40% growth a year, and from yesterday we got to 306,000 requests for 2022 yesterday. How do we make this happen on a scale and so that it's exploited commercially with a set of rules the DECEA has today? And it was mentioned here especially the 140, the RBAC from ANAC, the ordinances from the ministry. They give a lot of predictability for the flights that we know as VLOS, where the pilot has a visual contact with the aircraft, or EVLOS, where they have an observer for visual contact with the aircraft. This kind of flight has a nice coverage, a reasonable coverage, and I can say that Brazil is one of the most flexible countries for this type of operation. But drones can only reach commercial scalability, all the potential of this technology, the moment we have more coverage for BVLOS, the one where the pilot has no contact with the aircraft. That's how drones can make deliveries. And my friend Aline, that lives in one fancy neighborhood in São Paulo, right? So for a drone to go from a cuisine hub in São Paulo, go over people's houses and get to Aline's mansion in the neighborhood of Jardins, we need to have more coverage for BVLOS flight, and this does not happen in a segregated air space, because it happens in the isolate part of the airspace, and we give exclusivity. How can we have a commercial exploitation for this if we have to have a space for only one operator, or a TV channel or a media channel wants to use the same airspace for a journalistic coverage? So that's why we need to evolve, and that's how the international community understood that we needed in the ATM, the management of airspace, have a space for drones, and we believe this space is below 400 feet. Consider that between 500 and above, there we have helicopters flying. So eVTOLs probably will share the space with the helicopters, and the drones will be below that. That's a very low level. So the idea is that we organize this space and that it can live with the other users in a new system, because the current system has few users concentrated with operations in airports, but now we need capillarity with new people entering, and they have to live in this new system that harmonizes the entire airspace we have today, because it's the same and will be used by everyone. That's why the world understood. I'm sorry. The text is not there. Okay. The world started editing operational conceptions on how to create a methodology to manage air traffic that won't speak with the ATC by radio, with no transponder, no ADS, and cannot be visualized by the air traffic radar that we use for manned aircraft. So in October this year, DECEA launched the DECEA, the conceptual operation for national UTM, where we want to make public what DECEA understands that should be the path to go to create a management, a traffic management for these aircrafts. Simply speaking, it's a front-end, back-end system that aims to create an ecosystem. I will point here. The idea is to create an ecosystem right in the middle where we can integrate, creating actually a protocol for communication. So standardize a communication protocol where it can link the same ecosystem, the users that want to use drones, and the regulatory agencies and the governmental agencies that somehow rule the use of the airspace, DECEA, ANAC, MAPA, and so that everyone can, in this ecosystem, the governmental agencies offer the circulation data, airspace data, meteorological data, and the users, through service providers, access the services and get from the service providers all the additional information needed to have a flight under their desired feature. Why service providers? Because each drone user has a specific need. The needs for the police for surveillance is not the same as the company that wants to do drone delivery or the engineering company that wants to do an inspection of an structure. So each user will have the freedom to choose their service provider that best fits them and that deliver more precise services. And for UTM to happen, we foresee that it must serve at least 9 services, out of which 5 Brazil has at some level. What still needs to happen is mapping cities, geographical mapping of the cities with the natural and artificial obstacles so that the drones can design smart routes adapted to the cities because they will be flying very low. Remote identification, called remote ID technology. This year, STM published the first document with an architecture for this type of technology that aims to send telemetry and drone info with using 4 and 5G phone networks, real-time location, and also the same technology, and also separation and traffic conflict. And that's what we want to provide with this system. That in a strategic moment, when requesting the flight, allows for the use to identify route conflict from other traffics that required flights before, and that the aircrafts are incorporated into a technology to replace the capacity of the pilot to see and avoid obstacles, as Professor Christian brought here, that the detect and avoid equipment. So with that, we hope that by standardizing how UTM should happen in Brazil, the UTM zones come in places where there's a need to apply the technology. We don't think there will be one single UTM for Brazil, but having standardized this technology and this protocol for data transmission for all, we believe that UTM zones will proliferate, and as demand grows, they will cover the entire country. But for that to happen, there's a lot of work to be done. And DECEA, with the SIRES program, that is a program developed by DECEA that develops the value chain with a series of projects. We have an enterprise in the first box, the management of air traffic, or traffic management, that DECEA will bring to the programs, a partnership, government, academia, that represented here by Professor Christian, and also companies. Like we had here some colleagues from our friends who I talk frequently, they are sitting here in the audience. So we try with this cooperation to develop interesting projects. The main projects of interest, we have the largest ones besides the development of the technology for UTM. We have the development of a detect and avoid system to be incorporated or to be embarked in the aircraft so they can see and avoid collisions with obstacles and other aircrafts. We have another project with Petrobras for the application of UAs to transform small volumes and small cargo in between platforms in campus basin. We have an against drone, counter drone. We try to provide airports with systems that curse the entry of non-collaborative aircrafts in airport sites. We have air mobility project with a high correlation with UTM and the drone project. We hope in the future, if tall and this maximum stage of development have no pilot on board and it's more similar to a drone than a helicopter. In July of this year, we launched the new SARPAS NG, the new generation, as a more intuitive and more friendly system with a connection with ASA, allows for the user to have graphic tools to plan their flight from the planning, from the map. The data are immediately uploaded to surplus form that is integrated to the ANAC, the SIRESANT system, so they import the data from the user so the user can make their flight request. And in November, we had the first UAS course. It's a still course for the internal population that wants to proliferate this, the ways to use drones in Brazil. With that, if we are successful in all these stages, we'll be able to help Brazil here the concept of smart cities, adjusting the model, their model, receiving drones and connecting this model to other models of transport so we can evolve. The future that's coming, the DECEA is pretty much interested and we want to collaborate to Brazil to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Andre. There is much to be done, but a great step has been taken. Congratulations. Now, Captain Christian is going to share with us what DECEA has been doing as an Institute of Science and Technology. Institute of Science and Technology. Thank you, Major. First of all, I'd like to thank for this opportunity of being here, especially in the company of such a brilliant speaker, Professor Christian, whom we know from some time now, Colonel Andre, who had the pleasure to be his neighbor when I was in Rio de Janeiro. We live in a world of constant changes. In the last 5 years, these changes are coming about quicker, especially in this industry, faster, that we are discussing and approaching during today. So, every time it's possible to facilitate this transformation, this change, so that the solutions that are developed be adopted by civil society, it's a gain for the country. So, with this in mind, around 2004, the Brazilian government thought that science and technology and innovation is something that's going to support Brazil in the future. It's something that's going to leverage Brazil to become a world power. So it's useless to talk about science, technology, and innovation if we are going to think in having to use bureaucratical process that make things difficult to be able to take what academia develops and take it to industry, to consider the needs that the government has to in terms of development, and to take this to civil society. That's why in 2004, recognizing the importance of science, technology, and innovation, the Brazilian government searched for ways to facilitate access by industry and by academia to the needs and the installations, the facilities that the government has to offer. With this, the government started to talk about innovation. So it is the topic that I'm trying to approach here is how this innovation arrived in the Air Force Command through the aeronautical innovation system, and how this arrives to the CSAB, how innovation is treated within the airspace control system. The objective of this presentation is to make it so you may identify the processes and opportunities, innovation processes and opportunities in the CSAB environment. To meet this objective, we have the following agenda, trying to understand what is innovation. Let's contextualize innovation within the development process. We're going to go about the normative base. We're going to bring this normative base to within the Air Force, and at the end to show how this normative base is seen, approached within CSAB. To start, we have to understand what is innovation. We understand about inventions. We know the cost of discovery. When someone finds a plant that's already in nature, discovers that it's able to produce a drug, medication, an invention. Edison brought to us light, bringing this academic concepts. He was able, through a huge effort, to transform electricity into electrical light. But innovation is a bit different from these two other concepts. When we talk about invention, invention is the ability of transforming information that is produced by academia into a knowledge. It's to be able to concretize information. However, innovation is a bit beyond, not just changes information to knowledge. It takes this knowledge and transforms it into a product, adds value. It brings something that able to place this invention in a way that society can get something out of it. Let's give an example here. I could have an example on the over US, and I thought about this today. But then a good example that we have is the KC. It's a military aircraft that was developed by Embraer, a national company that had its huge challenge of having a landing gear that's able to bear a huge weight, around 80 tons, operating in short runways. And for this, Embraer went to academia, approached academia to help them to develop processes of milling of materials, systems, hydraulic systems that were able to work with. And with this, it transformed this into a product from academia. It was transformed into a product that brings value, that adds value to the Brazilian society, which is the landing gear of this aircraft. But none of this would be possible if Embraer had to work in a call for bids process, which was the old legislation requested this, but this legislation changed. So government brought to facilitate this process, it brought about a normative base, a new modern norm that was came about through this legal framework of science, technology, and that's known as MLCTI. This legal framework of science, technology, and innovation is made up of some legislations. The main one is the National Code for Science, Technology, and Innovations. That is a specific legislation, covers it from 2016, and the decree from 9,203 from 2018. These two legislations did this change a set of laws that in 2004 were implemented, however, were not very successful. This is an important issue, the laws that don't catch on. So this national code and the innovation laws facilitated this access for Brazil, this access to innovation in Brazil. These two codes transformed this legal foundation, not just a reviewing of the constitutional amendments in number 85 from 2015, other 9 laws, especially the innovation law from 2004, and the call for bids legislations. Throughout this legal framework, the Brazilian government created mechanisms to facilitate the integration between government, industry, and academia that we know of as the triple axis. And this legal framework is based upon 4 principles. The first principle is to foster and facilitate cooperation and interaction between public entities, private entities, and companies. The second principle is to stimulate the activities of science technology in the industries, in companies, through tax breaks, through access to financing, to incentive finances towards science, technology, and innovation. And also, not just companies, science and technology institutions also. We're going to see exactly what are these ECTs later on in this process, in my presentations. Another principle of this MLCTI, simplification of process. The process of the call for bids, it can be a difficult process. It serves to create transparency, but also to make things more difficult. This needs for transparency of purchases, of the use of public resources into products. It can be something somewhat different. So MLCTI brought mechanisms that allow for industry and the government and academia, they interact in a simpler way. And the fourth principle for decentralization of this fostering before the constitutional amendment in 2014, number 85, 2014, the Brazilian, the state was responsible for fostering innovation. The constitutional amendment also transformed this responsibility into not just the state, but also the municipal and state entities, not just the federal entity. And with this, we arrive at this triple helix. The legal framework of such technology innovations fosters the interaction between industry, academia, and government, which is exactly what we talked about this concept. But this legal framework, it's where this concept grows. It fosters, not just facilitates, but it incentives, encourages the government to interact with academia, interacts with industry, to be able to achieve innovation. Not just a legal framework for the Air Force to be able to work is necessary for this innovation to be transported to inside our rules. So we see innovation in Air Force initially in the directives for the Air Force Command in this number that you see. Just to open a parenthesis, like the legislation, our norms also have a hierarchy. So we have directives, we have guidelines, which is by the command, some guidance, something that should be done. We have the plans, we have guidelines, we have plans. We have the plan from the Air Force Command that establishes how to do it, and at the end we have the instructions and systems and norms, and so forth and so on. So DECEA was the first document that was published with the objective of establishing innovations in the Air Force and establishing as one of the responsibilities of the Air Force, not just providing safety for air navigation, which is one of our duties, to create investments in science and technology. So a continuous flow of placement of resources for science, technology, of innovations in the Air Force. So this is established as an obligation of the Air Force Command to create this continuous flow of resources. And also, after DECEA, we have this other PCA 11, 217, establishes that necessary to increase innovations in the Air Force through the creation of the innovation system for the Air Force to promote the intellectual property. And together with intellectual property, we have the technology transference. When an institute like ITA registers a prototype, it is encouraged to search for partners in the private sector for these partners to take on this intellectual property through awarding of use or awarding of rights. The partner can transform that prototype into a product and to put it in the market. So encouraging ITA wins with royalties, and the partner also wins with Brazil also wins with the development in the Brazilian industry, and also these two, the updating of the technological development model, and also to establishing of strategic partnerships that the Air Force Command encourages its organizations to do this. And since one of the commands was the creation of the Air Force Innovation Center, it was established how this system should be implemented in terms of technologies, the management of portfolio and the management of intellectual property. So SINAER is responsible in the Brazilian Air Force to coordinate these four activities. But where? Ready. How does SINAER? SINAER is made up of 14 organizations from a number of commands. So we have DCTA, which is the Airspace Science and Technology Direction, which is in São José dos Campos. Most institutions are there. We have Concreto, Congapi, and we have DECEA. DECEA has DECEA as its representative. Its representative in the Air Force Innovation System, SINA-Air. So we reached to innovation in CCAB, ICEA, the Institute of Science and Technology, that's part of SINAIR is responsible to conduct those four activities, portfolio management, knowledge management, and management of intellectual property, and from CCAP. So ICEA, it's an organization from DECEA. It's located in São José dos Campos in the CTA campus, which makes it easier for this interaction with other institutions in academia. It's the military organization that's responsible for research, development, and innovation. So in ICEA, we are looking for the activities that facilitate this interaction between CCPAP, DECEA, and academia and industry. And ICEA, in this innovations, it's responsible for identifying partnerships and agreements that allow for this transformation of knowledge into products, to search for the hiring of research and development international corporations. So we have an agreement with the Swedish company Saab in Simu. This agreement was worked with ICEA, the management of intellectual property and science and technology. We have cases of citizens that a company knew about the registration of intellectual property and tried to transfer technology to develop and support these systems, and also the granting of equipments and labs. So ICEA has this responsibility, legal responsibility, to see our equipments and labs and facilities. With this, I believe that this was very fast. This is a 1 week subject matter in a course, but in 15 minutes and a few seconds, I was able to present to you this Air Force innovation system and how this has an impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Now we'll have a 20-minute break. When we return, we'll have a debate on the presentations we have just watched. Go to slido.com and ask your questions, or vote the questions you consider more important. We start the debate of the forum of R&D. The most voted questions will be asked to the speakers. Well, I would like to greet you on your excellent presentations. And I want to say that we have innovation, research, and operationalization that what was researched. One of the most debated questions in international forums, and something we talk about, is the urban mobility. We see that is the future. It's something we forecasted with the Jetsons, as Colonel Andre mentioned. And in this sense, I have a question to you from the audience. Is there any project nowadays with the support of the academia or ITA for the development of urban mobility? Do you want the short or the long answer? Okay. It depends, actually. Yes, there is a project. There are projects, actually. And this problem is fractioned into many different projects, many different professors researching about it. Just like a critical problem, cybersecurity, it's critical. Imagine, how can you knock down an air system changing the pH of the water? So cyber attack in a water treatment station can knock down the drones. The operators will feel sick, will go to the hospital, and as a consequence, there won't be people controlling. So there are many fronts studying the mobility issue. The infrastructure engineering that studies different ways how this complex system is going to work, electronics with the electronic systems. So the answer is yes. And depending on the department of ITA, you'll find a different front collaborating with the sector to solve this problem. Not only with aircrafts for passengers, but delivery and so on. So we have many fronts, many work fronts. Good to know, because the community feels at ease, knowing that the academia is worried with the use of this new concept. Go and have a master's and doctorate degree to be part of one of these projects. If I were younger, I would. But excellent. Thank you for your answer. We know the ATM environment or the system is conceived like 8 decades ago, centered in human interaction between controllers and pilots in airspaces where we provide the air traffic control services, or among pilots in areas where there is no such a service. We know it can't meet the demand of unmanned aircraft. I cannot scale up these with human interactions. Then come the digitalization of information concept, the UTM or BRUTM. In that sense, Colonel, what is the role of providers, intermediate communication, UTM, BR, and operators? Or they will also be responsible for managing the flights of these aircrafts? Thank you for your question. Well, given the capillarity of the activities, we expect drones to be used or that they are engaged, the diversity of services they can provide, and the huge distinction of performance and capacity of having sensors in these aircrafts. Even within the house set we have, with the models we have, with different capacities, we understand that every user will need specific demands to be met. And the model today centered in one ASP network with the DECEA central organ with the same standard of service for all users won't be able to support this huge amount of drone operations. As I mentioned in my presentation, for each drone operator, there will be a different demand. Public security has one demand. Emergency situations have a different demand. Engineering, another one. Entertainment, journalist coverage. And for each of these operators, there will be the need to offer supplementary services to what DECEA offers today to the users. One easy example would be micrometeorology information. DECEA has a meteorological service, space meteorology, but does not provide microclimate for a certain area of Belo Horizonte, for instance, where there will be the need to exploit an UTM, where the industry will say there's a demand to explore UTM area because many operators want to share that same airspace with different services. So the service providers that want to offer these kinds of service for this UTM zone in a metropolitan area, they will have to provide information on the climate of that microregion, which is different from providing meteorological, aeronautical information like we do today, where information are basically centered in the airport microclimate or en route meteorology. And that's how it works for other services like air mapping, digitalization of cities, the information mapping of cities that a drone needs for the routes to be designed to avoid artificial and natural obstacles is very different from the mapping we have for a plane to fly at 30,000 feet. So in that sense, service providers will not only be the entryway for users to this computer network that we call BRUTM, but they will also supplement this specific information for the users. So yes, to access a UTM zone, the user will need a provider. Thank you, Colonel. That's the philosophy of UTM. We know today that intellectual property, when we start operations, public, private operations, is a huge challenge for the stakeholders. In that sense, Kristen, when working with private partners, how does the data protection occur? Like, for instance, with the Brazilian Air Force and the companies involved? Thank you for your question, Major. Besides the legal devices that regulate intellectual property with many laws that cover that, the partners, Air Force, academia, and industry in a certain project, they must establish a cooperation agreement, and in this agreement, it's a contract signed by all parts where you have the protection of data from each partner. So there is a regulation on how these data can be made available for them, among them, and there is an agreement on how this data can be published or not, and also in the development of a project, in case there is a product that may be intellectual property, there will be a definition of who is the owner, or if this will be a shared intellectual property, or if one certain developer will be the sole owner. So the cooperation agreement will protect the partners in this kind of cooperation. Excellent answer. I could see that with the signature of the agreement with the Sweden and the ADS project. It's a concern, and Sweden showed that very well. And we were part of this project. We know how hard it is to protect all parts in the process. Thank you. Now going back to you, Professor. At what extent can we use the deliverables from Simoa, detect and avoid, for these projects existing today at ITA for urban air mobility? At what extent we can make use of Simoa's results in these projects? We never talked about it at the ITA. At first, all projects are individualized, so each one is in their own zone. And the only concern for publicity for other research groups is the protection of intellectual property of the companies involved. And I think it's healthy. It's a technology that everybody needs to have a safe integration of the non-segregated airspace, and that's what's going to make it feasible to have multiple operations in the same airspace. And we have to check with NDI, the innovation side of NCTA, the correct rules to share this kind of information. I still don't know how to answer that question to you. Technically speaking, I see we could use the results of SIMO to get this technology that we are going to develop in the near future and embark them in this aircraft that will carry passengers without a pilot. So maybe it's feasible. Yeah, I think it must exist. And I have to see the correct legal instrument to do this kind of transfer. Thank you. Well, closing our cycle, Colonel Andre, one of the main concerns we have nowadays is the use of this capacity by public security for their missions. And the UTM environment is not going to be different. Our operational conception published in October 2022 brings priority volume. And this will be interesting because the operators, they're sharing this complex environment, will have knowledge of the priority volumes requested by the security, the public security. In the new UTM, the BRUTM, public security will may be able to segregate temporarily using points. No. And why not? Because the authority on the airspace is still from DECEA. DECEA is the administration, federal administration organ that manages the Brazilian airspace. So if in the operational conception of BRUTM, we don't foresee that DECEA controls the air traffic in that area, and that's a management. Service providers will submit their subscribers or users to the ecosystem that will use AI or computational capacities to authorize the flights and foresee these route conflicts, establishing a collaborative communication among users when there's a conflict when requesting the flight. Besides, as a backup, the study led by Professor Christopher, I'm sorry, because Christian is also professor, I'm sorry. I heard all variations of my name, so don't worry. I'm Andre. Well, the research led by Professor Christopher establishes the need of equip the aircraft have an artificial intelligence embarked that allow them to have separation of obstacles. So you don't need DECEA? Yes, DECEA is still the authority on the airspace. DECEA will provide information to the system and will also monitor assuring the safety of that. So every time a public security organ needs to create an emergency operation area or through SARPS and NASA request a priority flight for an emergency operation, the SEA will segregate that airspace, will issue an instant notice to all operators that had requested flights in that area that their grants, that their authorizations were immediately revoked, and that part was segregated for the public security organs. So the authority is still on the SEA, and the public security organ will be promptly served. It's interesting to see how aligned your speeches are, and the UTM conception reflects that. So closing our cycle of debates here, I have one last question to Kristen. Kristen, when we get close to academia, and I've seen that with Professor Christopher in the SIMUA project, we see a huge need for technical knowledge of those researchers, of what they need to do research on. How can I say help us in that sense of approaching the technical sector from the academia in terms of developing a project for CCA? Well, repeat myself. Cooperation, and not only that, but ITA or any other academia, if they need a specific technical knowledge, they can hire people, they can hire ICEA, so that ICEA will provide the technical personnel for them. So the cooperation agreements are the basic mechanisms that for us to provide that, not only with people from ICEA, but also identify DECEA professionals that can be temporarily allocated to support research and development in the academia. Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now close or adjourn this session, this fourth forum. Thank you so much, and a round of applause to our speakers. Thank you.
I'm now informed that the next presentation will be in a foreign language. Headphones are available for simultaneous translations outside the auditorium. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Simpósio Regional sobre Operações Autônomas e Delivery, temos a honra de receber o senhor Lucas Rodrigues Gomes, diretor de Políticas e Regulamentações América Latina e Caribe.
Latin American Caribbean from Zipline, and the moderator, Third Sergeant Eli Vicente Fonseca Atuti, auxiliary assistant for the UA Center and Air Defense and Air Traffic Control for autonomous delivery operations. Sem som, pessoal. Boa tarde a todos, eu sou o Lucas Rodrigues, eu sou o chefe de política.
Humankind for a couple of years, and that it's extremely expensive both in economic, financial, and ecological terms to move goods and products from the warehouse to actually the final consumer. This has been done traditionally with all kind of manned vehicles, vans, bicycles, even walking when you order from your local store. But what we have seen with e-commerce and all the statistics show that most packages, around 80%
dos pacotes
weight around
pesam
or less than 3 kilograms. So we're basically, with manned logistics, we are basically moving 50 to 70 kilograms of dead weight to move and deliver 3 kilograms packages. And if you add to that the weight of the vehicle, you are basically moving up to 2 tons of dead weight to deliver something that weighs 3 kilograms. This kind of thing, it's inherently inefficient. So the case for autonomous or at least unmanned deliveries, it's really clear from the economic point of view. And when I say economic, I mean the whole cost for the society, not just the financial or money costs, but also energy costs to move 3 tons for 3 kilograms, efficiency cost in the sense that we take part of the, usually in urban environments, that it's highly disputed land to move this kind of thing. So we have been moving towards at least unmanned delivery. And we have seen that there has been a lot of progress there in which remote piloted kind of machines, not necessarily drones, are used to deliver goods and products to the final consumer. However, this kind of the unmanned delivery, that it's one person controlling one drone or one robot to deliver something, although could be efficient in terms of carbon footprint and that kind of stuff, it's not scalable. You would need, for each of the robots, you would need another human being controlling it. You have to train those people. You have to assume a lot of cost, both that with autonomy, you just don't have to assume. So what we are seeing, and predicting the future here, there is a case and there is clarity that most last mile delivery will be, and most last mile logistics in the near future will be completely done by autonomous vehicles. The two main arguments here, like I told you, on one side, weight, 80% of the, and this is a number that it's really important, 80% of all deliveries weigh less than 3 kilograms. And autonomy is the thing that allows us to escalate. But an autonomous delivery system, it's not we tend to think about autonomous delivery like, oh, awesome, the drone, the robot, but it involves a lot of more things. The first thing that it involves, it's warehouse management, all the inventory management, then order management when the client orders the product, and all the fulfillment, getting ready all the products to, in our case, to fly, or in the case of a grounded kind of thing, to be delivered. The flight operations by itself, or the delivery operation by itself, the client experience, and that the client can track their package, that the package arrives at the time. And this part, it's really important because it's something that it's completely changed by autonomy. In the sense that usually when we get a package delivery, what the companies tell us, we will arrive at your place at between 8 and 12, or between 12 and 5, and you can't do anything else during that portion of the day because you have to wait for the truck. With our system, what we have done, it's you can track, and we can give you a 15 or less minute window on which your package will be arriving, and you have a way more control over it. There in Arkansas, we have this amazing story of this person whose medicine, it's a really expensive one, around $10,000 per week or per month. And therefore, she had to be there to receive the medicine, otherwise they wouldn't deliver. With the usual window, 8 to 12, she wouldn't be able to even have a work because the job she had was outside her home. So nobody would hire someone that, okay, at least twice a week I can't go to work because I have to wait for my kids' medicines. With Zipline, for this person, it changed completely because right now when she goes out of her job, she basically orders the medicine, and we can tell her, okay, the medicine will arrive between 6 and 6:15, and she arrives to her home and receives the package. So now she is able to have a normal job and to live a normal life, all because of this instant logistics system. Finally, the quality assurance, that basically the name itself describing, guarantee that all goods, all products arrive 100% fine. And finally, the one that affects all the other systems, it's the data and analytics. We are a new industry, and we are continuously improving. And without this data and without this, we have an amazing analytics team. We wouldn't be able to keep pushing the limits of what's possible for humankind. And this ensures that we are continuously improving all other steps to deliver a really amazing product. But when you see this, the flight operations and autonomy stack affects all previous steps and how they must be done, and all the previous steps and forward steps also affect how autonomy is done. So we have our hubs work basically as a really small and efficient airport, in the sense that we have aviation security, we have safety management, we have everything that the same levels of safety and security that we see here in Recife Airport, we see in every single hub, Zipline hub. But in this thing of autonomy, for the first time, for last mile deliveries, we have the possibility to go by air. Previously, when you have humans driving the machine or piloting the machine, you have to have way greater safety distances. You have to have more controlled time, because we are humans, we usually make mistakes. With autonomy, we uncover flight for the last mile delivery. And so the comparison between the ground autonomous delivery and the drone delivery is something that we must address. These two, when you speak about drones, you use, in our case, you are speaking about 80 to 100 kilometers radius for delivering. So it's something that completely changed the concept of last mile deliveries, last mile logistics. Now with zipline systems is basically 50 miles, or the last mile became 50. That it's something incredible. We have a completely control unlimited interaction with other modes. Like, and I don't need to tell you this because most of you are controllers and are highly familiarized. The drones flight maximum at 400 to 600 feet. Manned aviation, it's 10,000 feet and above. So even with other aircraft, we have a very limited and controlled interaction. That in the ground logistics, you are continuously interacting with other modes, and even more so, highly unpredictable modes. Humans, when we are walking, we forgot something, we come back. The bicycles do strange things, same thing for cars. So a ground delivery system has to continuously fight with all these other modes to be actually effective. And that works, that takes me to the last point, that it's ground logistics needs huge densities. In order to have an economic case, you need around 100,000 people to have enough deliveries. And if you're limited to around 2 kilometers radius or 2 kilometers kind of action, you need 50,000 people per square kilometer. That it's basically, it's larger, it's a higher density than most cities on Earth. And it's a density that you only have in pure city centers or universities in that kind of environment. So it's not that practical. Not the last, but the previous to last, the drones, and especially this kind of drones, works in a range, a whole different range of densities. So we can deliver. We do deliver in rural Rwanda, but we also have delivered in Ghana. During the COVID pandemic, we were bringing to the city center all the PCR tests, and we shortened the time of the response time and the delivery time for the results of the test by one whole day, bringing the test from our hub in the outskirts of the city of Accra to this downtown, to the pure downtown, that it was the only, like, I'm sure it happened here because it happened, I think, in most countries in the world. There had only one laboratory that it was capable of doing this. So we bring this 4 or 5 times a day. We would send the ship, and they would leave the samples there, and they could improve the whole system of the PCR and the testing system, coming from 5 days to 4 days, all thanks to the SIP. But these kind of characteristics and these advantages I'm telling you about work with a really special kind of aircraft that that Lenny showed you earlier, that it's a fixed wing. Here I want a few characteristics that completely change the game. The first one, it's the range. The 160 to 200 kilometers range changes your range of action. With a normal, let's say at 1 or 2 kilometers kind of autonomous vehicle, you would have around 8.5 to 10 square kilometers plan of action. With our 80 kilometers radius, we have 20,000 square kilometers covered by a single hub. So it completely changes the game in that sense. Also, and the scalability, the hundreds of around 300 deliveries per day per hub allow us to be economically feasible, and the reliability and the ADS Bravo system allow us to be to fly BVLOS in a safe and normal manner. For us, around, like Lenica told you, we do around 900 to 1,000 BVLOS operations per day. That it's basically 600 movements, that it's a mid-sized airport, that it's something that no one else it's doing in the world right now. These kind of things are the things that allow autonomy and allow all these previous characteristics I've told you to exist. So these characteristics allow us to have a really slim process. So at 8 a.m., we can receive an order and we activate the fulfillment system. Between 8 and 8:05, we are doing the packaging and making the packaging ready for the zip. At 8:10, at 8:05, we start the launching procedures, and we are sending these products at 8:10. We then fly to the destination, usually, like I told you, by BVLOS and complete autonomy. And at 8:25, we are actually delivering the product and going back to base, and we will recover at 8:40. And it's something that it could be, like I told you, up to 80 kilometers away from, up to actually 100 kilometers away from our nests, away from our hubs, I'm sorry. That it's something, I'm sorry to repeat myself, that it's unheard of until now. This kind of autonomy, it's the one that I know that you've seen this one earlier. It's the one that allows us to be scalable. Autonomy, it's paramount for scalability. Otherwise, the cost the slope of the cost would be the same as manned deliveries. Therefore, it wouldn't be actually feasible. And this brings me to one of my favorite slides. The main advantages of drone delivery are that we can divide up in 4 different, up to 4 different buckets that we can categorize. That the first one is the carbon footprint. Usually, a delivery van emits up to 60 tons of CO2 per month. Our system emits around 0.7. That's a 99% diminishing in CO2 emissions, even when we compare ourselves to a more, let's say, normal kind of thing, and the ones that we see more in Latin America, that it's cars and motorcycles. The motorcycle emits almost 25 tons of CO2 per month. So we are still reducing around 98% of the carbon footprint that usual logistics have. The other one, it's something that it's really important for this side of the world, it's the infrastructure costs. According to the World Bank, 1 kilometer of roads cost anything between $1 and $3 million, depending on the topography, the quality of the terrain, all kind of stuff. And by definition, the service area of a road, it's 1 kilometer on each side. Best case scenario, 2 kilometers in each side. So 1 kilometer of road provides service to and covers around, at best case scenario, 4 square kilometers. A single zipline hub covers up to 20,500 something kilometers. You can do the math, PR squared or with 80 kilometers radius. It's around 20,580, if I'm not mistaken. The other one is effectiveness. Our system and drone delivery actually works not only in the sense that flying or stuff like that, but it gives real results in terms of output. So we have done studies in Rwanda that show that our system brings 60% reduction in blood waste and 42% reduction in damaged products. That it's something that when in emergencies and that kind of stuff, to be able to not lose that amount of blood, life-saving blood, it's paramount. And 40% reduction in product damage means, say, real and almost macroeconomic savings to the health system. Imagine that you would have to buy 42% less of the products and deliver the same amount of quality in healthcare to the population. The difference is staggering. And the last one, and that's it's the efficiency. We are up to 3.5 hours faster in the same route that would be a road-based system. That brings other output in policy that in Rwanda, we produced an 88% reduction in hospital maternal deaths. Why it happened like that? Most of the deaths in hospital in Rwanda and in many rural areas across all South America, actually, it happens because of blood loss. But we can't have a huge hospital everywhere. Well, we wish we could have that, but the reality is that resources are limited. Before that, the person would basically die because there was no blood. Now, the doctor can just order a zip line, can order the blood, and in maximum at 1 hour, they will be receiving this life-saving blood that will otherwise basically would mean death for that person. In national scale, we bring a 10% reduction in maternity and maternal mortality rate nationwide. So it's something that even if you don't count any of the other kind of the infrastructure cost, the carbon footprint, the effectiveness, the output in terms of public health, it's so huge that only that would justify a system like this and the development of a system like this. But all of this requires, and you know it, all kind of planning systems working together to ensure that everything happens safely, securely, and actually happens. So with the UTM, I'm going to be really quick in this one because I know Lenica told you about this one. All our routes are predefined and according to the characteristic of the route. You saw this morning the path going through the mountains and surrounding the mountain. We also have, and this is really important for us, and Lenica also told you, this kind of UTM allows the ATC and the controllers to keep their attention in the unmanned aviation, that it's the one that it's flying lives. So, and we have a redundancy in all communication, including between the UTM and authorities. Like Lenny told you this morning, we even have a phone line, dedicated phone line between the ATC or the towers responsible for where we fly and our hub and our operators. So any kind of emergency that it can communicate it directly by the ATC to the UTM can be done by a phone call. So that ensures that a high level of control by the ATC, by the CAAs, and by all authorities that are involved in this. And the other thing that, and you were asking this morning, it's the DECEA. A truly autonomous delivery system requires a state-of-the-art and a highly advanced DECEA. Here in the GIF we are seeing, this is a GIF that it came from actual DECEA. This thing happened. So our ship detected the collision course and took action immediately, avoiding the aircraft and going back to its course, avoiding all obstacles. And how does the ship do that? So the first thing that the ship does when it detects an obstacle or intruder, it's to generate a set of alternative paths. That means basically generates all the paths that start where it is right now and ends back in the pre-planned route that it's already approved by the ATC and by the authorities. That path cannot deviate more than a certain amount of kilometers from the original one, and usually it's something that we discuss with the authorities. What's the distance on which the ship could get away from it? Second, we validate each path, and this one well, the first time I saw this one, I laugh a little bit and say, definitely computers and humans are different. The first thing that the paths must be clear of any ground obstacles, restricted areas, no-fly zones. And the second one, that it's the one that makes me laugh, it's the path must be flyable. That it's something that we, as humans, we say, but obviously, but if you're flying, the path must be flyable. Well, you have to actually tell that to the computer for it not to evaluate. With all these, the paths that comply with the two first conditions are evaluated, and we measure which path, well, not us, the SIP actually, measures how far the new path will take it away from the intruder. And once it calculates the safest route, basically flies it. This thing that I took actually 2.5 minutes explaining, and that in manned and traditional aviation would have to take around 30 seconds to happen. The SIP does it automatically every 2 seconds. So as soon as it detects by the ADS Bravo, the intruder starts planning the path, but generate a set of alternatives, validate each path, evaluate, and takes a decision to do that every 2 seconds, and until it that it's the third step of the third step, until it notices that the intruder it's going away, or it's more than 2 kilometers or 2 kilometers horizontally, or 200 meters vertically away from the SIP. So it's something that it's really important here. It's that this DAA it's in each SIP, so it doesn't need, in case of, even when we have redundancies and for communications and the SIPs, we have 3 redundancies. That it's something that I never heard of even in manned aviation. Even with that, the SIP it's able to generate this path and actively avoid all the intruders, even if for some reason lost communication with the base and with the other SIPs. Why we do this? It's the same thing that why we like pilots. We want the final decision maker to be in the aircraft. So we put it in the aircraft, and all the DAA system is in there. And this kind of thing, it's great because this kind of autonomy creates safety for all stakeholders in the environment. Imagine, and that's something I was discussing the other day. Imagine a very congested day in a very congested hour in an airport, on which the controllers have a huge amount of stress, not only of the aircraft landing and takeoff, but also all the ones that are waiting to land, that the controller has to send them to a waiting pattern, and to a hold pattern, I'm sorry. And the controller has to be constantly paying attention to those aircraft in the holding pattern, and at the same time controlling one aircraft after another, taking off and landing. That creates a lot of stress, and with many controllers I've spoken, they always tell me that's the worst kind of stress that you can have. Imagine that we could have a hold pattern that it's controlled by the UTM. So the controller can send the aircraft to the UTM in the holding and concentrate in the landing and the takeoff of the aircraft, that it's the most delicate operations. In this kind, and the other part, it's the increased pace of communication. As humans, we are limited not so much by our brains, but by the velocity and the speed that we talk and we understand each other. So to communicate something that a computer can communicate 10 times in 2 seconds, we would need at least 10 seconds each time. So this increased pace of communications ensure that the moment between the any, not incident, but anything happening and the reaction time, it's basically zero, that it's something that humans just can't do. And this can be seen in, I know that it's not completely translatable, but it's something that it's really interesting that we have seen in AVs the number of, the reduction of accidents happening in the streets because of AVs. It's up to 80% safer to be in an autonomous car than driving yourself. And this is even in an environment where there's all kind of stuff happening. In a more controlled environment like our air transportation is, this could be even more, the difference could be higher. So, but all this, and this is my final note, brings us a unique challenge. We have to develop a regulation that not only enables innovation, but promotes innovation within the airspace, but we are still flying. We have to do it in a safe way. We have to guarantee that our airspace is safe. So the first thing here is the risk-based regulation that allowed the operations of autonomous systems. Why? Like I told you, autonomy brings safety. That's something that we have proved, not only as zipline, but as a humankind. And autonomy makes instant logistics possible. Without autonomy, this kind of delivery, it's just not possible economically. And all the great things I spoke about to you about infrastructure cost, reduction in debts, reduction in bulk waste, reduction in product waste won't happen without autonomy. But we not only need these risk-based regulations to be dynamic and for more, but we need it now. Why? And why is that? Right now, and you usually see the progress in any industry, it's a concave function. So it's not that bad that you are a little bit behind the curve because the ones that are the most advanced will progress less than you. Well, what we have seen till now is that in this space, right now, that curve, it's convex. So each day that we don't have these kind of regulations in place, in a year from now or 2 years from now, it won't be we won't be 1 day behind. We will be 5 or 6 or 7 days behind because the ones that had already the regulations in place will advance so much faster than we are that we will be every time lagging more and more behind the curve. But it's not all bad. How we can do that? The first kind of thing that we have to do is in the risk and in the same spirit of the risk-based regulations, we have a lot of operations that have a low natural risk, even when there could be some probabilities of something happening. The probability that if an aircraft or a drone has an accident in the middle of the jungle, in the middle of the Amazon, yeah, probably the worst case scenario is that a couple of monkeys will be really scared. But that's all. On the other hand, in the middle of Sao Paulo, that could be awful. And we have to use the CAA's knowledge in traditional aviation, and here DECEA and ANAC are two of the most advanced regulators in the world. And it's the light that we look in Latin America to bring these rules to the UAS space and to know which rules of manned aviation apply and which ones don't. And in that scenario, a company like ours can bring a lot of knowledge. That testifies like 50 million kilometers without a single person injured or dead. Show us that not only autonomy is safe, but the way we are doing it in zipline, it's if right now the safest way to do it, and probably will be, and the way we are doing things will be for a long time. There's a lot of things happening that are really exciting, but I can tell you about. And finally, here, the regulations need to have a consultation process like we usually do, and not only because of all the stakeholders that are usually involved in our ecosystem, but also because there is a lot of concerns from the general public that have to be addressed. Privacy issues, the normal fear of the new things that we humans have. But we have to do this without losing the dynamism that this kind of industry requires. And this is a major change. For a normal certification process for an OEM, like in a new aircraft, let's say 747, takes up to 5 years. When the life expectancy of the model it's 40 years, that's fine. But when the expectancy reduces, that 5 years become huge. And as these aircraft are smaller, research and development will be happening way faster. Imagine that Embraer tomorrow would say, okay, we discovered this new kind of thing to our aircraft, but we have to basically build a single aircraft to test this. Okay, that's a 50, 60, 70 million dollars bill. When you have this kind of aircraft below 55 pounds, that could be a couple of hundreds of or $1,000. So there's gonna be way more experimenting, and all the models will evolve faster than we have seen before for manned aviation, on only the matter of the cost of the drone, of the aircraft, of the traditional aircraft versus the unmanned aircraft. And finally, and this is something that we were discussing earlier with some people, this is a whole new industry. The potential of this kind of technology, we actually, as a humankind, we don't know it yet. We have seen, in the agriculture business, we are delivering around 400 deliveries a day of veterinarian and agricultural products, from vaccines to semen for reproduction, and to even in Arkansas we go with groceries from Walmart, and all the things, the potential of this kind of technology, it's something that I don't think anyone right now knows. So to have regulations that allow this innovation to not only to happen, but to promote this kind of innovation, it's something that benefits the society as a whole and greatly, and especially the part of society that benefits the most is it's the airspace community. All of us that work in this space, we will have a safer, more efficient, and more effective kind of mode of transport for all the, at least in the short term, for all the cargo we have. So that was my presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you for that, Lucas. Okay, so on behalf of the Brazilian Air Force, we would like to thank you, Lenica, Zipline, for your presence. And unfortunately, due to the constraints of time, we're not going to be able to ask any questions, but we did have a lot of questions, so we ask for the participants and everyone who is watching to send the questions directly to your email, and hopefully when you have time, you'll be able to answer them for us, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry, it took a little bit longer than I thought, but thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you very much to all of you for staying this late and listen to me.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much for your presence.
Dando continuidade ao nosso simpósio regional sobre o sistema ASA e o SARPAS NG, temos a honra de receber o senhor Capitão Aviador Jean-Pierre de Castro Benevides, adjunto da seção de planejamento de sistemas de aeronaves não tripuladas.
UAs from the Department of Airspace Control, and as moderator, we have Second Sergeant Francine Odini Hipólito de Souza for this session of systems for UA from DECEA. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. First of all, please don't wish me bad because I'm the last speaker, okay? For those who know me, for those who don't know me, I'm a Captain Benevides adjunct and the planning of systems for UAs of DECEA. For those who know me, it's a pleasure to meet you in this event, this huge event. It's an honor, it's a pleasure to be here presenting SARPAS NG and ASA for you. We had the Forum of Innovation recently with Professor Christopher, Andre, and George, moderating, and Christian. I just need the slide passer. Thank you. When we speak of innovation, I brought a picture that is really iconic of Albert Santos Dumont. In 1906, he made a flight with a device heavier than the air. And he brought aviation. October 23rd is the Air Force Day and the Aviators Day. He brought an innovation that was the airplane. I love technologies, so I brought the picture of Steve Jobs. Probably all of you here have one cell phone on your hands, and he brought this innovation that cell phones were just for speaking, and he brought innovation. And today, a cell phone, nobody uses the cell phone only to make calls. You use it for everything except making calls. Today, I was speaking about DECEA's innovation, SARPAS, NG, and ASA. Innovation is the act of perfecting or bettering something, and I'll show you how it happened. The goal of my presentation is that you know a little bit of SARPAS, NG, and the ASA system that some have mentioned that supports SARPAS and other systems in DECEA. For that, we'll have a brief agenda. We'll show you how to request a flight, how it was in the past until we have SARPAS NG. I'll be speaking about the features of the system. I'll be speaking about the ASA, the support system to SARPAS NG. A lot of people is using, and they know how easy it is, and future challenges. They were already surveyed here, and I'll bring some current numbers from the DECEA. Just to put into context here, before 2016, the old SARPAS was a bureaucratic, paper-made. I wanted to fly, but I have to send a notice to CINDACTA 3 so that I could fly. It's just like having a reference in a car. I have to go to the Department of Traffic to do an inspection, to get the document, so it takes time. And that's how it was done. So in the past it was slow, and even for fast flight, and we know it's a more controlled flight, it would require a lot of time. In 2016 we launched the first version of SARPAS. SARPAS was an innovation in the world. It was a system that we technically call monolithic system. All information were within the system, but it was a beginning. So I had forbidden areas, I had to register my aircraft in the system, I could develop a flight plan, and I had all the rules from the system. But as time passed, we have to evolve. A monolithic system does not converse with other organs, with other systems, and it was not enough anymore. So on July 20th, we launched SARPAS NG. It's a new system. It's able to integrate with other systems. So SARPAS NG is integrated with GovBR. So if I am a silver level at GovBR, I have access to SARPAS NG. So, I have a drone can I use a SARPAS NG? You don't need to have a drone, but it cannot do anything. So it's an integrated access. And as we are, when we access the SARPAS system, we see the difference from the previous system. So you have your account name on the top and your past flights. But if I don't have a drone, I cannot do anything. So as it's Christmas, if you buy a drone today, you can register it at Anatel, ANAC, and then proceed to SARPAS. Because we are integrated with ANAC, this was an innovation we got from the system. So if I'm registered with ANAC, automatically with my individual taxpayer number or my corporate tax number, I can get all my drones. There was a company, they were finding it difficult, they talked to me, they have over 180 drones. So imagine registering 180 drones, but with their corporate taxpayer number, they get all their 108 drones from ANAC, and they can load them to the SARPAS system. That was a great innovation. In the tab of aircraft, I put synchronize. We have a synchronization button, and it gets the information from ANAC. Do I need to do this all the time? No, it brings your aircraft, and it's there in our database. If you need to register a new drone, then you have to click the button, and then you get your information again from ANAC. Also, we brought a lot of suggestions from users. Some people have a lot of drones. I have 50 drones, and I want to have nicknames for them. So you can give them names so you can easily identify, because only with the SIRESANT number would be different. Papa 9 numbers, and so we allowed you to give a name to your drone. In the flight tab, we facilitated the filters. The old one was more difficult, and now it's easier. If you have a lot of operations, you have filters that you can use. And in Teams, the Teams tab, especially if you have a company, an organization. So if I don't have nothing, I have only my individual taxpayer number, I want to register my company, I just click register organization, and there is a difference. If I'm a company and I work at a non-recreational and I'm not entitled to access the airspace with the manuals from the federal administration and so on, I will register as standard. But if I am a governmental agency and I have MIL-BR, GovBR emails, I can choose my account to be a special agency. I have more rights to flight within the manuals from the sales legislation. And, oh, okay, but I don't have MilBR, GovBR email. The company is like a power company, a power utility company that has an emergency that needs a benefit. Now, we truly need to send a notice to DECEA with the customer service model. There's a model at the sales page. So you just write one, you refer it to us, we'll analyze company by company, and we are going to allow the companies to make that kind of flight. So after you end your register with all the information, you put your email, I put SIRESANT, we end the register, and you get this information to allow the company to use the surface. After your habilitation, in Teams you have there, so I have here DECEA. I registered DECEA as an organization. At the upper tab, I have my individual taxpayer number and the corporate taxpayer number, in the case DECEA. And now, with this SARPAS NG, differently from the previous one, the individual taxpayer number, the CPF, is always related to a corporate taxpayer number, so someone in charge of the company. So it's not any corporate taxpayer number, CNPJ, so you had access only by your CNPJ, but now you have the CPF, the individual responsible for that company. That's how it's going to be. And when you log with your company, I'm a company, so we have three main roles. Administrator, the person that can put more people in the company, the person requesting, they cannot fly, but they can request flights to other people, like a job and manned aircraft, and the pilot. The pilot cannot request flights, but I can schedule them to fly. So that's how we separate it for companies and the Teams tab of SARPAS. And if I want to get my information and exchange or move my account, I have to go there in the upper part and change my account. So I will click DECEA, and from then on, I'm using the company with all the access that the company can have inside of DECEA. I change it, I put DECEA there, and I have DECEA, I have the option. Do not, I'm going to use the laser, okay? No. But I marked configure team or add a new member. Now, in the same company, I can have separate teams. So like, I was talking to Evandro, who presented here. I have two different battalions. I can have in the same corporate taxpayer number, I can have Battalion 1 and Battalion 2, one with 3 aircrafts, the other with 2, so I have the same, and Battalion 1 does not see the flights from Battalion 2. This is possible to do with the new system, so a company can get organized that way. Besides adding new members and granting permissions, as I mentioned before, for each member. And in sharing tab, it's like before, I don't have a drone, I want to share my drone with someone, so I go there, share again. I can use, the user must have access to SARPAS. I have to use SARPAS, at least one, with my GovBR to have access to a SARPAS code and be able to share my aircraft with that person. And this person will get an email, and they'll have to accept the sharing, because we can share something wrong, it may come by mistake. So we kept what was in the previous system, so you have to accept the sharing. And within the tab, request flight. So I click request flight, and that's my name. So I have my name and my account. We create, when I have my individual taxpayer number, I'm going to fly on my name. When I put the account DECEA, I'm going to fly from the DECEA's account with their aircrafts, and they have their own particularities from flying within the manuals. That's why we created this feature. It facilitated a lot, and our aircrafts registered with the DECEA can be accessed here. From there, it's very similar to what was in the old SARPAS that most of you know. However, when we get to part 2, the ASA, the new system, there was a great advancement. ASA is a full system. ASA gets information, aeronautical information, AIS web, where our drones, finals, cartographies. I have information on our drones and SARPAS. Everything is fed at ASA, and ASA also provides information to the system. So, within SARPAS for the user, they are just a map. So it's a map that facilitated a lot. The previous map was very simple, very difficult. This one is more precise, much more precise. And it runs the analysis of points and airports and aeronautical information brought by the DECEA. I got an example here. I brought FPS, so I want to fly over FPS. I put FPS there. I can select the height I'm going to fly, and through ASA, I can have a preliminary analysis. I clicked those 2 buttons, and I run a preliminary analysis. With this analysis, I can see that I'm close to the airport of Recife, less than 2 kilometers of the airport of Recife. This one extra thing for my analysis. That's called a preliminary analysis. I have other factors that SARPAS system separately will analyze after my request to fly. So around 2,000 meters, I'm 2,000 meters from the airport of Recife. What about our future challenges? As all of you mentioned, exponential growth. You saw that in the video. I got this information from yesterday. We had 191,000 flight requests. Bringing together the old SARPAS with the new SARPAS, adding these requests. This is of concern, especially for BVLOS. So VLOS, we can coordinate, but as we've had here the presentation from R&D, the UTM is key for us to leverage along with the onboard technologies that we needed to bring to scale up this market. And there are many challenges. So I need detect and avoid. I need that capability. I need a management system that we still don't have. I need surveillance or oversight. Today I have primary secondary radars for aircraft. So what about the UAs and smaller aircrafts? So it's all a great challenge, especially for R&D. And we are following it, and we are trying to get the solutions to have this scale. And just to finish, I know you are all tired. Here's the sentence from Mario Sérgio Cortella. Do your best under the conditions you have while you don't have better conditions to do even better. And that's what we are trying to do. Try to do the best under the conditions we have. Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation, Captain. And moving on with our schedule and not advancing a lot, we want to ask you to send your doubts or questions to this email. And when you're available to answer them, okay, we thank you very much. would like to adjourn the activities of today, of this first day of the regional symposium on unmanned aircraft system. I hope you have enjoyed it, and I hope to see you tomorrow at 8 for another day, exchanging experiences. The Department of Airspace Control thanks you for your presence. Thank you so much. Por favor, devolvam os fones de tradução na saída.